Alrighty. See, are we live? Are we live now? Somebody confirm for me because we've been having some technical difficulties. I think we're all here though. What's up, everybody? How's it going? How's it going? It is 7 a.m. here. Let me start some music. It's 7 a.m. over here. I am 1 minute late. Technical difficulties, you know how it is. Let me know if this is too loud in the background or not. I have not really streamed on YouTube that much, so I'm learning this together with you guys. What's up? I'm in costume. This is my wife's insistence. I'm dressed up as your boy, the New Deal guy. I think the premier bald black guy. I got some big bennies back here with me, and we are on the chat party. I'm here with Discord in the background. Let me give a shout out to them. You guys want to? Everybody, let's say hi. Hold on, real quick. Hey, everybody in the chat, or everybody in the party, go ahead and say hi to chat real quick. Hold on, you guys are pretty quiet. There we go. That should be better. Alrighty. Thank you, guys. Cool. So, did that come through pretty loud? Just making sure that we've got a good... making sure everything is set in terms of technical stuff, because that first issue was not a fun one. I don't want to have it again. Like I said, I've never really streamed here that much, so we're all getting used to this together. But how's everybody doing? Ooh. It's stream day morning. CitizenCon is coming up. I am happy. Are you guys happy? I did get a haircut. What's up? Hope we will not be a catch-up today. Nah, I think we're in for a good day. I think we're in for a good day, my friend. Let me take this off the screen. You can keep watching Tony Z's beautiful face. I just got some Tony Z playing in the background right now. Chilling, getting in the vibes, getting that ambiance, the Tony Z ambiance. Welcome to New Deal. What's up, Citaro? How's it going? Dude, I just gotta say, it's awesome that you watch my stuff, because you were one of the original people that I used to watch and like get inspired to do this stuff. So it's awesome whenever you drop by and you say hi and stuff. It's really cool. I am presentable. I am. I'm feeling mighty professional today. Good and suave. Back in the US, yeah. Yeah, I have taken over my sister's bedroom and using this for now until we are able to get our own apartment. Hey, Citaro, thank you for joining the herbs, the members. So in here on the stream, it's a little bit different from Twitch. Instead of doing things like subs and bits and stuff like that, they do memberships. So you can become members of YouTube channels, or you can do like super thanks and super stickers. I don't know how they work, but that it keeps popping up on my screen to tell you guys. And in fact, now that I bring that up, let me go ahead and let all of the Twitch, normal Twitch followers know that we're over here on YouTube. You know how people are. They get into the habit, show up on Twitch, and suddenly we're not there. Stay on YouTube. All right. So, you know what's kind of funny, everybody? Hold on a second. We'll be doing our stream today. CitizenCon. Come chill. This is some intense music. Why am I playing Theaters of War music right now? Give me some of that good old Loreville lore. Nice poster. Thank you. My wife made it. Actually, no, that's not the one she made. Where's the one she made? She made... No, yeah, she made one. I don't know where the one she made is. Ah, it's over there. I guess she's gonna put that one up on the wall later. But yeah, my wife did the whole thing. She likes to do. She's good at the DIY stuff. All right, we post that to followers. We got a while, guys, before the show starts. Drop the skincare routine. A lot of niacinamide. A lot of niacinamide. We've got a while until this all gets started. Appreciate that shout out. Thank you. I just remember an episode where we were looking for what I ended up shouting through the episode. Space Tomato was the elusive item at the time.
After a few moments, the NPC comes out ahead in this battle and the player is killed. Because their crime was committed in range of an active comrade,
donations
it's reported in their
or
character
have
history
donations
along
set
with
up.
the time of
Yeah,
whether
I
it's a
don't.
felon.
Did I not do that?
An upcoming tracking app will allow you
That
to
might not be a
access
thing.
information like this in
It might be in the
record
description,
so that the
but
digital footprints
that
players
would be
and DMC
it.
leave behind can be tracked.
Smart newsreader look.
This
I'm
NPC
a
named Drake
I'm a
says
new
he
ship
now
salesman.
wants
Come on,
instructions
guys.
from the comrades of
Is
the
that? Am I not selling it?
Hunter
Do I need to
versus
start doing the voice?
With the only player in this
Hello.
area dead, the
Welcome
server
to
master
New
is
Deal
also
Shipyard.
out, but as a
Purveyor of
person,
the best
NPCs
ships
aren't
in
stored like
Starcade.
regular
I
NPCs.
can't do it. That
They're
guy's
possibilities.
voice is. I want to see
No
who they
longer
found for that
suspended
voice.
like an NPC at a landing zone. Instead, the NPCs simply transition from their physicalized state.
Can you call me
to a
Tom?
world where their actions are controlled by some
Yeah, you
centralized
can.
execution
Tom
system.
works. Tom is
Their
cool.
video
I actually think I have a
the
top hat
virtual AI
because
on the back.
I'm doing like a
Drake
Bridgerton
now
look
begins
for
to exit
Halloween,
the
so
area, and the comrade
my wife
continues
bought
to
a
track his
top
position
hat.
until he passes out of range, at which point the real-time information converts to a last known position.
Let's see.
He's decided that he needs money and he's a bit risk averse, so he elects to head all
What
the way
do
out
I
to
need to
Yellow,
do?
where there
I
are
feel like
22
there were
transport
some
players during
things
battle,
that
all
I
in the way of
had
survival.
that I was still doing. This setup was super last minute actually. And I feel like there were still things that I was doing to set up and I can't remember at this point. Oh, that's right. So let's get some messages set up here, yeah? This is a Patreon.
VNPCs trigger probability volumes just like players, and yellow shows that there's quite a bit of freighter traffic in this area.
Sorry if you guys can hear the typing sounds. Let's get some questions going. Who's got some questions about CitizenCon coming up here this year? Maybe while I'm typing we can answer them a little bit. Is your camera a low res, or has the same problem? It's usually a loss of resolution. There are two stages at which my camera loses resolution, or quality rather. One is in between the camera and the computer in that plug, and then one is from the computer to the stream. I don't have a great camera already, but the quality of the internet might not be helping. I do have a hardwire connection, right? Oh, I better have a hardwire connection. Yeah, I do. Okay, we're good. Yeah, so it's probably just the old internet thing. Too early for being coherent? Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Hey, Furiousky. You are here. You are here. Couldn't really find it in that episode, but now we have it in real life. So thank you for manifesting yourself and giving us this wonder. No problem, dude. Thank you for being here, man. Am I the only one that thinks his voice sounds like a nice morning laying in a hammock with a cool breeze sipping coffee? That's a good morning. I would probably do hot chocolate instead, but thanks for organizing this, and I will be jumping in and throughout the day. Hey, Citaro, thanks for the 20, man. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you in here again. This is my first, so just happy to see anything new. It's going to be an exciting time. This is going to be fun. Any idea how long CitizenCon will run today? It looks like the last panel will be 8 hours. Was it 8 hours? I think it was 8 or 9 hours. I think the last one is at 4 p.m. today, my time. And what? Why is CitizenCon.com considered unsafe? Warning! And Chrome gets up here. Warning! You are going into a scam. It looks like the last show is at 11 o'clock UTC, which is I think 4 o'clock my time. So it'll probably go until around 4:30 or so. PTC, PST. That's it. That's it. Peter Griffin, your sub count is criminally low compared to your quality. That will change soon if you keep this up. Thanks for the great work. You're part of the immersion, Tomato. Thank you. You were part of the immersion. I appreciate you. You're awesome. I don't mind, you know, the sub count will progress as it does. People find the videos and watch the videos if they can, and as long as they're listening and watching and enjoying and learning something, then it's good enough for me.
replication.
Everything will follow.
This is the same foundation upon which the dynamic population
John.
is built,
Okay.
except that it will be
Okay.
quantum
Now I know who
instead of
John
local
is.
AI service dictating the changes in the population.
4 p.m. over there,
The end
Luigi.
result is that
Ooh,
if
it
a
starts at
VPC
2
is
a.m. for you.
selected at that
Akuso,
location,
you must be
like
out there,
any
huh?
other NPC.
I am West Coast, yeah.
Dragon is now hanging out in local bar, which was added to Portal
Who died? Who are you in a suit? I can't. Yes. Yes, sometimes I wear nice clothing. There's reports that Twitch is hacked. Yes, Twitch just did indeed get a data leak this week. It's crew no joke. Hey man, we're on YouTube. We're on YouTube today. Facebook is down again. I hope nobody's trying to stream this on Facebook. Shall we bet on there being a medical ship? You want to have a bet on it? I don't know, man. I don't know. That would be an awesome surprise. If they brought in the Apollo, that would be an amazing surprise. I don't know if they're going to do it. I do know there's going to be something. There has to be something. There's going to be, we talked about it last week, there's going to be a straight to flyable. I don't know when it'll be announced. I don't know if it'll be announced. Maybe they'll wait for it to come in 3.15, but I do think we're going to get that straight to flyable. Yeah. Don't know if it'll be an Apollo. I guess the Apollo wouldn't technically be straight to flyable since we got the concept. Your content always shows that you really put in the time. I just really enjoy the game. It's honestly just super interesting. It's just fun to like write about it. And then once you write about it, it's like, oh, why not turn this into a video? Citaro, thanks for another 4, man. Cheers. Cheers and a coffee. That is a good looking cup of coffee. It makes me want some hot chocolate. I'm ready for I'm a big hot chocolate person, to be honest. So, you know, don't blame me. Don't blame me. When it comes to winter, a lot of people come and chill for these streams. Come to my Twitch account. As I start to stream over here a little bit more, people might come and drop in here. You're gonna see a lot of hot chocolate. In wintertime, I drink probably far too much hot chocolate. In fact, it's yeah, not great for me, but it's good stuff. And I don't like coffee, so what else am I supposed to do, you know? If it go hard, thank you. Thank you. This tie is actually broken, believe it or not. The little strap in the back doesn't hold down the back part. I had to go to a wedding with this thing like taped on the back because it happened last minute. They're gonna say server meshing is done and released straight away. Oh. I'd love that. I would. I'd probably fall out of my chair. Like if they were like, hey, we're dropping 3.15 today. Server meshing is good. We are gonna bump up the instance count to 500 players. I'd probably fall out of my chair. That would be insane. Custom tomato tie, not quite custom. I do really like it though. It goes with this green jacket that I think looks quite nice. Quite nice. I never thought I'd wear a green jacket, but yeah, it worked. What about that pumpkin spice latte? I'm missing the pumpkin spice today. You know, I need to turn this light on so you guys can actually see the Big Bennies. I'm missing the pumpkin spice latte today, but my wife was talking. So my wife never lived in America before this. She lived in Florida for a couple years, but for most of her life hasn't been in America. But she was talking yesterday about like, holy crap, everything gets flavored in America for the season. Like, like everything in the grocery store is pumpkin spice flavored, you know? I was like, yeah, we do that. We go hard. Going to a job interview afterwards. This is the job interview. I'm interviewing with you guys. I'm interviewing to see if you will have me as your official, unofficial tomato. It's like a beautiful woman with a nasty attitude, but we keep coming back for more because of love. It's like an abusive attitude, right? Like sometimes it treats you well, sometimes it slaps you around a bit. I'll be on and off through the stream. Hopefully I catch the good parts. Stormtrooper, definitely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that super message. I think it's called a super message. I will catch you around, man. I hope you're dropping in and out. How many hours is it starting? We've got about 45 minutes, my friend. What headphones am I rocking? These are Sennheiser's. Crap. Momentum. Sennheiser Momentum 2 wireless, I think. They're a little old. They're not bad. They're like 4 years old, maybe. What's up, Starfire? How you doing? Long time backer here. New fan. You can combine good vibes with low-key hype. Good knowledge, good balance of criticism where it's due. Keep it up. Thank you. That's all I try to do. I know sometimes I will be the first to say sometimes I let the hype get a hold. That's just what happens when you're excited. But I do try my hardest to stay grounded in reality, you know, like keep in mind what actually might and might not happen, and I'm always trying to improve at that, and just keep a good dose of like chill. Like keep it chill, but also like yeah. You're just like in the background like there's a balance to follow in this game though. I'm still trying to find it. That's for sure. I'm glad you enjoy the stuff though. It's called a super chat. That's right. That's right. That's it. That was a super message. But it has a wire? I mean, I can... Boop. But now I have to plug it back in. You animal. You made me do this. It has an optional wire just in case you don't want to use it wired. The nice part is I can still turn on the noise canceling if it's using wired mode. Lord Skippy got timed out. Nightbot has just been given access to the stream, so like you're gonna have to. I'm sorry. It's gonna be like that. Nightbot's gonna overstep its bounds. Drazen's gonna have to slap it around a little bit.
I've minimized the inventory for this test, so I'm only expecting to see a couple of items.
Yeah, I like them. These are nice headphones.
Right there. Just hydrogen and
Do you know if they'll dump all the panels on YouTube today? That's what they said. All the panels. 4K. Crispy 4K. Ooh. I'm going to be downloading that all night. Oh, I like this song. I have a lovely glow. Thank you. Thank you. I actually didn't really get to do my skin routine last night, so that's good. That's good, you know. It's like that residual glow. What about the kiddie pool? Yeah, the kiddie pool. I mean, why do a kiddie pool when we have a perfectly functional hot tub out back, right? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Shut up. It's not happening. It's not happening. You wanted to say fancy tomato. You got timed out for saying fancy tomato. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go on the TV upstairs. We got that 4K TV upstairs. I'm gonna hop on that and definitely do some 4K Star Citizen slobbering over. What else should we put on here? Let's do the... What's it called? That's right. What? Am I getting a call? Mr. Piggles. Sorry, I'm getting a call. Guys, what are you most excited to see today? What's the most exciting thing that could happen today in reason, in your opinion? I'm gonna ask you guys and then I'll give my go at it as well. And you guys can all laugh at me because I'm a fool and I'm far too optimistic. But it's fun. It's good fun, you know? And I'm going to move chat over to this side of the screen so I can actually see what you all are saying. Wow, Nightbot. Okay. Hold up. Let me slap Nightbot a little bit. It's a little power hungry. Let's see. Spam protection. Disable. Thanks, Nightbot. I really appreciate you, but I don't need all that. You good. You good. Listen to this freaking music. Just like, yes. Epic. CitizenCon, yes. Next to the like button. Drazen's a boomer. Heard it here first. Been watching your tube videos for a while. Great content. I'm a fan. Great work. Thank you, JDo. Glad you like the stuff. Announcement of 4.0. Ooh. Just Tony Z in general. They just come out and announce Tony Z. Cicero does 4K 60 HDR. Yeah, Cicero's good to watch for like some good cinematic, no distractions content. He was the first I saw do the prospector filming method. I don't really see that often, but it's a good ship to film with. I remember that. You just want that Banu Merchantman news. I feel you. I get you. I got you. Astropub cosplay. This is actually my Paul Shelley cosplay. I didn't get the whole thing done, but oh, is the business tomato not? Oh gosh. See, yeah. All right, Jasper, we got to get together and get all the branding together, because the business tomato should definitely be on here. My spacesuit's getting dry cleaned. It's on the hanger. It's hanging in the closet. The rude bot, yeah, he's not nice. You like the suit, Info Runners. You like it. Thank you, though, for the 5. I appreciate it. Alianjo 10, thank you for the 20. Coming over here to the YouTube and dropping down the 20. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm feeling the CitizenCon energy right now. I am excited. I am pumped. Let's go. I've gotten suggestions from people that maybe they'll show more than Nyx. Or sorry, not show, announce more than Nyx. That would be crazy. But that would actually, I was playing with the idea last night. I was like, you know, what if they did? What if they just said? It wouldn't really mean that much. They've said things before, but it would be cool to know which systems are coming after Nyx. You want to see base building for players?
In short, if you wanted to take advantage of Port Olisar's elevated
biggest thing would be news of unexpected leaps in server meshing. I think they'll have good news for server meshing. I do. Let me double check something real quick. I just want to make sure.
Think about recruiting some armed escorts to help you through the dangerous areas. Once the risk abates, once players in Quanta have dispatched enough of the pirates so that travel within this area returns to normal, you'll be able to much more easily deliver medical supplies to Port Olisar, but of course...
Sorry, just double checking with something that CIG had... They had mentioned something about today, and I wanted to make sure I had the right information, but I can't find the email. There we go. Okay.
I brought up a couple of different client windows, each of which represents a different server.
At the beginning of this is containing copyright. Okay, cool. So, sounds good. Thanks for the patience, guys. Just had to get caught up on that. So, there's going to be a period towards the beginning of the stream here where they play a 5-minute section of video that could get us in trouble on YouTube. What I'm going to do for that section is I'm going to mute the game sound, and I'm just going to turn on the Orison music until that trailer is over. I would highly suggest you just have it on your screen ready if you're not already watching it separately or on your own. On your own. And I will go ahead and play the music, watch the video on the screen, and then we'll get back to it. And let me just show you, just so you know, this is not how it's going to look the entire time I'm streaming. I'm going to drop into this layout so that, you know, for any of the times when maybe they're talking, but there's nothing interesting on the screen to see. And then when there's, I know my stream deck set up, I'm kind of cheap and poor. When there's something interesting on the screen to see, then we'll hide over to this, and you guys will have complete view of the screen, and it will be just good old Tony Z. Take those little trainers. There we go. It'll be nice and clean. So, yeah, don't worry. Even though I'm like just all over the screen right now, that's not how it's going to be. You'll get away from me, I promise. 4.0 would be epic. 4.0 would be awesome. Yeah, I agree. Piggles said Piggles was well said. What did Piggles say? Oh, was it the cosplay idea? Yeah, it was a good one. How do I feel about the metaverse discourse? Do you think we are on the verge of a single verse for all games? Nah. That would be crazy. That'd be cool, but it would be nuts. Like the Oasis or something? It would be cool, but like at the same time, can you imagine if all the games had to intertwine? The level of coding wizardry that would need. Woohoo! Looking fine. Thank you, MGL. Hey, how'd you like the audio reading? My man. Miniature base builder, tent building shit. Tent building? Just pumps tents out, drops them all over moons. We're just dropping camping tents all over Daymar. That's the newest ship. Release it, Chris, now. Big head is always interesting to see. Dude, my head barely fits. My head barely fits into this freaking chat room. I should be using my stream deck. I should. Hype from Stormtrooper. Yo, can we get some more? This is pretty hype music, huh? This is the new Babbage stuff. Just gonna skip forward to the hype part. Somebody get that cat on the screen. Where's that freaking that head bopping cat? To this kind of music, you know? Heck yeah, dude. I love that new Babbage music, you know? Like, just it gets you there. You just wake up in the morning, you're like, new Babbage. Okay, I'm sorry. That was wildly uncalled for. Back to Star Citizen stuff. Look like you're ready for your big interview. Like I told them earlier, man, I'm interviewing for the tomato position of the Star Citizen community, so I gotta be prepared. Gotta be ready. Should we watch the Board Gamer watch party watching the Twitch watch party? You know what really annoys me? The fastest way to get to Star Citizen's YouTube channel, I usually just want to search for Star Citizen, but they never show up first. Why don't you guys show up first? Right? It's your thing. Alright, I'm just gonna throw this on in the background while we talk. Keol, how's it going? 07s, dude. Just came from BG stream. What's up? Nothing much, nothing much. How's Board doing? How's that guy doing? That man is a hard man to get a hold of, you know? Will there be a ship sale too? They'll probably try and sneak something in there. Put something on sale. Good morning, Duke. How are you? He's in character considering the type of attire you can find in Star Citizen. Yeah, it's pretty, it's pretty standard for like the limited amount of stuff you can get in that game. I'm in character. You saw the Discord message late at night and just woke up, so you have yet to actually watch it. Gonna do it soon though. No problem, dude. Hope you like it. Your handle in SC is Watchtower. Look forward to playing with all of you. Dope. So excited for today. Heck yeah, Center. This is gonna be great. I'm pumped. I'm excited. Ghost Caffey, thank you for the 5, dude. Much appreciated on you. CitizenCon is now live. They sent me an email. Let's see if they themselves are live. They are. Little countdown timer. Little cute little cool countdown timer. You guys think that they'll throw anything up there? You know how some of these streams they throw up a like little glitches or pictures or something or screenshots? Oop, sorry guys. We just got a huge quality dip. I'm watching though. I'm making sure that we're good. So this is all their stuff playing in the background. Make sure you guys can hear it. I've got so much chat going on my screen. Like a professional? Thank you. What's Verse Guide? Verse Guide is a very cool app that you can use for different information in Star Citizen. They've got their own website. Should check it out. One of the developers for Verse Guide is actually part of our org, helping us put some stuff together. Oh, are these the oh, these are the commercials. Okay. So is it just going to be quiet in between them? Am I going to have to fill the... Okay, well. I'll just sit here in silence. Nick's Planet right there. I wasn't actually paying enough attention to that, to be honest. Michael Day, their other watch party, but this one is mine. Thank you, Michael, and thank you for the 25. I appreciate you. This is your watch party. We are all tomatoes. Thanks for being here, man. Thank you for the support. BG was an audio issue hell for a bit. I couldn't get mine started. I could not figure out why my audio wasn't going through. The stream started about a minute late. I actually don't know. Okay, they're clearly not putting any music back on. I actually don't know how the beginning trailer worked. Did it have the countdown and you guys could hear the cool track and everything, and then it got to 0 and the stream was supposed to start, or what happened? Because I don't actually know. I guess I'll just watch this later. Not sure if they would do that or probably scrambling getting everything. Okay, yeah, so they're just like randomly playing these. How am I supposed to? I'm just gonna have to stop and start, I guess. Life without Space Tomato is life without getting my geekometer filled to the brim with pure happiness. I am glad to be filling your geekometer. That's not an innuendo. No, seriously, glad to be filling that little hole in life, though. I like nerding out about stuff. It used to be phones. I used to be all about phones, smartphones, flashing phones, custom ROMs, all that jazz. But Star Citizen kind of took that. God, they're going to play our trailer at some point on here. I'm going to have to be ready for that. Why did I put it? I talked in our trailer. That was dumb. Shouldn't have done that. No one has a better voice for watch parties and content than Tomato itself. Thank you, Center Strain. It's all simulated anyways. It's really just it's a voice changer, to be honest. It's really good. So you guys never hear my real voice, but just thank you. I'm glad you guys enjoy the technology I've built to make my voice actually sound decent. When am I bringing the dogs over to the States? As soon as we can get an apartment. All we're trying to do is get to the point where we can find a place to live, and then we start looking into getting the dogs over here. I'm pumped for it. We miss them. We miss them a lot. We're hoping by March maybe of next year we can get that done, but we'll see. Phase 1, what's up, man? How's it going? Enjoy your stuff, buddy. I enjoy your videos. Especially if you got good thumbnails. I always watch on my other channel, though. That's my, let me turn off my music, sorry. That's actually really annoying. So I have YouTube Premium on my primary channel, my personal channel, but because I'm dumb, I opened Space Tomato on a separate channel, so it doesn't have premium. So I'll be like listening to music or watching stuff on my premium account, and then I'll switch over to my Space Tomato account, and I'll lose all those benefits. So I have to keep switching back and forth over and over again throughout the day. And for some reason, the desktop web app for YouTube Music, if you sign into a separate account than you do on the Chrome browser, it'll sign you out of the other one. So I can't listen to music on my premium account while watching videos on my Space Tomato account. It's annoying. Am I wearing pants? That is the real question, Demo Man. I don't think you guys will ever find that out, unfortunately. That is a good question, though. I am business from the waist up, but what's going on down below? And they stopped the music again, so I'm awkwardly talking with nothing in the background. Thank you. You just got the Pixel 5a to me? Ah, dude, I'm about to get the 6. I want to get the 6 really bad. I've been saving up for a while now, for like 8 months, just kind of putting a little bit away here and there because I've had a phone for 4 years. It's time for me to upgrade. So I'm excited. Been a big Pixel fan. Getting all nervous about being on the big screen. When I first started, we used to have somebody who would come by regularly in the Scream, and every time he'd be like, "Hey man, I got you up on my big 75-inch TV in the living room." I'm like, please take me down. Please don't do that. I am back in the Bay, Miguel, yeah. First Citizencon, Jack Tyler, nice. Watching it with the tomat. What's the backstory with the dogs? Oh, we just have dogs in Turkey. Me and my wife had some dogs when we lived in Turkey. We moved over here, and unfortunately we're living with my parents, so We can't have the
With
docks
that
here.
as
We
a
have to
calling,
wait until we can
there
afford
could
our
be
own
only
apartment.
one ship up to the task. It's not just for the diamond laminate panel observation deck, nor for the proprietary lightweight durable hull plating. More, it's the full ensemble of comfort and safety that the Origin 600i provides as a home away from home. The backdrop may change, but the 600i is always center frame. I'm Thomas Forrester, and I fly the Origin 600i. Origin 600i. Luxury without compromise.
Nice job, Forrester. That was good. That was dope. Center Strain, you're gonna send all your subs over here. Thank you very much. If you don't mind me asking, what do you make? What content do you make on YouTube? The stream keeps buffering for you. Uh-oh. That's not good. Let me know if it keeps buffering for you, and I'll do what I can to make it work better. However, however I can do that, I'll just like talk to the internet gods. On the 120-inch projector. Thank you, Akuso. Thanks for putting that thought in my head. This will be your first CitizenCon. How many people here will be there first? In fact, let me run a poll. Is this your first CitizenCon? Yes. No. That's good enough, honestly. Let's go with yes and no. Oh, they started another commercial. All right, folks, we got a poll in chat if you'd like to get in on that. I'd like to hear, is this your first CitizenCon ever? Or have you seen CitizenCon before? This is Tomato in the house. You're not going to do fishes for the stream? Different symbol for YouTube. Are you going to get the pro version? If they give the unlimited or original quality upload perk, I'll definitely get it. Presently, I'm using the Pixel 3 XL. Okay, so you're good. You're due for an upgrade as well, Citaro. I'll probably get the Pro. Yeah, the 6 Pro. If for nothing else, just because I might start taking video production to real life, and I'd like to have the best possible camera to do that with if I want to be making videos on the go. Is there a place you love to eat that you had to go to when you got back? I know I had that experience when I got back to the US. It was mostly just getting the stuff that's good over here. You know, Turkey obviously has really good food for its own stuff, but when I got back here, it was like we had to go and get like good Mexican food, obviously, good sushi, and just like a good classic American meal, you know? Oh, okay, maybe not. Well, yeah, American, which included poutine and other things that come from different parts of America besides the US. Thank you. I'm being told that the music's a little bit loud, so I'm going to turn it down a little bit. You do walkthroughs for games on the hardest settings, mostly known as the stealth gamer, but my off-time passion is Star Citizen. Been watching you for years, love the content. That's cool, man. I always think that's really cool when people get outside of the games they cover. Like I follow a lot of people who cover games completely different from Star Citizen, but I'm glad you like the content. I should have muted this. I should have muted this.
To boldly capitalize on what no one found before. Then the corporation may have an internship for you. Damage to internal organs by a parasitic alien life form is not covered by corporate healthcare. Please consult the research division in case of bloating, heartburn, or nausea. In any case, don't eat the egg salad they serve down at the cantina.
Let's hope CIG does not do the blockchain crypto route. I don't think that's in the cards. I don't think you can just blockchain up a game that's already this built. Those stats are a good sign the game is growing. Which stats are those, Uncanny? I messed up, but when I hear someone say something about taking a poll, I think of that Gabby Sidibe joke in Tower Heist. I'm not going to be able to follow that one, Joe. I'm sorry. I haven't seen Tower Heist. Am I looking like a clean tomato? Thank you. Sippity sip of a chosen beverage. Where's my beverage, by the way? Got some water. First CitizenCon is 2 years worth of players this time around. Yeah, so we got a lot of people because it's the game has grown a ton since the last CitizenCon. Just finished watching the vid you sent, loved it. I feel like you could have given more emphasis at climactic moments or to emulate the characters more, but otherwise it's perfect. Appreciate the feedback. Thank you. Yeah, that was my first time ever acting out people, so I probably didn't do everything I could have to sell their characters.
This is New Babbage Interstellar Spaceport. Queen of Dragons, you are clear to disembark. Welcome to Tesa Spaceport. Queen of Dragons, you're clear for landing.
Welcome to Riker Memorial Spaceport. Queen of Dragons, you're clear to land.
Man. Did they try to turn sub-only mode on in the official stream?
Good to see you, Queen of Dragons. Welcome to August Dunlap Spaceport.
It's just it's just part of the deal. You're gonna have to deal with a crazy chat and Twitch stream. That's just how it is. I will say this. Somebody said, let me type. I paid $5,000. You didn't pay no money to type on Twitch. Get out of here. Can't beat New Zealand fish and chips with Waddy's tomato sauce. There's a whole bunch of words in there that I don't normally hear in a normal day. Did you ever heard of an MMO called Foxhole? I have not, no. I think it's followers only? Okay. It was subscribers only for a second there. Or for a minute. Some people were telling them to. Starting to build a role-playing news section in the SC universe. My reporters will be watching all of you. Thank you, J-Do. The live stream counter is exploding. I'm so glad to see that. 14,000. Yeah, how many people are watching Twitch as a whole as a category? 23,000. Not bad. That's actually going to put Twitch up pretty high on the... Hold on, let's check out the browse page real quick. Search for high to low. Yeah, Twitch is on the second row of... Or Star Citizen's on the second row of Twitch.
The majestic city in the clouds of Crusade.
Wow.
This unique location is famously beautiful and has made Orison a prime tourist destination in the Stanton system.
I think they'll definitely show off a new planets and a new system today. Or I think they'll show off Pyro. Not sure about Nyx.
20% on the upcoming Space Whale tour. Orison, the place of your dreams.
My analysis got you interested in CitizenCon? I think a lot of the stuff that I said won't show up, but I think some of the stuff I said will. I threw a lot of stuff out there in terms of my expectations. And I think some of it has a decent chance of showing up, but I think there's a lot that's up in the air just because, like I said, they're working on so much right now. There's a lot of stuff that they've talked about and not shown us, and they can 100% decide to just keep that hidden. You know, they don't have to show us what's going on at CitizenCon. They can pick and choose. So I think, yeah, just there's a lot up in the air. I do think, though, that we're going to get some pretty big news today no matter what. Extreme Tuber, $5. Thank you so much. Can you get a shout out for your boy Zark Media? Yeah, I know Zark Media. I recognize the name at least. I think I've watched a couple videos. Do I have a drinking bingo game list ready somewhere? I don't. Somebody link me to one and I'll pull one up. I need to get a drink. I think all we have is like some leftover, like freaking lemon juice drinks or something from Corona. Oh, it's 1 a.m. for you, Cozy. You didn't get a break before starting? A nap. Oh, they put clouds over ArcCorp. Hey, Steve B, thank you for sending that money. Thank you for sending $10 to support the channel. I appreciate that. Sorry, guys, I don't have any alerts on the stream, so it doesn't do anything fun. But as I start to stream over here on YouTube more, make sure to follow my second channel, Space Tomato 2. It's where I'll be doing most of my streaming, but as I do, I'll get some of more of that stuff figured out and working. Wow. That was very pretty. Whoever it is that's like flying backwards in this asteroid field in space is not making good progress. Just constantly flying in the same place. Currently, it looks like 56% of people are saying this is their first CitizenCon. Drink every time they say immersion. God, I don't want to die. I do think they'll announce a new straight-to-flyable ship today. I do, Center Strain, yeah. Tidy up well. Thank you. Oh, this is nothing. This is like 5 minutes. Nah, man, you should see the jacket. That's the good stuff. 13 minutes, folks. Let's go. 13 minutes. This is like some hype music playing in the background, too. Hope they get their planets to have more canyons and mountains to fly low through. Yeah, I do hope. We got 20 minutes of Planet Tech footage today, guys. I don't know what they're going to show, but I do hope that they give us a good look at some of the stuff they're doing with the new height maps, the canyons, the geological features that they've shown, the rock arches, that kind of stuff. We need an update on that. We need to understand where that is, I think. Turn off the chat so you could see the video bigger. Sure. This isn't how it's going to be. Don't worry. This is, once the stream starts, we're going to be doing this. So you'll be able to see all the stream. And then if there's anything important on the screen, it'll look like this. So don't worry. It'll be fine. I'll make sure that it's the stream isn't, or the chat isn't taking up too much space. Is there anything special related to CitizenCon going on in the PU? Not that I know of, but let's drop into the watch party real quick and say hi to everybody before we get started.
Automatic, so now you can melt any of your ships that were your starter packages that actually have your game package. Oh,
hello everybody.
Which makes sense. Hey, Tomato.
Came in to say hi with everybody.
Greetings, Immortal Red One.
How's it going, everyone? What are we?
I'm not typing anything in your chat anymore. Bot will ban me.
What was that?
I'm not typing in your YouTube chat anymore. Your bot is mean.
I slapped the bot. You should be safe.
Where's the Bloody Mary?
Hey.
Should be a t-shirt, slap the bot.
Potato Minefield is here. I like Potato Minefield. It's a good name. I like potatoes though, so that might be why I'm biased.
Oh, you look Irish.
Sorry? John?
I'm asking you where your Bloody Mary is. We haven't seen you drink yet.
Oh yeah, crap. Yeah, I gotta go get that. I got a vape pen. There's that.
Oh, a jewel. That's nice. Me too.
Stizzy, actually. Sparingly. But it's CitizenCon, man.
Well, you have to smoke sparingly between breaths. You don't want to run out of breath.
Andre, you're good. CitizenCon has not started yet. We got a little while. Well, they're putting up another video here for me.
Is that Mrs. Tomato's vape pen you got here? The color?
Yeah. No. This one's mine. She's got the green one.
Oh, be aware, Tomato.
Hold on a second. CJ and Go, glad you like the content. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you're excited for the show. What's up, Frank? How was your breakup? How you break up your time researching your videos topics, as in percentage, and do you know CIG insiders? I don't know CIG insiders. Okay. Okay, so I wanted to make sure I wasn't interrupting anybody in here. I don't know CIG insiders. I do know people at CIG, but they don't like give me information or anything like that. Some of them just reach out and say hi. Some of them watch my stuff and say they appreciate it, stuff like that. But I don't like get information or anything like that. Percentage-wise, though, when it comes to making my videos, the percentage really changes because for like a tutorial, it won't take that long. Because I'm just doing the motions and then listing out what I do. But let's say, like what's a recent video I've done?
Monthly report.
Okay, yeah. So like a monthly report usually takes me about 4 to 5 hours to write up, because I write that up and then I send it to supporters. Usually within a day or two of it coming out. And then for research, monthly reports take a while because I have to go back and do research and find the videos that refer to the actual things. So that's usually the last couple months of ISCs. But I would say research-wise, like for a video, it's usually like anywhere from 5 to 8 hours for a video like the Planetary video that just came up.
By the way, somebody wanted to ask you about monetization.
No.
This is different.
Can't wait for the day that they bring
Star
out a
Citizen anime.
I would not have expected to see this. This is a lot of effort. Good for them. That was effort.
Is anyone watching the stream right now for Star
Yeah.
Citizen?
But
Yeah,
it doesn't
watching
have the
Twitch live.
30K in there.
Excited to see the pre-recorded demo crash somehow.
They wouldn't have put it up if it had a 30K.
It's tradition.
Pretty exciting show that I'm watching.
Expected that one.
Would you ever perform radio voice cast or voice work over for SC? If they asked, I might, yeah. What did you say? Somebody wanted to ask about what?
Never mind, I'll ask you private.
Okay. I will be right back, guys, because we're about 6 minutes out. Let me just go get some final preparations done, aka I'm gonna grab a drink. And I will be right back. Let me just put this. Make sure to put this up for you guys so you can like watch, laugh at chat and stuff. Give me like 2 minutes, everybody.
Are we still live on stream?
It is, but
Yeah, slight delay, but yes.
Hi everyone. Chat.
Yes, I am. Hello, everybody.
Pipe. Greetings and salutations.
Too many cast reviews on your ship or something.
On the MSR.
Somebody posted the aqua.
Targus, where you watching it? Are you in game?
I thought they were supposed to be.
Oh, this is a core.
Yeah, these are still like videos.
Yeah, it'll be sprinkled through the entire event. You'll see these. These are not official VIG videos.
Yeah.
There's 40 from last I checked. There's 47 of these throughout the entire event. They're 45-second videos. This was just from another.
This is an itinerary.
This was from an event that I went to last night. That was like affiliated with CIG. Yeah, Bar Citizen. That's right. Yeah. Bar Citizen. They talked about it just a little bit yesterday. That's right. Oh, it was great. It was fun. If we're live on right now, I encourage everybody to get involved with Bar Citizen. It's a blast.
Okay. All right. So everybody in the... Oop. I'm just playing this straight over the video. Sorry about that, guys. Clashing noise sources there. For everybody in the chat, guys, I will probably hop in here during some dead time. Hop in, chat with you guys, see what's up, get some opinions, but I'll be up above in the next room most of the time. And we might just drag people up there for a little bit of talking back and forth. But for the most part, I'll just be up there during the stream. So feel free if you guys have anything you wanted to discuss or something in the dead time, hop into the YouTube chat, let me know that we've got a consensus or something, and I can come on down.
Cool.
All right, thank you. Thanks for doing this.
Fun.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you guys for being here. It's awesome. There's a lot of people here.
Dude, have fun.
Yeah, you guys have fun too. See you. Enjoy the show.
All right.
Okay, so we'll be sitting here in this room for most of the time. How you guys doing in chat? You guys pumped? I am bubbling. I've never been this excited for a CitizenCon. It's funny. I've been very into these before. You guys can't even see me. I've been very into these. I was into CitizenCon 2018 and 2019. It's like really into those two. 2017 kind of. I mean, like there was the Gamescom stuff, but like 2018, 2019, I was really into it, but not like this. I am like, I can feel it. It's because the game's in a different place right now. This event means something different now than it did before. This is going, I think, to be, at least I think this should be a different vibe. We'll see if they do it. We've only played the game for a few hours and I love it already. I'm waiting for the wipe to happen before really jumping in. Will, if you ever want to jump in and get into one of my new players experience videos, I'd love to have you. They're a ton of fun and people love to see them. It's like a really good way to experience the game and show people what it's like for newcomers again. So feel free. Anybody and everybody can join the Discord server.
Hello, Gemini. Looks like you could use a little help.
Sorry, I'm not going to talk over this. So if you guys would like, you can join the Discord server. You can game there. We play a lot of different games there, but you can also just chat there. You can get in there for any of the events like what we're doing today and stuff like that. Turn up the volume a little bit on the stream. It was all the way up. Let me boost it on this end for you. See if that helps. If it doesn't, let me know and I will I guess maybe dip into the sound settings. Yeah, it looks like Google Chrome is all the way up. It should be loud enough. Maybe they just didn't mix their volume well. All right, guys, let's get
Hello,
started.
Everyone. So welcome to Digital CitizenCon 2951. So it's really, really good to be back in front of the camera and talking to all of you out there. I wish it was in person. As you know, we have been doing CitizenCons for a long time, and last year was the last year we didn't do it because of the pandemic. And we didn't want to go another year without having a CitizenCon, but we felt like this year it was a bit too close to get back to do it in person with all the issues with travel, and we're doing it virtually and digital this year. And I'm hoping next year we'll get to do it in person. So it's been very challenging for all of us. There's about 720 of us have all been working from home. But you know, a silver lining to that cloud, which is a lot more of you have had more time to play Star Citizen and give us feedback and get engaged. I mean, we, compared to where we were in the last time we had a physical CitizenCon in 2019, the number of daily players that we have in Star Citizen is on average 2 to 3 times more than we had back in 2019, which is fantastic. 2020 was a big year of expansion for us. 21 is also been incredibly great, and we're hoping with some of the features that we're working on, like server meshing, we're working on a bunch of optimizations, quality of life, and maturing some of the gameplay loops that you're starting to see happen. I mean, we've got some stuff coming up like Death of a Spaceman, where the first part of it, the medical gameplay, is going to be there, and also the beginning of physical inventory with the personal inventory. It's not fully finished yet. Those are two major game changers that are coming very shortly. In fact, they're coming with 3.15, and there's a lot of other things that are just beyond that. And we're going to continue that momentum, and more and more people will be discovering Star Citizen, and more you will be spending more hours playing it and having fun, giving us great feedback, and we're inevitably inching towards the finish line of having something that we can say, yep, this is the definitive experience for you guys. And so I'm really excited by that. But let's get back to today. And today is about Digital CitizenCon, and we've got some really great stuff to show you. The first of that is going to be led off by Todd Pappy with Ian Leland and David Haddock. And I don't want to spoil it. There's some really great stuff. It's going to use a combination of some features that are coming very soon and some features and content that is a little further down the road.
No.
But it's going to give you a taste of life to come in the Star Citizen universe. So without further ado, let me pass it to them.
I don't want stuff from the... Better not be too far down. Sound is good though. It's good to hear. Guys, I'm gonna mute this for you because this might get me in trouble with YouTube, so you should be playing this on your end just for the next couple of minutes until this trailer is over. All right, I think we're good.
Hi, I'm Todd Pappy, Star Citizen Live Game Director.
Hi, I'm Ian. I'm the art director for Star Citizen.
Let's go.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm the narrative director at Star Citizen. So finally, we're saying goodbye to Stanton. It's quite precious to us. We've been talking about it. We've been looking at it. We've been living there for quite a long time. Now it's time to, move the conversation on, start to look at something new. Now it's changed slightly, the jump point side, is from what we saw a little while ago. One of the things that was quite important for Chris is he wanted that feeling of something that was quite wondrous, something that was quite amazing. It's not dark, it's not mysterious, it's not hostile, but it's more, like I said, wondrous.
So when we started looking at Pyro, and we had to start looking at how the jump points work when we're traveling from Stanton to Pyro or Pyro to Stanton, and thinking about border security, the infrastructure that's needed there. What's the lore? Just because on one side it's very lawless versus the other side is dealing with the UEE. So we needed to go through and really think about how this was working, and then also with the jump points, how smugglers would work with the secondary and tertiary routes that would lead into the main jump point and then funnel out.
Yeah, we kind of call it, internally, we kind of call it the Swiss cheese approach of the, there's sort of the main entrance that you would go through on Stanton, which would be the sort of guarded, have the infrastructure that you had mentioned, the security and stuff like that, but the possibility that there would be alternate ways to kind of get in to bypass that, so which would be beneficial knowledge for smugglers or criminals who are trying to get in under the radar. And also it was if there's a lot of infrastructure around it, it sort of created this impression that that infrastructure was responsible for the jump point. In reality, it's a naturally occurring thing. An interesting balance of make it seem like this is a checkpoint, but at the same time it's something that the ships are creating, not the structures.
So before we go too much further into the Pyro system, let's take a deep dive into the op process with Jake Dunlap, and he's going to be taking us through the authoring process for the Stanton and Pyro jump points.
Bringing jump points to the verse has been an interesting journey as we've been designing a new element in our game. We've put a lot of time into creating 2 solid examples of different types of jump points you'll eventually see all around the verse, one in Stanton and one in Pyro. We've been continuing to use Houdini as the tool to create these gas clouds. The setup we have for them is a parent gas cloud and a child gas cloud. The parent is mainly used as an establishing shot when you arrive in your ship from quantum travel, while the child is used as the main gameplay environment and is placed inside the parent. The child also has a reasonable scale, which keeps your average ship speed in mind. These things aren't nearly the size of real nebula, if you're curious. But by no means are the jump points small. Here's an example of a Pyro jump point next to Microtech. To explain the process a bit more, we create the parent at a large scale, then cut out a small box in the center of it. Inside the small box, we'll gather the volume data from the parent, up-res that, and then add details. The details will be different depending on what type of gas cloud you want, and if you want to easily fly through it or not. We usually spend time investigating different designs for the gas clouds, but with the Stanton jump point, the work had already been started and used in the 2019 Citizencon demo. We just had to go through, clean up the Houdini file and get it game ready, with a couple of extra tweaks along the way. Some of the tweaks we made to the parent were making it feel like more of a structurally sound rotating disk. This was to make it feel like a safe and well-used jump point. The child gas cloud here was changed more dramatically. It used to have a bunch of dark clouds around it. We felt that it was feeling a little bit too closed in, so we spent time morphing the magnetic lines in the center to create a really interesting horizontal, flowing, relaxing composition to visually show you that Stanton itself is generally a safe place at first glance. The parent gas cloud for Pyro was created with the same process as the Stanton parent, but we changed the shape of the cloud into something more menacing and violent. We wanted the reveal of Pyro to be a clear warning of what you should be expecting throughout the entire system, so we made it very closed in, dense, and very active. We did make it a small challenge to traverse the child, something that won't take too long but should be something to consider when traveling through. Something that helped really quickly create a fun traversal route was creating a white box play area in engine out of solid geometry and flying around it right away.
God, this looks like the place of nightmares.
After we were happy with the route, we exported the geometry to use in Houdini, where we converted it to a volume and combined it with the up-resed area of the parent to export that out as the child cloud. We wanted to make sure that these systems feel very different from each other. Some ways in which we did this was by the shape of the jump points. As I had mentioned before, Stanton feels very clean, put together, and generally safe with the disc-like form that it has, but Pyro feels like it's more violent, distressed, and this shows in its form. The comparison is shown well in both of the child clouds. In the Stanton child cloud, we have nice long strands of the magnetic waves that encapsulate the jump point that feel harmonious, beautiful, and free. Whereas in the Pyro cloud, it shows almost the opposite. The walls feel like they're closing in on you, moving in unpredictable ways, completely unstable. Your ship could enter into a wall and disappear within a second. Lighting also plays a big role in how we feel about these spaces. You can see these are dramatically different areas in the mood and tone, and lighting is the key to that. So that's a brief look at jump points. They've evolved quite a bit since last time you saw them. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thanks, Jake. So one of the things that players will first probably come across when they come into the Pyro system is the space station. You know, it was discovered a long time ago. It was sort of deemed uninhabitable because it was just too dangerous with that variable flare star going on. So they kind of utilized the system for resources, and then when they kind of tapped out, they just sort of left, and that's when all the sort of squatters came in. So there's sort of older infrastructure built to sustain kind of the mining activities and the gas harvesting and stuff like that, but you know, they just basically left, and then other populations started to slowly move into the system, criminals, squatters, survivors, and whatever, and start to kind of take over what was left behind.
Which gives us some unique gameplay comparatively to Stanton and the space stations there. So with Pyro, since they're in such disrepair, some of them are inhabited, some of them are completely abandoned, and then so players can go and explore, they can go and see what's happened there, whether it's been hit by an asteroid, or if it's there was some sort of conflict there before. But you'll be able to go and explore the different decks and be able to go and meet new people, meet the frontier lifestyle, enjoy it.
Okay, so before we go to the inside of the stations, we're going to jump now to Eric, and he's going to go in a bit more detail, the concept development process taken when looking at the exteriors.
Hi, I'm Eric Gagnon, Principal Concept Artist on Star Citizen. The goal of that initial step of sketch development is to create something not invited. Dangerous, damaged by asteroids, and surrounded by floating debris. Hiding place for outlaw, looks old, decrepit.
Bear with me here.
Lawless.
Sorry.
No security force
Sorry.
here. Approach at your own risk. Industrial look, messy, but not abandoned. Some parts are wrecked, but under repair and raw looking. I like to use the black and white sketches to start. It allows us to go very quickly and focus on the shape only. We then try to play with a touch of color to define more of the commercial port platform. We try different schemes to remind us of the whole look with a rusty vibe and brown tones. Adding a touch of light and some context around the sketch allows to see the scale of things and properly view the silhouette. We expand on the idea to play with the mechanism and functionality. This is the color sketches of the asteroid Hunter Harpoon and the different angles. In this sketch, we can clearly feel the arrival of the asteroids and the dismantling or destruction zone. We also need some top angles to properly showcase the size and scale of it. With all those elements in place, we can now build a nice plate of the entire concept for the asteroids Harpoon with all the pieces together. The Shantytown module habitation is a nice idea to add a kind of small city on the outskirts of the space station. So here I sketched those shapes to create something very modular. From the grayscale, it's pretty easy to do a color pass. I played with a color palette that reflects the vibe of Shantytown. In this sketch, here we can easily see how cool the area is going to be. Another angle shot here is pretty nice too. Playing with warm and cold color contrast is interesting. All those different angles help define and expose the different elements of the concept to properly illustrate it. Now we have a nice board of this sketch phase. We apply the same process here for the commercial port platform. The black and white sketches are a good way to go. In this image, we see the silhouette shape sketches for the front of the port platform structure. A quick side view plan here is necessary to well build this design. We fill the form and the ratio and the size of what we want to achieve. And of course, we create a color sketch to see what it could be. We see the industrial look and some potential details to better define and deep dive into. For those, we have a deeper design exploration of this industrial area. Pipes, tanks, angular shapes, and a color touch. Combining 2D and 3D sketches really help properly communicate the design intent. It's a common technique now, but it's really efficient to highlight areas of the concept. Using 3D is also very useful for level designers to validate the size and shape of things when creating the environment in-game. Let's talk about the big repair machinery ID. This machine could be used to repair surfaces damaged by asteroids, inspired from the heavy machinery that we see in mining. Nice to see the overall add-on IDs brought together on a single board. It gives a great look and makes you want to see the next design step. The mood looks. We also create a mood board from our different shots. This shows how lighting is used to set the tone of the environment by giving different options and color palettes. Finally, we provide some options for paint of the exterior surfaces. We work from a list of brands and factions that we need to incorporate to the design. We started from the narrative things, worked to build the visual identity of the different brands, exploring different ways to represent them in the environment, stickers, flat surfaces, graffiti, or official paint job. This really brings the sketches alive and set in the universe of Star Citizen. The Outlaw Station are a staple of the Pyro system, and we hope this first exterior concept phase excites you as much as we had fun to create it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Looks great.
That's the exterior. So right now we're going to go from the outside and we're going to jump to the interior.
Oh, my camera's gone. I'm amazed that they're actually putting so much effort into differentiating these stations.
One of the core concepts that was discussing as a group was the idea of power and the idea of heat. Now, we've got like this big interior layout of this, maybe this old mining station. How would they have adapted the space? You know, they would have, like, okay, we need power here. Okay, that will create heat. So we started thinking about, okay, where would the heat lamps be? And then where would light come from? So just the principal concept of power, creating heat, creating light, that was pretty much the core of the start of the visual development process.
So when we started talking about it from a design side, we needed to make sure that we were covering certain shops, just basic needs for the player. Everything's bare bones. It could be that it used to be a clothing store, now it's a food shop, and so they've converted it. The gangs moved in. You know, it's not what it used to be, and but you see that old skeleton there.
One of the things that definitely we've been talking about with Pyro that we didn't really get to see in Stanton is the idea of the sort of the gang presence. So, you know, that idea that they're the sort of local law in the area. So, you know, you might see gang members coming and shaking down some of these shopkeepers for protection money or rent, you know, type thing.
Or even shaking down the player.
Yeah, which would be very fun. not for me, but.
So when we started to explore some of the side areas, there were other factors that we had to cover. Habitation, clinics, you know, players need a place to sleep, to log out, as well as players need a way to get themselves healed. And then we started taking the same treatment or similar treatment that we were doing with the main market area, and started to take it into the hubs and how they were possibly repurposed, or the clinics and how those were possibly repurposed. So, and just make sure that everything felt cohesive in its raw, natural form. In the way that we have the station structured, we haven't let players go into like living quarters of where the people that lived at the station would be, or even into the lower decks where the power, where the gravity generators are. And this is where we're going to start introducing these areas, and it opens up new opportunities for the players to go explore and do new things. But it's also areas that the gang might want to protect.
Yeah, it offers a lot of possibilities for mission content, you know, whether it's actually maybe working for the gang itself, or other kind of little small things you could do inside there to really kind of, drive you deep into the bowels of this thing. Okay, so that's a little look at the insides of the stations, but now we'll jump to Christian, and Christian's going to take us on a little bit of a deeper dive into the concept development process of the inside of the stations.
The insides, where the missions are going to take place. Oh,
Hi, my name is Christian Doratz. I'm a senior concept artist on the environment team, and we're going to look at the concept development for the space station a little bit. So first off, we looked at the heat map. So there is a lot of what I said, the electricity is gone, the heating is gone, and the breathable air, the oxygen is gone. So there's pretty much all of those connected areas. They are lifeless in a way, right? So you wouldn't settle down somewhere in between those empty corridors. We were trying to sort our thoughts and get them on paper, right? So we were exploring different ideas that we on the concept team had in mind. So we were thinking about pathways that the player and the NPC could take. So what would happen? We were thinking about what would happen if all of a sudden one pathway is blocked off, or another one will open up, right? So we were thinking about verticality and how the players or the NPCs can traverse all of those interesting areas that are, in the end, pretty ominous, right? So think about, there are some people just screwing off side panels on the wall, or they are screwing off ceiling panels, and you would see all of the maintenance areas behind it. So we'd see a lot of struts, a lot of working areas. There's cables hanging. So those were the very first sketches where we could see what those eventually could evolve into. And we also started then slowly with some loose 3D sketches. So getting everything into 3D, and it's pretty much evolved over time, where we could talk to the environment guys, and we were asking for some of the current rest stops geo and some of the textures, and then getting them into 3D. And we were just changing up all of the props, all of the side panels, or all of the whole the environment. So we could, looking back at the references, then convey this feeling. We could introduce more dirt, we could introduce some damaged panels, side panels, and pretty much explore this side area, right? And the big advantage of this is that we can...
Oh my God, look at the bottom left.
Yeah, make the environment how we like. So one thing that we did is like kill all the lights because we don't need lighting. We want to create our own lighting. And this is what I said earlier. The current rest stops are super bright. They're family friendly. But now we want to make it ominous. We want to make it dark mood. We want to make it super dark, with the players like always feeling kind of in danger, and especially with the gang members in mind, right? So this would allow us to create one of the very early, or one of the earlier 3D explorations, which then lead to one of the final concept arts, or the final implementation of this. So when we were at the point where we were kind of okay, or where we thought like, okay, this is an environment that we want to see, then we took care about the last 20%. So the last 20% in this case means having a final render and painting over. So we were just painting over in Photoshop and doing some more refinements for the mood and the lighting. We were painting in some of the decaling and some of the graffitis, because it is ultimately easier to do all these things in 2D than in 3D, and caring about the materials. So we were able to just refine the final concept in this regard. And this wasn't a straight straight process from A to B. It was an iterating process. So in between, if you're looking at some of the other concepts, for example, the barriers, we were at one point thinking about what would happen if we introduce barriers that the gang members then would set up on one point. So what does that mean for you as a player? What is the player doing, or what is the player doing at this point? So will he encounter these gang members? Will he try to find a way around? Is he going to use some of the ladders or the underground vents, for example? So we were changing the concepts here and there, more or less. And this leads to, in the end, having a nice variety of concepts or different types of concepts that we then could cherry pick the best parts of it, or in other teams, the environment team, the design team could cherry pick the best ideas from those concepts. And this was pretty much a rundown of the concept development for the Pyro space station's interior.
Thanks, Christiana. That looked appropriately scummy.
Oh,
So we've been talking a lot about the insides of the stations, we've been looking at a lot of the concept art, but now we can jump to Josh, and Josh is going to talk about one of my favorite parts of the process, and it's when we take some concepts and we start to do some ideation, some visual development in the engine.
Hi, my name is Josh Van Zulen. I'm the principal environment artist here at Cloud Imperium Games. Today, we're going to be going through the Pyro space station's visual target and pre-production sort of things that we're going to be doing for these rundown / outlaw space stations. So what I have here right in front of me now is obviously the food court from our Stanton space stations. We've just dragged the wear up on all of them. So now we're getting all of this really nice grime on all of these surfaces, right? So if I turn off my working lights, which hopefully are gonna, produce that mood that we're after. So I'll turn on that right now. So a number of things have happened right in front of us, right? You can instantly see we've got lots of heavy fog coming in. Don't pay too much attention to the particles now. I'll go into them a little bit later. We've got some light panels up here shooting through the rafters, and we've got another one over here as well, right? So we're gonna do a quick little thing here. It's adding in some cables, right? And now this is really important, not only to achieve the art direction, but it gives us a really nice level of parallax within the scene, right? We have a couple of design constraints within this space as well. One of those being we have a gang and then a general civilian population, right? Now, one of the things that we wanted to do in terms of that design in this particular space was separate it out in like a kind of class type system, right? So we're going to start to explore some of the requirements of that. One of that being that, like I mentioned before, you can't get up here unless you're in favor with the gang. So we need to put in the instruments that are going to help portray that, and that is a checkpoint, right? So, and just a side note, all of this stuff is super work in progress and nothing is final. So don't read too much into it. So from here, we're missing a few bits and pieces, right? But one of the ways that we're gonna solve that is with graffiti. All right, so I'm gonna turn on those decals now. And you can start to see that the walls here are starting to disappear a little bit. It's a very subtle effect in this particular area, but you'll start to see how much more it comes through in others, right? So moving on from here, we need to start putting the stuff in the environment. So bear with me for a sec when I turn this on. All right, so we've got here is a lot of stalls, right? We really want to get that cramp vibe in, like that was kind of similar in the concept, and start seeing how far we can push the limitations of what we can do in the engine, but also what we can do with our technical systems as well, right? One of the things that was immediately apparent to us is that AI is really tricky to deal with when in tight and enclosed spaces, right? So we need to look at areas like this here and this here to make sure that it's wide enough that a few AI can pass each other or a player and not, look completely gross, right? Now, I mentioned lighting before. So I'm gonna turn off the working lights that we've got so far, and you'll start to see what I mean. So we've got a whole bunch of stalls here at the moment. The entire scene is being lit by the stalls itself. Now this has already come a long way, and the stalls themselves have had a bit of a lighting pass, so this is already starting to look quite nice, but we're not getting, that thickness that we were getting up on the top level, right? We're not getting that little bit of life to a certain extent. And we're also getting these areas here where they just fall completely into darkness, which is not fun. So obviously, like I said before, we'd be doing lighting as we go through this process, but just to see how much of an impact that pass can do on an environment like this, we'll just turn it on for you. So you start to instantly see we've now got a lot more thickness within the environment. And if I just double check just to make sure that our lights are generating correctly, cool. So we're getting a lot more voluminous lighting now. We're getting all of these heaters coming in now, the heat shimmering off them. We've got these little portable ones lighting up the place. We've got some ones that are hanging from the roof, ones that are over in the corners and stuff like this, right? So we're starting to get a lot more mood in this. This is starting to feel really nice now. Now, what I was mentioning in terms of the rain, right? So yes, we're talking about the rain now. Why is there rain inside, right? So this is generally a really cold station. And when people are in this area that's in the center, because there's so much stuff happening here, it's starting to get warmer, right? You've got the heaters here, you've got the gang that is kind of maintaining a lot of this stuff and producing a lot of the heat themselves. Everyone, this is prime real estate for where everyone wants to be, right? So what happens when you have this many people cooking food in this one small area, you know, breathing hot air, that sort of thing, it all starts to rise in this environment, and it starts to get that massive cavern, right, that we've got up here, all the way up to the roof there. As it goes up, it starts to cool down, right? And we start to get precipitation inside, where it starts to rain. And even in many instances, we start to get a little bit of ice coming through as well. So that means once it's all fallen down here, it's actually quite wet and damp. It's still cold and a little bit warm around heaters, but it's generally quite damp because of that weird kind of event. Now, the rain as it currently sits is just a placeholder asset that we're borrowing from Squadron, and that will have to obviously be remade to suit the amount of rain that we want to have within this environment, which won't be, you know, crazy, but it serves as a proof of concept for what we're trying to achieve, right? So that is pretty much Pyro Stations. I hope you really enjoyed seeing the breakdown that we've done here today, learning a little bit about the process of going in and doing a visual target, and you know, just a little bit more of that earlier process and problem solving that we go through. So yeah, I hope you really enjoyed the rest of CitizenCon here today, and I'll catch you later.
Cool, thanks Josh. That was looking really good. All right, so as we continue our process of exploring the Pyro system, now I think it'd be good to look a little bit at the planets and moons that populate the system. Now, one of the things we thought would be interesting to talk about is how do we design a system from the ground up? As with all of this, we always start from narrative, you know, before we put any pen to paper or we have any discussions about player experience. We always start from, you know, the world that, you know, Dave and others have kind of built.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and again, it's also the thing of, you know, the Pyro, I think, was first initially conceived very early on in the process, but once we finally are tackling it from a realistic, practical, how we're going to build this, what is each planet going to look like, you know, it's important, you know, to ask more questions about, to flesh it out more, because we kept it intentionally kind of vague, because we want the art team to, you guys to do what you do and the designers to do what they do.
So when we started that exploration process, we knew we had like a ballpark that we needed to stay in. So we literally thought, okay, how do we design a system? And fundamentally, it kind of comes into maybe 3 key areas. So because we're a space game, the establishing shot of that planet is very, very important, because it describes everything from, you know, continent breakup, fundamental palette. So right from the get-go, we started to sketch in ideas of what the key establishing shots were going to be like. And then from there, then we jump into key art. So key art is basically on the surface, what is the mood, what's the tone that we're expecting to see. And as you're saying, like the first one we wanted to tackle was Pyro 1, because, you know, David described this wonderful picture, and it was already clear in our minds about what it wanted to look like. So we hit that first, and, you know, we wanted something hostile, we wanted something hazardous. Also, as part of this process is We knew our current tech limitations, but we also knew what we wanted to do in terms of our future tech, future planet tech, weather, so we kind of went crazy with ideas as we was exploring. So we went through the various planets, did some key art, and again, put them up on the board, and just to validate, we are keeping within that palette, but we're getting that diversity. We're getting that diversity of color, hue, value structure, silhouettes, composition, because even within something like Stanton, there's variety. That was very important for me and the team, where you want to feel like you're on a space opera. You can travel around, but now we're going to a completely other system. So we continued that ideation process there. So we had the establishing shots, we had some key art, and then from there is we create what we call breakout packs. This is where, when we're talking through with design about, what are the interactables that the player maybe will come across? What are the minables? What are the harvestables? And then from there, we start to build out literal breakouts or almost asset packs that will go to the team. Now from there, we did a first pass exploration. And what we did is we put it all together on a single board for Chris to have almost like a commander's view of a new system. We showed it to yourself, Dave, we showed it to Chris, we showed it to Todd, and right, on one sheet, you've got the establishing shots, you've got the key art, you've got the breakout. And for me, personally, that's how I like to work. I like to see that, like I said, a commander's view of an entire system. And then from there, you can kind of tweak, adjust, and mold things into what play experience we want to put forward. So that was a snapshot of the visual exploration process we use when designing a system from the ground up. Now we can take a break from us talking and go to an art video, a sizzle video created by the art team. And what this will show is, it will show a kaleidoscope of planets and moons from Pyro, and it will also showcase some of the latest and greatest art techniques and processes and tools that the art team have.
All right, this should be an engine. This should be an engine. This better be an engine. Well, and it's an engine, I guess. I'm seeing volumetric clouds, geological features they were showing off last year, updated height maps. There's your ship wakes. This is an engine. There's definitely pop-in, so this is actual assets, I think. Yeah, these look like in-game assets. Rock features. That's what they've been showing off. There's this stuff's definitely prettied up. But
awesome. I'm fully in love with Pyro, and hopefully from seeing that video, hopefully you guys are too. So as a continuation, now we can jump to Sebastian, and Sebastian will talk to you a little bit more about the cloud authoring process and some of our latest cloud tech. Then we can jump to Maximilian. Maximilian will talk a little bit about geology creation, how we create that type of biome. And then lastly, we can go to Özlem, and Özlem will go into a lot more detail about how we take some of the concept art that we've been showing of the botanicals and how we interpret that to in-game artwork.
I do hope that they do show gameplay in Pyro though. Manuel, I don't know why you don't think that was an engine,
Hi,
but there was
my
clear
name is
pop-in,
Sebastian, and I'm a principal environment artist on the
only
Planet
happens in
content team.
engine.
I'll be talking a bit about the data that's defining the visuals of the volumetric clouds and how we create it. Crusader was our first astronomical object that made use of the volumetric cloud tech that's being built by Carsten Wenzel and others. While working on Crusader, we learned a lot on what kind of data gives us which results and what is better to be avoided. With the tech being new, we also needed all new workflows for it. We are currently building more tools for producing the data, so we expect to get better, more complex results in less time in the future. We are evaluating everything from a very manual process that involves painting every pixel to a fully procedural one with little to no artist input, and we will probably end up somewhere between the two. This essentially means that what you are about to see is very likely subject to change. Due to the way the shader works, we can either throw random data at it and hope for happy accidents, or we can be very specific with the data and what kind of cloud formations come out of it in certain areas of the planet. For most use cases, there are two types of textures that need to be created. The first of which is the global property map, which determines what type of cloud is being used at any point on the planet's surface. It is also used for controlling the color placement of non-water-based clouds, but I'll get to that later. The other map is for defining the types of clouds and is named accordingly. The cloud type map allows us to control the cloud density and the impact of the two separately tiling 3D noises, which add detail and definition to what would otherwise be fairly low resolution shapes. The way the two textures interact is maybe best compared to forming a vase out of clay on a pottery wheel, and that's kind of what we're going to do now. In this video, we are revolving half the silhouette of a vase around a circular pattern, which gives us a vase-like shape in 3D space. The big difference to a pottery wheel though is that we can not only feed it data in the shape of a circle, but ultimately whatever shape we want. With the density channel, we can control how thick the clouds appear. White pixels represent very dense clouds, black pixels produce no clouds at all, and then we also have everything in between. There's always a tiny bit of impact from the tiling noises, which you can see to have an effect on the lower density regions. The shaping noise and its control texture are the most impactful in terms of turning a nicely shaded volume into something we can clearly identify as clouds. How much it gets to affect the shape of the clouds depends on the brightness in the corresponding channel of the cloud type map. By combining density and shaping noise, we can model everything from dense clouds to soft, more ethereal shapes, and everything in between. The last of the cloud type map channels controls the erosion noise. It is lower resolution than the shaping noise, since its main purpose is to add an extra layer of small detail. We usually just add it everywhere, unless we specifically want soft clouds with less definition. Black values add details in the way the tiling noise is authored, while white values invert the noise, and medium gray values mean that the noise has no impact. Maybe you can already get a feeling for the complexity of the system and how every pixel in every channel can have a dramatic effect on the end result. Another thing we can change are the tiling 3D noises themselves. By default, a cauliflower-like noise is used for the shaping to model those fluffy sheep-like cumulus clouds. But by changing it to a different 3D noise, we can produce some more abstract cloud shapes that wouldn't normally occur on Earth. This is an area, in combination with different global data, we keep investigating to produce more alien cloud formations in the future. We've been advancing this approach with Pyro 5, another gas giant, which brings me to the other use of the global property map. It has a second channel, which, in combination with a color gradient, is used to control the global color of the clouds for not so physically correct coloring of the gas giants. We sometimes have to restrain ourselves to not make brightly colored balls of cotton candy. There are a lot more settings that allow us to tweak everything from how the clouds are shaded and shadowed, over the global impact and frequency of the detail noises, to parameters that drastically change what results the textures I've shown you today produce. You'll have to bear with us as we'll figure out if there's a best combination of settings and how those might change once all the features that are still planned eventually get added. By now you've probably seen a fair amount of volumetric clouds as part of this year's CitizenCon, and are quite likely to see a bunch more. Because of that, and since I'm still an artist at heart, I leave you with this bad drawing of a cat instead of more epic cloudscapes. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Max and I'm a senior environment artist at CIG. I am part of the Planet team where my focus is on planet and asset creation. I want to give you some insight into how we transform simple terrain shapes to a final biome, plus a little preview of what you can expect in the future. When creating a new biome, we start by assigning ground textures to the terrain geometry. For this research and development desert biome, we chose a selection of different types of sand and soil. For additional depth and detail, we have the option to use displacement mapping. The next step is adding our first layer of ground cover assets. In our game, ground cover is any low-cost asset up to knee height, which does not require collision and allows us to use a lot of these assets to create a nice level of density. Here we use a mix of gravel, patches of moss, and dry grass. After that, we add slightly bigger assets in the form of clusters of desert bushes to give context to the smaller assets and add variety. We finish the object scattering pass by adding individual larger rocks and arrangements of small rocks, which give the player a better understanding of how far away something is when walking, driving, or flying over a planet. For performance reasons, we use a range of settings like randomized rotation and scale values to get as much variety as possible out of the number of assets we created, to mimic a level of complexity that feels organic and comparable to what you find on Earth. Something that we have been missing on our current planets and moons are massive rock formations due to tech limitations. Some of these limitations have since been solved. For example, we are now able to render assets much further. Because of that, we recently kicked off a research and development phase during the production of the Pyro system to find workflows for the creation and distribution of cliffs. Full disclosure though, this is early in development and heavily work in progress, but we still wanted to give you a little glimpse of what to expect in the future. The challenge for us will be to figure out how we can make these assets look as good as possible from all angles. If a player walks up to them on foot, they must look just as good as when a player decides to land his ship on the highest point of a cliff. But we are excited to add an even more epic level of scale to our game. That's it for me. Thank you for watching and enjoy the rest of CitizenCon.
Hello, my name is Özlem and I'm part of the Organics team. Today I want to talk a bit about how we build the different biomes on Pyro 3. Pyro 3 is a planet with very distinct biomes. For example, we got the yellow moss biome that is a strong contrast to the dark volcanic regions. We have some icy areas, boulder fields, acidic fields, different coastlines, and a lot more. When working on a biome, the first thing we do is to have a look at the concept art. We do an asset breakdown for all the elements we need to recreate the scene. By doing so, we get more information about what kinds of rocks and vegetation assets we need, the proportions of the assets in relation to the character, the distribution and frequency of those assets on the planet, but also the amount of coverage per biome on the planet. We can also get information about the color palette, the terrain colors, and what to scatter on the coastlines. The last thing we can see from the concepts is the asset and ground materials. We also try to reduce the amount of the asset packs because of performance and time constraints. Instead of doing 50 unique rocks, we can achieve the same result by using just 3 with our procedural scattering system, since the assets will be scaled and rotated randomly. After figuring out all the necessary elements, we start with the whiteboxing phase. This means doing a very quick mock-up of the scene by using very simple assets. The white boxes should just represent the shape and color of the final object. We do that to see if the asset breakdown we did beforehand is working in the 3D space as well. At this stage of the process, we can still change the whole look of the scene if we don't like the outcome yet. We can say, let's make the rocks 5 times bigger, or blue instead of red, and so on. Or we realize we need to do some research on a specific asset to solve it visually, which was the case for the moss, for example. When doing R&D on the moss, we were trying different shapes and sizes, and we also had to figure out how to do the moss strands that are covering the whole mesh. To make the workflow for the moss strands a bit easier, we used Houdini to procedurally scatter them. Otherwise, it would have been too time-consuming to place every single moss strand by hand, since there are several thousands of them. After figuring out how to do the moss strand, we still didn't like the overall shape of the moss, as it was a bit too blobby and yellow. We wanted something that looked a bit more natural and integrates better into the terrain, so we created some rocks with a moss blend on top instead. We broke up the moss shape even further because it looked a little bit too molten, and we added different kinds of moss strands to get a little bit more variety. In the end, all these things got us to a result that we were satisfied with. The usual approach to setting up a biome is to start with the largest elements first and work your way to the smallest one. If we take the moss preset as an example, we would start by adding the largest elements first, then adding some smaller moss patches around it to create a nice fall off. We continued with adding some flatter grass to make it sit nicer on the terrain. But then we realized we needed something bigger to bring the elements closer together, so we decided to add some high grass as well. The final steps are adding some ground cover like small rocks or tiny moss. As you can see, while building a biome, we need to do several iterations to get the best visuals. Thank you for watching.
Thanks to Seb, Maxi, and Oslam for showing us their work. So when we started looking at Outposts and started really from a ground up on how to make it so that there's more diverse gameplay in there, the player can approach it in multiple different routes, there can be combat encounters, there can be social encounters. So we needed to kind of rebuild and rethink the way that we were doing this. We started honing in on what was working, what wasn't working, and then did a lot of adjustments.
Yeah. We've had Outposts in our game for some time. You know, when we started to hear from an art side for what the design requirements are going to be, fundamentally thinking about these as modules, thinking about them as thematic modules and, you know, very specific, then, you know, already like the mind was going of like, okay, we're going to need a kind of like a paradigm shift in terms of how we visually present these. You know, what could these settlements kind of feel like? And, you know, as with everything with Outposts, it's you know, it's a gameplay or it's a location archetype. It's the smallest, probably one of the smallest location archetypes that we have. And then in time that will lead to like, you know, villages and towns and
yeah. Thinking about how we wanted to push this forward, I mean, Chris has always talked about putting Outposts into players' hands. And so we needed to think about how would this expand? How would the players be able to make these homes feel, you know, homes or outposts or even businesses feel unique for the way that they want to play? And then there were even tools that we had to create in order to actually be able to embed these into the ground and make sure that it worked much better than what we did in Stanton, because with those we had to have them kind of on stilts and you know, just the points of contact were very limited for the ground.
Right. If I connect these modules together, how do we get something that doesn't feel like?
Well, and I know that design, we came up, in particular Andreas and Dan came up with a long list of things, you know, okay, well, here's what we'll need in HABs, here's what we'll need, you know, for utilitarian, here's what we'll need for defenses, here's what we'll need for power and some oxygen, life support, so on and so forth. So there was a very long list, and then it's how can we take those and make them feel unified and visually unified together.
Yeah. Fundamentally, the thing that probably got us the most excited is finally we've started to think about these as like unified settlements, you know, base building. So as you can see on some of the concepts, we deliberately presented early exploration shots in this kind of like semi-isometric view to see, you know, how does it feel if I'm laying out my base? How would these modules kind of, you know, tie together? And you know, it kind of got the team excited, and finally we were thinking, all right, these settlements are going to be more than just, you know, like a single outpost, but more like a collection of modules. So just to continue on with the module building and the module creation, we can jump to Christian, and Christian can talk in a bit more detail about the visual development process we did for creating the exteriors of these new outposts.
Go in the engine, you animals. I'm sorry, all respect. I actually love this stuff, but please.
Okay, so we've talked a little bit about the colonialism, and now I'm going to show you a little bit more about the modules. So the very first thing that we did was creating all the primitives and all the primitive shapes into 3D. So as you can see here, we have a lot of variety, right? There's the cubic coming in, there's the cylinder coming in, the spheres coming in. For example, if I take this building over here and I duplicate it and move it around, I could just simply grab some of the other ones and combine them together. And you will see later on that this is one of our archetypes, or one that we pretty much liked, right? So you can see here already there's a lot of variety of entrances, maybe some garages, maybe some smaller entrances for those NPCs or for the players, right? And if I zoom in, all of a sudden you can already see like how they react to the environment or the overall scale, right? So if I pan over here and you see these buildings on the back in the background, so you're always having a first-person standpoint or a first-person view. So we were not only creating those entrances, but also smaller details and very briefly looking into the modules. So what you can see here is the very first concepts for the solar panels, for example, or the top-mounted, the roof-mounted solar panels. In the background, you see some other nice details that we can then just pick and put on our buildings, right? And some of the very last that we did is then pretty much those. So those were one of the archetypes. And you see there are small buildings for housing or housing buildings. There are some building types that are more communal. We have some secondary and tertiary buildings like those radio towers. If you imagine you're a colonist on a planet, right? There are multiple settlements on a planet. How would they communicate with each other? So we have kind of a radio tower, or some of those cooling devices. So if you imagine maybe there's something underground, there's an even bigger facility underground because you're on a very hostile planet environment. So you want to store your very sensitive data underground. And we were looking at those hints of life. Maybe you are a kind of a farmer. So you see already this is the first archetype. This is more cylindrical. There are some storage spaces coming in here and there. So where would you store your oxygen or your water, gases, for example? All of this is just a consideration from our side. Going over to the next one, this is more pyramidical. So we were looking at also again the same materials, or changing up the materials. So now it is again more concrete, and the color palette is changing. There is some of the storage coming in, and going then over to the next one, it is again looking at different materials. There's some storage buildings that are not in one big storage facility, but it's divided into smaller parts. So you have to walk around your settlement and see like, okay, I can put some stuff in here, but if I need something else, then I need to walk over there. And there is some playing around with some more entrances and windows. How do they react to the environment, right? So this was just one of the very many files that we created. So those are mostly buildings, but we have different files for assets and props, and how they would fit inside this main architectural style that we wanted to see more involved, right? So just a very early version of the refinery, for example. But all of this in the end was given us the opportunity to just cherry pick the best ideas that we felt appropriate for this specific colonialism style, right? And where other people were able then to just grab the best parts and then use it in the actual game engine. Yeah, this was pretty much the concept development for the colonialism modules. I hope you have a great time, and wish you all the best for the next panels that are coming up.
Can I have one, please? That'd be dope.
Awesome, thanks, Cristiano. So that pretty much covers the work we've been doing on the exteriors. So now let's jump to the interiors. So we pretty much had to follow that same ideation process that we did for the exterior, but now for the interior. Now, slightly more simple, we knew there was a few key areas that we needed to design. First, it was the social space. You know, this is basically these kind of communal hubs. We knew we wanted like that open kitchen, seating areas, windows, an area where people could kind of hang out and, you know, relax. And then second to that was habitation. You know, we knew these are going to need to be abodes. We knew we needed bathrooms, hab units, but again, nothing in here would be, you know, pre-manufactured. So we wanted actual beds, not racks of beds. So everything about this process was about, you know, creating a design which you would look at and relate to and think, oh, I could see myself living there. I could see someone living there for quite a long period of time. So in habitation, you know, it's soft surfaces, soft shapes, but again, something which felt fairly integrated into the core architecture. In contrast to that, we knew we needed technical spaces. You know, these could be used in the future to be, I don't know, soil processing rooms or anything really within a technical bracket. So this one was quite a tricky one because, again, we needed to describe a feeling of age and you know, a type of historical depth in this. So we tried a few you know, visual cues, like, you know, there's the physical tape deck, you know, the clicky buttons, you know, again, to give you that feeling of like, all right, this isn't necessarily like a modern technology level, you know. And then the last major visual archetype was engineering. So these are the type of spaces that could be a power room or an engine room, or some areas if your armor got beat up, you could, you know, repair your armor in there. Basically, it's a language which will enable us to create a variety of like engineering type spaces. And then once we'd established a spread of visual archetypes, we knew that they were all working well together. We could take that as a format and then start to think more about actual themes that we wanted in these outposts.
Yeah, kind of looking at who would be the people that would be inhabiting it, what are the circumstances that would drive them to be there. And so we sort of came up with, like, I call it the triangle of kind of the edge points of the sort of the independent, the outlaw, and the corporate. And, you know, where the inhabitants would fall somewhere in that spectrum of 3 points. And it's also important to note too, you know, that this stuff would be applicable for the stuff we've done in Stanton. Like if we wanted to add these backwards in Stanton as well, that it wasn't just exclusively Pyro based.
Basically, when we was doing the design process, we pretty much focused on independent. Mainly because that was our baseline. It was very easy to kind of design these and visually design these spaces to, is it like an independent farmer or is it an independent miner? And then with that, we wanted to really create an experience where you walked into one of these outposts and it feels old. It feels relatable, but it doesn't feel recognizable, kind of similar to if you went to like a historic ruin or a historic part that you'd never really been to before.
Or, yeah, somebody's old farm.
Exactly. So we did a lot of exploration process of like, what type of artifacts would you find there? You know, how did people used to decorate the house in this time period? You know, you'd still see patterns, surfaces, shapes in these independent outposts.
Yeah, even early versions of modern technology. So you could see that, you know, oh, this is like the mobiGlas I have, but it's an older mobiGlas, or just as an example.
But also when we were, even just to back up a little bit, when we're talking about the planets, we have a certain style, or we have certain amounts of points of interest that we want to go to, how we pull the player around the universe. And so Dave and I and Will and others sit down and talk and say, all right, what do we need here? And all right, well, we need mining facilities. And then that helps to inform Ian and the other design teams and our teams of, all right, is that an independent theme? Is it a corporate theme? Is it an outlaw theme? So these are all kind of layers, but the first and foremost, it's, oh, this is farming, or this is mining, or this is, you know, cargo.
Because looking at something like Pyro 2, which, you know, again, starting from that sort of original Précis sentence of the planet, was the idea, was like that was a heavily mined out planet that had been kind of stripped of a lot of resources. So there would be remaining infrastructure that would have been corporate back in the day, but is now independent or now even an outlaw setting. So, and then there would be the ones that would just be a straight independent one and stuff like that. But yeah, exactly like you said, you know, we'd start with that sort of the base and then apply the theming to it to kind of.
When we're thinking about the theming, we kind of wanted like a space catalog, like a furniture catalog. So I know this is quite big for Chris, is we kind of went down that process of, okay, let's design this one independent outpost in a few different ways. Like, how could people have decorated it in many different ways? And it's quite a fun process because you basically create space furniture catalogs, which again are going to be ways for the developers to be able to dress and world build, but you know, eventually maybe it's a way for people to decorate their own spaces, you know. When we're thinking about the outlaw versions of these outposts, again, the process is very similar. You think about the visual rule sets which would turn this into an outlaw outpost, namely, you know, has it been taken over by hostile intent? You know, is the signs of combat, is the signs of destruction still present? The actual physical act of occupying one of these outposts, have they defended it, have they boarded it up?
Yeah, it could be any number of situations. Yeah, it could be outlaws are squatting here and they're operating it as a base, which makes it a potential combat space. Or is it, you know, was it potentially an independent refinery that outlaws attacked and killed everybody there, and now
is it a drug facility, so on and so forth?
Exactly.
And then lastly, on with the corporate, you know, it's something that we really want to advance out into in the future, but that feeling that this location is owned by a corporate umbrella, you know, that would tie into the branding. You know, maybe it ties into the costumes that you'd expect the NPCs to be in there. You know, so there's a huge amount of visual world building that we can do to, you know, present these outposts in a few different ways.
And even potentially reputation as well. Like we talked before about that idea that you know, if you do missions for a corporate outpost, that it, you know, reflects in your general relationship with that corporation.
I mean, that ties into the clan tags. Like, maybe you've just come from one of the space stations that, you know, was occupied by a certain gang type, and then they sent you to a settlement on one of the surfaces of Pyro, and clearly it's been, you know, tagged by a different gang. So you basically want that read and that consistency throughout. Now, one of the outpost themes that I was quite excited about getting into was the idea of a trading outpost. You know, we've been talking about, you know, buying and selling for a while, but thinking about it in a frontier context, you know, it's almost like the money's kind of worthless, you know, but it's more about the ability to barter or you know, trade. So fundamentally, I thought it'd be cool that if we kind of design a module which focuses around one of these trading posts. So within a planet, you know, it's where, you know, people would kind of, you know, trek to and, you know, barter or trade components and then go back. You know, we was talking about the idea of if I had a farm in the middle of nowhere, like, would I want a load of credits or would I want that one component that, you know, kept my farm going, you know? So so we did, you know, we took that idea and we ran with it, and we did some visual exploration into what would a trading post be like on one of these frontier outposts. So as you can see on the images, we wanted that feeling of the majority of the stuff around this outpost is pretty much junk. You know, spaces isn't at a premium, so they just keep it outside. You know, maybe it's rusting, maybe it's rotting, maybe it's, you know, getting overgrown. But I love that idea is as you're approaching one of these settlements, it's very easy to understand, all right, this is a trading post, because, you know, there's just all of that stuff like hodgepodge around the outside.
Well, and it opens up another aspect to it, which is the characters who inhabit it, because the sort of general shop experience that you have with the storekeeper is very conventional. This is you know, what we've done so far has been a lot of franchise stores, actual companies that own, you know, that are selling wares. who have customer service and stuff like that. And the idea being that out here, the experience is going to be much more different. It's not going to be that polished.
Exactly.
It's going to be much more of a personal interaction with somebody. So it's been really fun talking with the AI and behavior guys to try and work out exactly like how is that dynamic supposed to work and feel like for the player.
All right, cool. So that was a little bit about the interiors of these outposts. So let's throw it over to Eric now. And he can go into a lot more detail into the visual design process we did for the interiors.
Hello, I'm Eric Gagnon, Principal Concept Artist on Star Citizen. Today I will present the interior colonialism outpost concept and explain a bit how the pre-production process works. The goal is to create an interior design for the homestead colonialism outpost. It was the first time we had to create a timeless design look. We have the objective to create something warm and with a cozy feeling interior. At the beginning, we started from this concept art made by Christian Doritz. We have a lot of information in there to inspire the interior design. In those interiors, we have a specific zones. Social area, place to eat together, play game, leisure, the bedroom, place to relax, have a proper personal space, and of course, sleeping. The engineering room, the place for the building machine who maintains the possibility to survive there. The technical room, the appropriate space to analyze minerals, some elements of the planet entrance, used for storage material and stuff to go outside. At the beginning, we had an overview of the plant that's helped to organize the zone. To create all of those areas, we need to do a lot of exploration and design. Social area. For those sketches, we want a centerpiece on the ceiling. Could be a light, fan, or whatever that could be cool. We feel the curvy shape of that space. Here on this sketch, I play with a very contrast values and a greenish color palette. That one is the best. Long vertical windows from the side, let the light inside a lot. After validation of the most relevant sketch, we do a 3D blackout. As you see, this 3D blackout follows very closely to the last sketches. From the screenshot of the 3D blackout, I did a sketch over in a gray tone value. That helps to better organize the coloring phase to make sure all the elements fit and will live together. After this, I like to do a 2D elevation concept. It's a good way to make sure all elements fit together and the ratio proportions between each of them. The final key shot of the social area brings it alive. Nice lighting comes from the windows. Cozy mood gives a soul to this social area. Now my concept art co-workers extract the elements from this key shot and break down the props to define more accurately. First, the homestead radial contour done by Danny Chan from the UK. That concept is the perfect blueprint to start the production. The color lighting people food is there on this one. More close-up version on specific zones of the radial kitchen contour. Some explanation are added to properly convey the intent of each part. All the details are there to define a fully functional stove. For the bedroom area, the process is the same as the social area. The sketch phase is essential. As you see here is an example of grayscale sketch. From one of those shots, we get a validation from art directors and CR. And boom, this is the final one. To detail the engineering room, we again go back to the painting technique. This process again is key to send us in the right direction. The detail of the machinery, cabling, metal grates really help convey the ambience of the room and also informs what players will have to do when they go to this place. For the technical room, we wanted to make sure the technology came through. Again, it's the same process where we start from manual painting to set the tone and then deep dive into color, elevation, and then the final key piece. To make the homestead a living space, the bathroom props are important to define the functionality of futuristic hygiene. Finally, let's exit by the entrance. This is the first sketch exploration I did for Star Citizen. The goal of the homestead entrance is to show what the player has access to and set the overall ambience of the place. A huge thanks to all for helping to make the final result in the game match the amazing work that is produced during pre-production. I sincerely hope you will enjoy living in those homesteads in Star Citizen. Thanks everybody.
Thanks, Eric. Awesome stuff.
Now that we've shown a lot of art and talked a lot of theory, we want to get into game and show off what we've been working on. We're going to be showing you multiple playthroughs and how it changes based off of what you do and how you have faction with the certain game. So here we are waking up in 400i.
Here we go!
This is the competitor to the Constellation. Doesn't compromise cargo for vehicle storage. It's faster, more agile than the Connie, and it can run with a smaller crew. So this is the captain's quarters, and then we'll go out and see a little bit more of the habitation deck, and then make our way to the cockpit. So this would be the social area that you can meet and eat and basically plan your next mission. And then from here, we'll go to the cockpit. So here we're over Pyro 3. We've come here for a mission to acquire an artifact. And you'll be making your way down to a trading post. So wanted to just give you a quick overview, and then we can start talking about the planet.
Nah, there's no way.
Yeah,
I don't
Pyro
believe
3
it. That's
is
not real.
yeah, just a terrestrial planet. Has a very thin, breathable atmosphere, but it's still pretty inhospitable, very cold. As you can see, some of those lightning strikes in the clouds, but yeah, very, very pretty looking.
So this is the first time we're actually seeing clouds above a terrestrial planet. You know, we went through quite a few iterations of forms. What we ultimately ended upon was something that felt quite dramatic, still believable in terms of how the wind would have shaped them. But yeah, it's showcasing a lot of the more recent tech that came online. Also, what we're seeing here is like some kind of distant thunder strikes. And what this is, it's kind of like a prelude to, you know, future weather features that will be coming on board, you know, and how this will tie into, you know, storms and ship handling, you know, due to the turbulence. And it's great seeing the, you know, the rain hit the canopy glass here, you know, when you go through these cloud banks. Also, as part of the process of shaping, one of the things we really wanted to do is create these kind of like these pockets in between the clouds. So you're in these cavities, so as you're flying through, you get glimpses of the terrain beneath you. But you know, it feels really quite exhilarating, you know, to fly through. Also, as well, like it's showcasing a lot of the more recent tech coming on board as well. So, you know, it's a lot of optimizations been going on. So it's way more performant than previously it was. Also, like the level of artifacting that we're seeing here is substantially reduced, certainly on higher spec machines.
It also gives you a great sense of parallax when you fly through these cloud sandwiches.
A cloud sandwich?
Yes, that's what it feels like. It feels like you're the meat or the cheese of a cloud sandwich.
The cheese of a cloud sandwich. So as we get out of the cheese, another really big feature that was important for me was, you know, terrain shadowing and terrain occlusion from the clouds. So you're actually seeing, you know, these large areas of occlusion cast onto the terrain. It just adds that depth. It just adds that believability to what we're seeing in the frame. And you know, when you see like these dark overcast clouds and they're hovering above the mountains, it finally completes the frame. Especially when you see these distant rumbles of thunder in the distance.
So James Cameron, who's doing the run through, yes, that is his name. He will be taking us down to the
Get
outpost.
outta here.
The goal for us is to basically make 50 of these, whether they're inhabited or derelicts or even basically inhabited by a farmer or inhabited by a gang. So
They literally got
the
James
goal
Cameron
is to
doing the
have
run-through.
these act as different factions, and so that you can develop different rep associated with them, and you can start seeing how big these outposts stretch to with the comms tower that's behind us, and then even some of the AA turrets that you'll actually see up close and personal.
I know my camera isn't working anymore, but I put my desk in standing mode. Like I'm up on my feet. So hyped right now.
That was a really good approach from James there. Good landing. That was a good solid 3 out of 10.
3 out of 10. Jeez.
Ian's a tough grader.
Yeah, I go 6 at least.
No one's ever got a 6.
Gotta watch me land, man.
So here we'll go down to the technical deck. Show off the cargo area as well as the climate-controlled component areas, and then onto the gravity generator room and the stairway out. So you'll be able to learn more about the ship in one of the later panels that we have with Ben, Paul, and John. I think the team did a great job on this. I think this is one of my favorite skins. Yeah.
Yeah, they did a new skin, just something that felt a lot more, suitable for Pyro. But you can see how it feels suitably worn and weathered, to fit into these climates. And what we're seeing here is first boots on the ground, on Pyro. I think it looks great, especially in contrast to what we're seeing here is like actual AI on the terrain, walking about, going about their business. And is that an AA turret there?
It is. And radio comms towers and all these other elements that we want to make sure that are interactive for the player and allows them to go and explore or use to their advantage. We want them to be able to interact with these different items.
Here you can see various outpost modules, to the right there we've got the garage unit. You can see the infrastructure on the roof. But this large, beautiful, archway here kind of signifies, the main entrance, the primary entrance to the main social module. I think the airlocks look great. Fits in with the art style beautifully.
The team did a great job on this.
And then we've seen the concept art previously in the day, and then here you can see it translated in game, and I think it absolutely looks fantastic. The radial forms, is quite special to this art style, and you can see how that complements these archways that lead into other areas of the outpost.
So with the AI, we want to make sure that it's living, it's breathing. If you look back a little bit, there was a chef actually cooking. There's security guards here to make sure that they're actually protecting their investments, protecting their home from strangers. And then, but you have good rep with them, and so they allow you to kind of enter into certain areas that the other players wouldn't be able to enter into.
There's that animation.
We also got a quick shot at the loadout that James is playing. So it's a female loadout, but it's also showing the backpack, which is new. Also some of the new hair as well, which is rendering much nicer.
So here the player will make their way out to the trading post, go see the dealer, acquire the artifacts.
And for the trading post, you know, we wanted to get all of the junk on the outside as well, you know, so the player can see it as they're approaching. We wanted, you know, as many tops as we could, and you can see it's using the new soft deck shader, so these are reacting to the planetary wind. You know, the same force that the tall grass and the moss on the ground is reacting to as well.
Other thing with the trading post is, like Ian spoke about before, the inventory and what they'll be able to actually sell here will vary depending on where they're at in the solar system. Are they close to a jump point where they might be coming down and using this as a chop shop, or are they in a very rural area that's, you know, they care more about the frontier lifestyle and being able to survive versus money?
We passed the kitchen as well on the way back there. That's the local diner for this outpost. Tough crowd. Also, so in the inside as well, you know, we wanted this, you know, kaleidoscope of colors and shapes. You know, like it's just literally the dealers displaying all the wares, everything they'll have outside in the open here.
Well, welcome. Take a look. I'm sure I have what you want, and if not, I'll have something just as good. Oh yeah, very good choice. Very good.
So after 5 million credits of disposable income, we get our first look at the Hadesian artifact, which is obviously going to be what is sort of a super rare thing that you'll hopefully be able to start finding in the galaxy. Which is sort of, if you're familiar with the lore of Hades, was an old civilization that destroyed itself. So somehow this trader has gotten their hands on this artifact.
So here we're showing one way of actually playing through this area. It really depends on your standings within the gang and how they want to deal with you. And then what's the dealer going to do? What's the dealer going to charge you? And from there, we have different ways of actually showing this. And we can look at option 2 now. So here we're going to run it back a little bit and show off a different way of entering into the trading post. This is a little bit more straightforward versus in demo 1 we took a side route through the social area.
So yeah, this is just some additional warehouse space that the trading post would have, and you can see it will lead directly onto this courtyard. And for the Keynote people, you'd see that the barbecue's still not being eaten yet.
The grill master would be fired.
Yeah. Still full of wieners.
So with this area, again, we just want to make sure that it's filled out with items, filled out with different things that you can interact with and possibly buy. It's like Dave said in the beginning, we want the stores to feel different here, but it's still making it feel believable.
Quick reference to some additional traversal areas there on the right when we came in.
Well, welcome. Take a look. I'm sure I have what you want, and if not, I'll have something just as good.
Yeah. The guys had a lot of fun dressing these areas. There's a lot of storytelling going into it.
So here we decide not to pay the price. And we don't mind losing reputation with the faction, and decide that we're going to take the artifacts through betrayal.
Just take it. Straight into the backpack.
So here we've got different routes for the players to enjoy and to use to flank and also navigate around. So each area will have different secondary and tertiary routes of navigation. James was really just trying to scare him there versus actually kill him.
That was intentional. Good shot, James.
You could also, if you notice real quick, there was the civilians are actually cowering as opposed to fighting, which is kind of, you'll see another coming up. But it's super cool.
So again, here the player will have the choice, you know, do they actually want to interact with the civilians, or, you know, does their conscience get better of them?
Civilians need to be running away,
made the right choice there.
He was nice, yeah.
One of the things when we was playtesting this a lot is when you see the enemy AI kind of fanning out across the terrain like that, it's fantastic to see. It feels really great. Just seeing the base start to wake up to you and actually trying to exfiltrate.
Yo, I'm feeling shots thrown
Also, I know
at
it's
the...
under, you know, combat stress, but that yellow grass just looks fantastic.
I'm feeling shots thrown at the Elite Odyssey trailer right now, or the demo. It feels kind of similar, to be honest.
That's how I play.
So here, James just wants to get out real quick.
It's a good point. You'd think they'd just surround the ship. Be like, hey, you can't get to your ship.
So as we slightly hinted to in the first walkthrough, this is where the AA turrets will come alive, and basically, if you're not fast enough, as James isn't, with your countermeasures, then they'll take you down.
Get wrecked!
So what we saw there was the player went in, and based off their actions, the faction changed against them, and then basically became very aggressive. So in this last playthrough, what we'll show you is if the faction is already against you from the very beginning, and what are different ways that you can go about it. So here we are in our last walkthrough. Since you're all by yourself, we wanted to show the player take a stealthy route versus if you were with friends, you could go in guns blazing. But this allows the player to come in, access the outpost from a different side than what we've shown. It also allows them to clock all the AI and see how they want to approach the problem and see what other secondary or tertiary routes would be open to them, either via the ladder or maybe a possible door.
I'm sorry, did we just get dropped into a movie? Look at this.
Good night. That was a great shot. Also, one thing we did as well, as Todd said, you know, we changed the time of day. The wind is slightly stronger, so you'll see the gorgeous yellow grass blowing just a little bit more intense than before. Also, what we're seeing here is like something to imply at the frontier living. You know, maybe they're growing crops or vegetables out here, but it also gives a kind of like a soft cover approach to the perimeter of the base. Nice.
Sorry about that.
Also, with it being a different time of day, this allows us to show off the AI having their 24-hour schedules so that they can be in different areas when you approach it. So if you approach it at night or you approach it during the morning, you know, they'll be doing different things, whatever is valid for their schedule.
That door's locked, so there's no going through that way. But what James does actually see here as he's scouting out the next AI is, you know, just so the player can continually keep context of what's inside.
But also when you're inside, it allows the player to
did I just lose stream?
Have context of where they're at within the actual outpost.
Sorry, everybody. I think we're
and
back.
That was a great shot.
Sorry about that.
The AI fell beautifully on the already called out beautiful yellow grass and moss. Also, as James is looking back, what he's doing is actually making a mental map of possible routes, possible advanced traversal routes on top of the outpost. And we saw the dealer there in the bedroom, just end of the day.
So with each outpost, there'll be different routes that will be open to the player or closed to the player. So some of them might have ladders on the outside, some of them might not. Some of them might have basically ways to get in through the floorboards, other ones won't. But this is just one version of, many possibilities.
Still
So
the
here,
old ladder
the player will take a secondary route of navigation all the way up to the roof, and then from here, this allows them to be able to check out any of the AI, also be able to look at any of the interactables in the future. If you got good reputation, maybe you need to go and fix different items on the roof, or if you are there for nefarious means, then maybe you want to take out the power, and which will then kill the AA turrets, or will turn off the lights in the outpost. So it allows the player to interact with different items and then basically create a nice little sandbox for them to play.
He knew he was going to be here. This dude's wall hacking.
So here you can see one of those interactables as well as the AI.
And just behind these interactables, like we're seeing these kind of archways. Like right now, these are just kind of empty, and to just illustrate like a guard point. In the future, these could be maybe customizable, or they could contain like an AA turret, like we saw on demo 1, or it could contain like cargo storage. Basically, we tried to design something that was as flexible as possible.
Ew,
so here we're showing off the looting system as well as the inventory system. So this will be shipping in 315. This allows bodies to be able to be interacted with and take off the items associated with it. Also, with this change, you will no longer have global inventory, so you can't be pulling off weapons that you didn't take with you to this location. Everything will be regarding what you carry is what you have, and so it really makes the players think about how they want to approach the problem, and then also encourages them to look around and see if the designers have placed different things that they can interact with or use to help get past a certain route or a certain way that they maybe didn't bring with them.
And we'll also be including the, I believe in 315, the Knickknacks app for your Mobiglass. So now that you aren't carrying everything on your body and it's not sort of universal inventory, you'll be able to consult this app to see kind of where stuff is being stored and keep it better organized and stuff like that.
So here, this allows the player to have a quick little puzzle, but just gives them a little bit more interaction, and then allows them to go on to what I would consider a tertiary route, versus climbing up the ladder and possibly having to deal with AI or them being spotted by them.
I am down for some freaking sandbox platforming.
Also, I think the team did a great job on the planet as well as the outpost. These are really fun to play and sneak around in, and allows for many possible ways of attacking the same problem.
What we're seeing here is like James is actually getting up onto through one of these like rooftop storage modules, and it's given like the highest point in the base. So from here, you can actually make probably the most informed decisions on how to approach the next problem.
Ooh,
we're seeing this
sounds-
guard routine here,
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
and then
Give me that Splinter
ultimately
Cell.
throwing an item to distract the guard.
Just threw a can right in front of him. Oh, but he didn't hear the giant man leaping.
Allows them to go and access new areas. It's a behavior that we're still working out, but at least we're seeing like the first iterations and be able to continue to optimize it as well as make sure that the behavior is working properly.
So we just saw that for the first time. It's like the first rooftop airlock hatch. So previously, route in and out, if the outside wasn't pressurized, we wouldn't have this option. But now through that rooftop airlock, you can cycle and then infiltrate through the roof. And also what we're seeing here is potentially scouting out an advanced traversal up into the rafters, getting on top of some infrastructure and getting like this overview as we go into the garage module.
So here, this is placeholder, but it gives you an idea of, we want to have different interactables, different loot boxes laid out around the location. So if the players explore, they'll be rewarded. We want to encourage them looking in every nook and cranny and enjoying, what the outpost has for them.
And one of the things that's interesting is these garages won't be vehicle spawn points, so it's not like a big kind of like pad in the middle, but it's more like if you want to have your vehicle there, you got to drive it in and park it. So here you can see a variety of vehicles just laid out how the player would have just parked them. Just gives a much more believable and realistic design.
So again, we're just encouraging different navigation, different routes for the player to go and see. Over to the left, back there, there was a possible way of going into the floorboards or going underneath the outpost. Again, those will be opened up or closed off based off of just how we want to build the outpost. Not every one will be built the same. Our philosophy for these are to make sure that each one of them feels unique, and this is just one way of us customizing it and making each one feel different. And so the player won't always be used to the same routes. So here, again, we're using the inventory system. We allow the players to go in and if you take out a certain AI, they might have different tools or different notes or different items that you'll need in order to solve your mission.
Interestingly, when we was designing these spaces, we knew we wanted these internal airlocks, but we knew we needed some sort of new porthole on them, just so before you commit through, before you cycle, you can just double check to see if there's any bad guys on the other side.
So we got some ragdoll bugs. I guess it wouldn't be a CitizenCon without any sort of issues or bugs.
The infamous cutter. They don't have anything to say about cutting gameplay.
Previously, the players being, on the roof, they've come down through the main section of the outpost. But here, what the players doing is they're going to the underfloor section. So these aren't vents, but they're more like subfloors. So they're meant to feel very dark, very minimal, but you're actually seeing the foundations of these outposts. So inside here, it's the player will need to kind of work out how to navigate through them. It's very much like a torch-based experience, you know. And then within here, what the player can actually do is work out roughly where they are in relation to the to what's upstairs. And what you see in here, like this light bleeding down through, you know, you can kind of make informed decisions. Or okay, that's where that AI was, or right now the player is just underneath that main social space. So if you think back, like that was that guard in the beginning, just next to the kitchen counter. But you know, we've intentionally made these spaces not necessarily like very easy to navigate, because you know there wouldn't be a lot of light down here. You know, the player would have to, you know, follow, for example, like James is following the blue wire here. You know, making a decision to like, hey, if I follow that blue wire, I'm probably going to get to something interesting, or a point where I can actually, you know, exit this supply of space and get back up above.
And what I like about them is basically just the claustrophobic feel of it, and then obviously the addition of possible secondary or more advanced navigation. So either going into prone or just going full crouch.
So here we come out in the bathroom space. It's on the other side of the garage, so we're on the opposite side of the outpost from where we just were.
It's good ragdoll.
Now the body drag. In the shower.
So here, this is just a different wrapper on a loot box. In this case, it's a hamper. And so the player will be able to really change outfits and adjust the way that they look so that they can walk around the outpost and not be noticed. There will be kind of a certain time limit associated with it. We still need to work out the details on how all that will work, but the goal is to give them a little bit of leeway, and so if you look the part, maybe you're not scrutinized as much.
Oh,
and
the fact that
won't notice you as quickly.
The idea that we're even talking about that at this point in terms of gameplay is just great. I remember when they were talking about that like it was a decade away.
So here we can see back into the social space, but this time on the other side. And then this door will lead directly into the habitation room that we saw previously on the outside.
Speaking of fun ragdoll physics.
That was a great one.
So here, the player decided to take the dealer out instead of actually figuring out how they could open up the safe. So they're going to have to look around the room. They're going to have to interact with the body and possibly see, you know, is there a way for them to actually open it? In other cases, maybe the safe will be hackable in the future, and in some cases it won't be, and then you'll need to figure out a different way of actually opening it.
So here we spot a little clue, a little note, and you'll notice the what's fun is like the name on here. If you look back and see the some of the AI we've been taken out, you may notice some names. So here's the clue for the player. But one of the coolest things for me here is the player is holding an item with the clue, and while holding the item, they can seamlessly interact with another item to solve a puzzle. That's awesome.
And then here we got a little bug. The player was able to acquire the artifact, and then we'll be able to do whatever they want with it, either sell it or be able to use it somehow in a future mission.
One of the things that was really exciting about watching this kind of back to back to back is finally getting to see that freedom of choice. And it's like, it's really, really, I mean, again, our locations are always spectacular and beautiful, but now like having that sort of, striking that balance between, you know, this sort of well thought out social space and construction of these locations, but also an equally effective stealth and combat thing. It's super cool to see. So after seeing the demo played through, you know, 3 different ways, it was a huge team effort. So everyone that worked on the project, on this part of what we wanted to show, we want to say a big thank you, you know, big shout out, because, you know, we're just presenting it. It's the people that did a lot of the hard work that should be represented. And speaking of people doing hard work, now is a good chance to throw it over to Eddie and Joel, and they're going to tell you a little bit more about the how we built that outpost that we just saw.
I'm Eddie Hilditch. I'm a senior lead, and myself and my team have been working on the new colonialism outposts.
My name's Joel Azapati, and I'm senior environment artist too for the EU Sandbox team.
So after the initial concept is done and rounds of feedback have been iterated on, we move into pre-production. This phase allows us to spend some time testing the concepts for in-game viability. Translation from concept to game isn't always one-to-one, and during pre-production we'll get rough versions of the concept meshes into game and spend time making sure that they'll work practically. The art direction can also change at this stage, so we use this phase to kind of explore creatively as well, and concept art is a fantastic jumping off point for sparking ideas.
One of the first steps when starting a new location is to start look development. A hyper-focused small section of the location where we can hone in the tools and methods needed to execute.
All right, let me
the
double
concept
check something real
in-game.
quick, guys.
Some things translate well, some things don't. It's important to figure all this out before going full steam ahead with the entire team.
There we go.
One
Camera
of the
works
great
on this
assets
scene.
on the Sandbox
All right,
team
cool.
is we have
So I'll try
a
and
lot of
fix
people
this
who are
on
passionate
my
about
end.
concept and design, which means when translating from concept to production environment, it's very easy to expand on the concept art. With the art styles of the Colonial Outpost, we decided to change up the way we typically author content. Our hard surface locations are meant to feel prefabricated, like there's a manufacturing plant out there on ArtCorp that churns out these flat pack space station kits, so stations can be mass produced. Colonial Outposts are more personal, more handcrafted by the people who live there, based on their needs, not wants. They're on the frontier world, so they can't always choose luxury over practicality. Materials were one of the first things we tackled, and we started off by developing the idea of how the inhabitants would have built these structures and what materials they would use. We wanted to show not only the age of the outpost, but also wanted to hint at all those different layers of the structure and give you an idea how, functionally, they constructed them.
One of the biggest challenges with the new outpost is how we introduce variation between each location the player will visit. Building each as a bespoke set of buildings is impossible, as we want hundreds, if not thousands, of outposts in the game eventually. The modular approach we've developed really evolved out of our previous work on space station interiors, but with a few key improvements. This starts at the macro level, where on the planet's outposts are placed, how the local conditions affect your time there, then what kind of buildings an outpost has and how they're laid out, all the way down to the ability to independently swap out an underfloor layout in a single building of that outpost. We'll have various types of modules, from large standalone modules like warehouses or ore extractors, which have a singular function, all the way down to smaller room modules that can be connected together in different ways to form a complete headquarters building. After pre-production was finished, we had a list of the room module types that we wanted to tackle first. For the headquarters building, everything hinges around a hub module, with different room modules that can be attached to extend the structure. The room modules will serve different functions in the base, with various gameplay systems linking one to another for an interconnected web of sandbox gameplay opportunities. As content creators for the Outpost, we needed a new system to build, edit, and manage the library of modules we're creating. Rastar is the tool we'll use to do this. It allows us to intuitively create a location template directly on the surface of the planet. Not only this, but headquarter buildings can be snapped together directly within the tool, or with an intuitive user interface. One of the other major innovations with the Planet Tech has been the ability to modify the terrain mesh and flatten areas of terrain. Previously, we were at the mercy of the terrain when it came to designing our buildings, which is why our outposts had to be built with stilts and placed in naturally flat areas of the planet. Now, We can build much more natural buildings with walls and entrances connected directly to the planet's surface. And also we can place these buildings in a much wider range of locations. We believe our new outposts inject a refreshing new location experience into Star Citizen. They're organic, warm, personal spaces that really convey the age and history of humanity's expansion into the verse. The new art style, the focus from design on gameplay, and the flexible modular approach to their construction will allow us as developers and you as players be part of creating a wider variety of rich and satisfying experiences for every outpost the player comes across.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Joel. That was awesome. And moving on, we're actually going to talk to Corey now, who is going to give us kind of a deep dive into the creation of the artifact, which was actually kind of our first little glimpse of the Hadesian culture from Hades system.
Thanks, guys. I'm Corey Bamford, lead props artist at Cloud Imperium Games. I'm here today specifically to talk about the Hadesian artifact that you'll see in the walkthrough. So we knew early on we wanted some sort of MacGuffin for the walkthrough. We originally had a few ideas of what that could be. Originally, it was either going to be a tablet fragment, a sculpture, or a Hadesian artifact. So initially, the concept team explored a variety of ideas. We used a lot of reference for existing alien artifacts in the game, as well as reference from the real world. You know, lots of tomes and ancient kind of Egyptian stuff as well. Just all sorts of really reference just to get a general idea. We knew we wanted to integrate some form of ancient power or technology into the asset. We also knew we wanted it to have some sort of symbolism and text. So once the concept team iterated further on these ideas, they then presented those back to Chris, and we narrowed down the selection of assets until we had a candidate that everyone was happy with. So once we had this asset in mind, it then came down to turning that from a concept into a production asset, and that's where the props team comes in. When a prop artist gets a concept like this, immediately the wheels in their head start turning, and they're trying to figure out the best way to implement it in our game engine. They need to find solutions within the engine to achieve the visual target of the concept. Obviously, it's not as simple as just taking the concept and replicating it. We have to think about the shaders, we have to think about performance. Our job really is to find a solution within the game engine to achieve the visual target of the concept. Once we've figured out a strategy for achieving the look, we begin to actually make the content. So for the artifact, for example, we knew that it needed to be split into 3 segments and they needed to fit together. The first thing we do is get a placeholder into the game for the design team to actually implement as an entity. We also then figure out how the scale actually works in the player's hand and when they inspect it. For the artifact, there was a bit of back and forth between the size because we wanted to get a balance between it having prominence and also being easily carryable. After we figured out the size of the asset, we then need to actually break down how we're going to make it. So the first thing we really get into is the materials. We know that this asset is made of a few different materials. Firstly, we have the stone with the complicated glowing pattern.
I'm gonna real quick.
We also have these large copper structures and some smaller.
I really need to take care of my camera here.
We need to use unique textures just because of the amount of detail we wanted to achieve.
So give me 1 second. This is gonna be awkward.
One of the biggest challenges we had was making sure that the stone looked really good. To create the stone, we started with some scan data of rocks and concrete, as well as some mesh data like curvature. We also use a lot of procedural noises from Substance Designer just to add some variety.
What up, everybody?
Using
How's it going?
the height map as a jumping off point for the
Just
rest of the
gotta throw myself in
quite
here.
a nice
There we go.
physical way of doing things. It took quite a lot of iteration to get the final look. It was definitely a group effort. The glow was probably
some live maintenance. All right, I'm gone. Thank you.
We ended up actually using a shader some of you might remember from the Vandal Driller trailer.
Wait,
we
now I
created the
gotta make sure.
iconography using a bespoke
I'm
texture
not on
map,
this one.
and then the circles were derived from some cells within Substance Designer. We took these cells, quantized them, and then got the edges of that quantization to create rings. And then we used a procedural mask as well as some hand-painted textures to mask out that glow. Once we were happy with this texture, we multiplied that onto the height map, which is used to drive the glow threshold.
Some
the glow
live
effect
maintenance.
has 3 texture inputs that we need to create. There's an animated glow map, which is sort of used to drive the background effect of the glow. There's also a gradient, which colors that map. Finally, we have the actual pulse itself, which is the texture map that pulses across the asset. Next up is the bronze. This was actually pretty straightforward to achieve.
Good enough.
We didn't need any fancy shader effects for this one.
Alrighty, let me turn this down. What are you guys thinking? So I'm sorry, I'm going to talk over this part. They're just talking about making an asset. What are you guys thinking of this so far? I personally was like an hour or so into the demo, and I was like, and then they opened up with the 400, and they walked out over the clouds, and the clouds. So I'll say this. I think they're focusing a little bit too much on art. I was worried they weren't going to include gameplay there, but I'm glad that they did. A lot of this is still early, it seems, but it does look like most of this is stuff we're going to get in the next year, from what I've seen so far. A lot of it's stuff we're going to get possibly this weekend, maybe?
A lot of hard work in building the Pyro system, building the AI, building the planets, the worlds that you'll go and explore. So Pyro will be ready when server meshing is, and it will be coming out with Star Citizen Alpha 4.0. So on behalf of myself, I want to thank Dave and Ian and yourselves for watching, and I hope you enjoyed the panel, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of Digital Citizencon. See you in the verse.
I will say this, I hope we do get to see more gameplay systems. I think that might be what we see later in the patch. So far, this has been a pretty basic showcase, but let's see what's next, guys. They actually figured out how to make that Carrack look like it wasn't just floating away. I hope that can translate into game a little better some way.
Credits burning a hole in your pocket? Didn't think so. Something tells me, though, you got a pile of junk in that hangar of yours. Turn that crap into scrap at Dumper's Depot. Old Zeke always pays top cred for all your used gear at any of my verse famous franchise locations. From Art Corp to Crusader. Stop on by and tell them Zeke sent you. From thrusters to mining lasers, power plants to shield generators, we got your back. Dumpers Depot, because everything is valuable to someone. Dumpers Depot LLC is not responsible for inaccurate appraisals. Commercial service and delivery fees will apply.
That logo was definitely not attached to that box, but it was a good commercial.
Space is cold and unforgiving. Only the toughest survive here.
These are community videos, by the way, guys.
But even the toughest outlaw has a sensitive side. He doesn't have to show it to everyone. Because with your very own Moby Horizon, you have peace, freedom, relaxation, and your very private.
So I'm gonna put that back there. Hold on, am I it's a little, there we go. What's up, everybody? This is New Deal Shipyard. How's it going? I got a Big Benny's back here. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, they're on the wall. I don't know why a New Deal Shipyard person would have Big Benny's in their office, but I do. So guys, let me see. Let me get my notes. Let's talk about what we've seen so far. What do you guys think? Let's see. So the stealth gameplay, I will say, is obviously not great. That is definitely stealth tier 0. Better than what we have now, which is basically that I think NPCs are aware of you no matter. I don't remember if they can see you from behind or not, but right now there is no stealth gameplay. So that's a good step. All right. Hydrate. Same goes for the outposts. The outposts are good. they're definitely like a good step in the right direction. They're more modular. They give them a lot more ability to add different sections, garages, all this kind of stuff, life support, missions, and all that jazz. But I do hope that we get to see a little more of that functionality sooner rather than later, because they've talked about it. I'm surprised they didn't show it today. The clouds are amazing. Seeing a lot of comments about the clouds. Yeah, I love the clouds. Gameplay concept demo, not real. What do you mean by that? I mean, it's as real as what we can see. It's not real in the sense that it runs on the actual game that we can play, but it's real in the sense that they clearly got it working for them. I'm assuming these are all assets that we're seeing in the gameplay environment. So they're in the engine, they're actually being worked on. They're not just, thrown together for the demo. Too much fluff so far? I can get that. There was a lot of art in there. I think they went a little bit too much into the art. I think they should have balanced it more, gone art, gameplay, art, gameplay, or gameplay, art, gameplay, art. They went kind of heavy on the art there. You didn't like how every demo ever made anywhere, the FPS sequences had that stupid floaty transitions. Who looks around super slow like that? It's just to show off the game. I mean, you make a pretty game, the artists want some credit. AI seems ridiculously poor. Yeah, it's pretty bad right now. It's what they want to do, not what they have functioning. That's fair.
What is CitizenCon? When it started in 2013, it may have had its humble roots in
it runs in the dev environment. Yeah.
To bring folks together and a solid excuse for Ben and Pete to watch the wing.
All right, let's listen to Jared.
In Austin, Texas. But as with all things Star Citizen, it grew each year to become a full day of activities. Most recently held in Manchester, England in 2019. Now, with a hiatus in 2020 due to the pandemic and our desire to remain diligent and responsible in 2021, CitizenCon is back as something slightly different this year. Now, while it won't be the same without seeing all of you in person and worrying if your plastic bag helmet is safe or not, we hope this year's event brings with it a similar sense of community and interaction as our developers present to you their continuing efforts in bringing Star Citizen's future to the present. And let's talk about some of that future we just saw with a look we just took at the Pyro system. Now, I've always said it, and I'll continue to always say it, we get better with every one of these things we do, whether that's planets, spaceships, or anything else in between. And with the Pyro presentation, we got our first true look at some of the new planets and moons, the process of converting our existing space stations into new outlaw variants, taking those colonial outposts that we've been seeing before from concept to amazingly detailed reality, and perhaps most excitedly, Planetary AI nav mesh in action with a 24-hour day-night cycle that will truly bring these worlds to life and provide that universe of gameplay.
Sigma, let's not get any insults, please.
Multiple different ways you can go about achieving your objectives. And for those of you who were wondering, yes, that was really Pyro 3. That was a real outpost and a real mission. No sandworms here. That's what's coming to Star Citizen and a whole lot more. Now, because I'm the patron saint of bad ideas, let's take a look at some of the comments that came in on Twitch while we were all watching.
Oh boy.
This should be good.
Oh boy.
Engion says, using talent from across the globe, that's a good thing. I agree. Adderdoth says, this guy is talking like it's been made. DFX2KX says, they probably have the gameplay, but they want to force folks to stick around and watch the whole thing before they show it. Annoying, but typical for them. We are who we are. We showcase every part of the Star Citizen. Rolana says, someone needs to hand out some meds in chat.
Chat was probably crazy. I didn't look.
Underfern says, I wouldn't buy a melty dog from that man. I don't know if they're talking about Todd Pappy or Ian Leyland, but
a melting dog.
Agreed. Lots of people said, 420 Space Weed Vape Nation Damp 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 Dank. Gaming Fortis says, just remember, he's more scared of you than you are of him. That's the truth. And then everyone went on a claim spree for a while. James Cameron, yes, the real James Cameron, he does exist. And then finally, Shorty Mac said, number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you'd want in your Burger King burger is someone's foot fungus, but as it turns out, that might be what you get. Wise words, always. You can always rely on the Twitch community.
Stream had like 30K people
And speaking of community, you may have noticed a selection of community-created videos throughout the day, ranging from commercials to skits to a variety of things in between. Those are all here as part of an effort by our...
Okay, so this is kind of extra. Let's talk. Let's make better use of this time, yeah? Let's talk about the next panel, ship talk. So the first thing that's probably going to come up is... and I'll pull it up for you guys right here so we can all look at it. The first thing that's probably going to come up in this ship talk panel is undoubtedly the... Did they not release it yet? Star Citizen 400i? Did they not put it up on the website? There it is. So the first thing that's probably going to end up, they're going to focus on, oh, this isn't it. This is somebody else's thing. Yeah, I guess they haven't put it up yet. That's a bummer. Is it on YouTube? Hey, there's me. Here we go. So this is probably the first thing they're going to talk about in this next panel. I actually haven't seen this. Let's watch this.
Just say Red 1.
Across the impossible expanse.
Now these will all be distributed Monday to all backers. So
a distant oasis. We chase what most consider myth. Pursue an obsession. That's what pushes us to greatness. The oasis. It's real. The 400i by Origin Jumpworks.
Oh boy. Yeah, that was cool. That was cool. So yeah, that's the first ship they're going to talk about at the ship panel. And Syria, this isn't merch. These are the in-game assets. But that's the first ship they're going to talk about. They will probably also go to, let's see, the raft, likely. The Argo raft is something that people have been talking about the possibilities of seeing. We don't know what that is. There's different theories that it might be a refining starter ship, like they said about last CitizenCon. It might be a cargo ship. It might be a ship meant to move refined materials or mined materials to refineries. There's a lot of theories, so we don't know, and we don't know if they'll even show it. But I think they'll probably show one other new upcoming ship besides the 400i. And if not, we'll get updates about likely one of the big ships that they've got planned, like the Banu Merchantman, the Polaris, or the Orion. They might talk about... There's a rumored Anvil capital ship that we might hear about. But yeah, I think we'll mostly get updates about the 400i, and they'll talk about like how they came up with the style and what they put into the cockpit, and they'll spend a lot of time on that stuff. How long is the panel? The panel is pretty long. Yeah, so we'll see what they have to talk about. You already told me what?
Systemic gameplay and the stream of thought. An entirely silent presentation where Tony beams his brainwaves directly into your skull through the TV.
Oh yeah, I saw that's on the website. Thank you.
Brainwave amplitude receiver. You all have your SGS brainwave amplitude receiver, don't you? We'll figure it out later. Basically,
Yeah, Lawless. Sorry, I'll get out of the way so you can watch it, since your stream is messing up.
presentation alone was like an entire season of ISC just crammed into a single day. Which makes me think, can I take the rest of this quarter off? I can. I cannot. I cannot. All right. Well, if you end up missing any part of the show or just want to watch it again, each presentation will be going up on YouTube later today in glorious 4K. But fair warning, do not look directly into Todd Pappy's eyes in 4K. Or Corey Bamford's. They're mesmerizing. And that about does it for the housekeeping. It's time to throw it to our next presentation of the day, Ship Talk with Paul Jones, John Crew, and Ben Curtis, where they'll be discussing a ship you know, a ship you don't know, and a ship you weren't supposed to know, but you ended up did knowing. It's not invisible any longer. Here's Ship Talk.
Huh. Oh, we already watched.
Through unforgiving lands, across the impossible expanse, a mirage calls, a distant oasis. We chase what most consider myth, pursue an obsession. That's what pushes us to greatness. The Oasis. It's real. The 400i by Origin Jumpworks.
Rub me softly, Origin. That's the new motto.
Oh, that's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, it's awesome.
So we made the 404
Yeah,
in the end.
It was a ruse all along. It was a real ship. So,
Look cool though. I like it.
those trailers are always super cool to see the artwork from both your teams.
Really good job of kind of showing off what I think everyone's kind of done.
Yeah.
Right. So we should probably get on with the show. This is Ship Talk, where we are going to talk about a variety of things today. My name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at CIG.
I'm Ben Curtis, and I'm the vehicle art director at CIG.
And I'm Paul.
Yo, guys, what if they talk about the 600i update today?
So the 400i, it's a Constellation competitor. And we've got a few of these ships in this category across the board. We have the Constellation, we have the Corsair, and now we have the 400i. And the 400i has a few interesting features that makes it a compelling choice over the others. So being an Origin ship, it's obviously very visually sleek and fast, but also it can carry cargo and a vehicle at the same time. Size-wise, there's obviously a big gap in the range. We have the 100 series at the start, it jumps up to the 300 series, then there's the big jump to the 600 series, and then another jump to the 890, so finding a space for this was fairly easy size-wise.
I think it fills the gap quite nicely. So in terms of the process, normally what happens is we assign it to one concept artist and we start the ball rolling, so it's really just a game of sort of exploration at this point. It's fast and loose. We always have a timeline for each concept, and so it's the pressure is always on. Basically, it doesn't matter how many ships we've done. There's always that pressure to get it done and hit the sort of key points. And so, at this point of exploration, it's really sort of loosey goosey in terms of figuring out ideas, looking at shapes, looking at silhouettes, and sort of not locking yourself into a line of thinking. It's basically, we'll look at different ships. So some will be more influenced by the 600i, some more by the 100i, and then we'll sort of do a mix and match. And so, like I said, sometimes you don't quite hit it on that sort of, you know,
I think
like right at the beginning.
Yeah, when you've got like a well-established manufacturer, it's really beneficial because you kind of you have that to pull from, but you also don't want to get into the point where it's just a scaled down 600 or a scaled up. Do you know what I mean? You kind of like, you don't want them all just to look like they're the same ship, just slightly different variants.
Yeah.
So I think the 400 is it certainly stands out within the lineup, but it's clearly an Origin ship.
And I think it's, I mean, because we sort of follow the sort of car manufacturers, don't we, in terms of the brand. It's sort of expanding the brand. Sort of the brand also develops over time. So we have like a double.
Yeah.
You know, since the start of the project, Origin has sort of slightly changed its style a little bit. And then, like say, you don't want just a mini 600.
Yeah.
Even though
the backside of the 400 just, oh my gosh, it looks good.
And even at this point, I kept sort of coming back to one original sketch that had been done for the, what was it? I think it was 100i.
Yeah.
There was a little.
Hey, you guys mind if I chill here?
Literally, in my head, it's about that big, and the sketch is just teeny weeny. I was like, I kind of want a version like this. This looks kind of cool. And so basically, in the end, I just went in and kick bashed some ideas together.
So this was before my time on the ship team, so it's quite interesting
really?
to learn a bit more about the process.
Yeah.
It's a great ship. It's my favourite one, Paul, in that case.
It's a nice size.
The little concept thumbnails get, if you see one, because we often show them in Jump Point magazines afterwards, after a ship's being released, you see all the early sketches, and people probably noticed that 100i thumbnail that we did that was rejected for the 100, but then has come around for this, and you never know what might happen with ones that we didn't choose for this one.
Yes,
could happen
yes,
in the
they
future.
might appear in future ships. So
Stephen, that's what
ultimately,
Origin's all about.
This is what this is like a visual that I did. So it's it's throwing together a bunch of shapes, what we call kit bashing.
These all look like Wipeout ships on the left.
As an art director, you've always got. It feels like you've got zero time to get a result. So it's how do you get
Luigi.
Provide a visual that people can understand in shortest time possible. And so my understanding of the ship was it was a luxury explorer. Yeah. And so you can see here that's why there's a swimming pool.
Does the roof open?
And a deck.
Or is that a window?
Part of the processes that we showed to Chris Roberts to get sort of direction and feedback.
And Chris was quite adamant that this was going to be an explorer. It wasn't just a small scale party ship. It was it needed to have a function. It needed to be a competitor to that scale and kind of role of ship.
I might trade in my Corsair.
We did quite a lot of interior investigations and just sort of looking at ways of arranging space within that ship, because like we said earlier, even though the ship looks big, it's actually really tight.
I'll get both.
It's
I'll be around for a while.
Than you think to achieve everything that now Star Citizens expect to have in their ships and all the components and all the functionality.
That doesn't make it look great, honestly.
2 decks, or really like one deck that stretches most of.
Just looks better from the back.
The upper bit, which had the pool in it.
Yes.
Maybe one day you'll get.
Maybe get the pool.
You'll get your pool one day.
So in terms of this process, what happens is we finish the concept, or what we think is finished, and then
that's cool. Landing gear.
Sign off, do a couple of paint schemes, and then it passes over.
That landing gear is art.
Yeah. So from the concept, normally we'll kind of take it as quickly as possible into the editor, and that just allows us to kind of really get a good sense of the space from the player, and making sure that everything that we think we need is actually going to fit, making sure the components go through. And like we were saying earlier, a lot of the time is what a ship starts off with its kind of paper design, its official design document, to the point where we're actually kind of working on the ship.
I'll say this, I'm going to, both the Corsair and this ship, I think I'm going to end up earning in game. It's just a matter of which one I earn first. This is a good size ship. I think I like it a little bit smaller, but this is a solid size.
It might be just that, we think, well, actually, it'd be great if we could fit the X1 in it, because it's kind of the perfect ship for it. But that wasn't, like I say, on the original plans. So, I mean,
like you were saying, the ship is kind of a hard split with its two floors. So we've kept sort of all of engineering and cargo and storage and everything downstairs still, and then the kind of the habs and the crew space is all upstairs with the bridge, obviously. Once we kind of get that white box in game, we then start just making sure that we can fit everything in we need. We also, that's the point that we kind of really start internally showing that ship to everyone that is invested in it, and you know, including Chris and you know, everyone that needs to kind of have a say. And one of the kind of things that Chris was really keen for, although he didn't want this ship to be a kind of luxury party ship, he did want it to feel Origin. I think originally we had like the lift entrance.
There was a smaller, trying not to do hand movements too much.
Yeah.
It was just a single small platform. Just
I put up a poll for everybody. If you want to say who still wins the mid-size game, is it this new 400i, is it the RSI Constellation, or the Drake Corsair? Vote in chat.
The lift.
Yeah.
And then there was an entrance to the front and an entrance to the
had,
back.
yeah, originally, I think on the concept, you walked in through the docking collar, and like you say, the floor was a lift, you had the collar on the side, and then doors either side, which took you to like a little antechamber that had the suit lockers in, I think it was.
At the front,
yeah. And yeah, the first bit of feedback from Chris was the entrance doesn't really feel very grand for an Origin ship, and that's when we kind of introduced the stairs and the kind of like the big, not marble staircase, but that sort of idea that you were kind of like, you know, walking into the ship felt a little bit more grand. That had some knock-ons to the kind of interior space as well, because, you know, obviously making a one.
Those are just the ships that they compared to each other in this segment, by the way. That's why I chose those three.
A set of stairs that need to fit,
Astro,
or need to have,
of course, ready to fight.
Height change. That requires a lot more space. So what we ended up doing was kind of
Astropub, you want to hop in here and talk about it? You want to share your thoughts?
Separate rooms. That kind of whole space kind of acts as the airlock, and that's got everything that you need when you first enter the ship. And I think it does, like I say, just that initial entrance feels quite nice now.
Yeah,
we don't have a lot of ships like that anymore that have the go up the front of it.
To be honest, I don't like the overall shape of that front little fin thing on the ground, but the detail of it, the actual up close look of it, is really nice. So I'm super conflicted.
I think you guys done a great job on this, because it was tricky. You know, I remember it at the time, and you feel the time pressure.
And then it was when I was just starting on the team as well, so I was like coming in and be like, oh, Paul, what do we do? Like, where do we go?
But it also, I mean, it's also nice because it sort of dovetails with that original sketch, which there's an element there in that thumbnail.
Is there? Okay.
Yeah, and I think at the time I sort of binned it off because I was just like, I'm sure I had some thoughts about it. I mean, everybody knows I've got a sort of 64 kilobit memory, so stuff kind of like gets lost after a short amount of time. But I think we did discuss it, but then it was just like, no, let's just go simple. But yeah, you guys did good stuff.
Yeah, and then the next thing to tackle, like Paul was saying, was the kind of like the addition of the bike garage. It was a bit of a headache trying to kind of fit that in, and the original plan that you can see is originally we were going to have it at the back of the ship next to the cargo, or
right
within
the back of the cargo.
Yeah, within the cargo room. It did fit. But it kind of brought up a few quirks with it, I think. There was a few different quirks from different departments. So from a design point of view, I think we could only make it fit if you sent the bike up on its own, which was fine. But because the main entrance to the ship was at the front, it meant that you'd get off.
Yeah, to drive your bike onto this platform, get off your bike, send the bike up, run around to the front of the ship, run up the stairs.
Yeah, and the
then
stairs
just look at your bike.
Opening isn't exactly like a super quick thing. So if it just felt kind of like,
in terms of flow.
Yeah, it's like, all right, I need to quickly get off planet, and you're like, oh, click that, right, okay, yeah, send that up. Oh, run, yep, okay, go. A minute later or 2 minutes later, you're in the seat, ready to fly. Like I say, that was one of the issues we kind of hit, and then the other, I guess, issue was it started eating into the cargo space, so it meant that you couldn't, once you had the cargo fully loaded, there was very little space for you to kind of traverse around the cargo hold. Basically, we had a number of kind of ideas we played with, and then if you click on, we ended up basically putting it at the opposite end of the ship. Yeah. Now the nose. Should we call it the nose? Yeah, the nose now opens up and it's got like a nice little kind of dedicated X1 garage in there. It's a nice use of that kind of spine that was there originally.
There was nothing really.
The gravity drive was there, but we kind of nudged that back a bit. And I guess the mounts for the guns, but they kind of still tucked out to the side a little bit. So yeah,
there's a better use of space because it was like you say, it had the gravity generator there and it had the suit lockers, but it was weird that you had to go through the airlock to get your suit and then back out. So yeah, taking up that space was much nicer. And the other really good thing is all the controls for getting a new ship and doing this. They're all right next to you. So you go open this. Yeah. You can put your bike away.
Yeah.
And go up.
And I think that's one of the kind of like the like I say the nice things of it is you can, I guess, ride up to your ship and it's just there. You send it up straight up and there's no messing around. So yeah, that was one of the other challenges. And then to be honest, most of the rest of the ship kind of went pretty much to plan in terms of what was on concept. I don't think there was any kind of real surprises. So now as you enter the ship and you come into the kind of like the main body, you're into engineering. This ship does have large shields.
Yes. Yeah. So that was another thing to make it different. Obviously we've made changes during development to other ships and shields have changed, so it's not quite as unique as it was, but it's still very well shielded for its size. And the other cool thing.
So is this equivalent to like your 25 meter yacht? Got enough size for like a jet ski, but not much else. A little bit of cargo to carry around, but like mostly just to go and slew about in the ocean or the sea.
Full dry ice, yeah. You can get the
come in and
the light sticks out and
flow out.
A little bit of party mode in there, yeah. But yeah, I think that's it. That was one of the things I think you established early on in the concept was this kind of like cool chamber in engineering.
Yeah, because we needed that space. I mean, you need space to put all the components.
Yeah, I think I see a good point in chat. This really does seem like it's meant to be an exploration ship first, with the space to carry stuff that you want on like a long distance exploration voyage. This just seems honestly like a better version of a 600i Explorer, in my opinion. Unless you could have a bigger group, I guess, but I would rather take something like this unless you want a rover.
So you can fit a decent amount of storage in there. You've also got the escape pods. One of the other things we were doing when we were looking at this space with the bike is originally we were kind of, if we put the bike in this area, it meant that the storage reduced. So we were looking at kind of other ways of moving the storage around. At one point we thought, we could put it out in the wings, but then that didn't really make sense because, ideally in the wings where you store your fuel and that sort of stuff, and it just felt really awkward, where this kind of gives us the kind of classic traditional...
You might want a ground vehicle on a long voyage, but like maybe you want just a bike, Maybe you want just a Ranger that you could ride quickly out to a cave to explore and not really carry a bunch of people with you.
Obviously it will take away
your cargo space.
Because maybe in your crew you've got a navigator and a pilot and an explorer, so the only person going out just needs a bike. I don't know.
And then, we kind of make our way
upstairs.
Choice, I guess. 3-man, 3-crew bridge.
3-crew bridge.
And it's very, to me anyway, the bridge is very Origin. It feels very, very sleek. Get a real nice view of the kind of front of the ship out in front of you. It's a nice place, and it's got the classic kind of Origin kind of hardened, and we haven't got any low-tech screens. It's all kind of projected and feels fancy. Yeah.
Does that mean you can see there's a lot of 600i influence, like from the original concept image that was done for the 600i?
Yeah.
So I was keen to get those. That sort of, it's almost like the black louvers.
Yeah.
And then get everything sort of.
To be honest, they were one of the things that we kind of kept referencing back during the production. Was like, let's just go back and have a look at the 600, because that's one of those kind of shapes that really sells Origin to me. And so I think it was good kind of keeping them.
And that, it was also, what's the Origin buggy called?
G12.
Thank you, yeah. So, again, we've got the louvers
and
that.
Yeah.
The 890 as well, is like all the bigger Origin ships have this sort of arrangement of a single centre seat and 2 crew ones, whether they're at the front or at the back. They're all sort of that style. So it all plays together.
And then HABs-wise, you kind of got the captain suite and you've got the crew suite. and within those they've got their own kind of lockers, they've got their own kind of personal ship storage. I'm not sure if it's exact, but they're very similar in their kind of scale, but obviously the captain gets the slightly more space, a little bit more kind of luxury, because he's the boss. So.
At one point it was a 4-person ship, and then we reduced it down to 3, so we've got that extra space for the...
I'm learning loads of stuff I didn't have out today.
Lots of things changed during the concept, like changing it from 4 to 3 might sound like a quick thing on paper, but then it's like you're losing a seat out the bridge somewhere.
It would have been
lockers.
Tough to fit an extra seat in that bridge though, because it would have you would have had to have kind of had them in 2 banks. So it would have been a bit just purely visual sort of. It feels a little bit nicer weighted if it's.
The whole ship has essentially a triangle.
It looks fast. Yeah.
Looks fast.
Yeah. And then as you kind of progress through to the rear of the ship, this is where, like I say, originally it was
party time.
Yeah, it was the party room. Yeah, we've kept some of the elements, I guess. There's still a kitchen, a decent sized kitchen.
It's still a nice space, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It's like luxury. It's still that sort of luxury yacht.
You've got your wine fridge.
To be honest, hear me out. I think it'd be better for them to show off the ship like this if they just straight up took it into the game in the place that they just did the whole demo, and just like flew around and had a player walking around in the ship. I guess that would be more sketchy because it could crash, but I feel like that'd be more interesting.
A bit more focused with the hollow table than the sort of the breakfast bar that's just in front of it. And I think because we tried quite a few different ideas there as well. Actually, I remember at one point we had like a war table with seating and stuff, but that was a bit tight for kind of maneuverability, and also I think we ended up going with like this standing kind of hollow table rather than a seating one, because when you first kind of like look at it, it felt like an extension of the relaxation area rather than like a kind of planning, what we're going to do in our operation type area. And then, basically that kind of covers most of the 400, I guess, as a whole.
Ooh, new ship.
So we'll move from the 400i to something a bit bigger. And something entirely new, which is the Anvil Liberator, which is Anvil's latest design, a spaceship, which is purely for transporting ships. So we wanted to do something properly and sort of provide that.
Oh my God, it's a pocket carrier
spaceship for that career. If you want to be a ship hauler, then this is the ship for you. It provides that good foundational base for it.
It's a fairly regular sort of process on this one. As Jared and I have chatted before, these ships are often described as berths, easy berths, hard berths, difficult berths. I think this one was a fast berth. It's been a while since we've worked on some Anvil stuff, so in terms of the lineup, we have the Ballista, the Terrapin, the Hurricane. The Valkyrie, is probably more sort of, it's one of those larger ships. Then we've got the Carrack.
Yeah.
So a lot of work has already been done for those ships, and we've got, we've got the modular kits. So in terms of a concept process, theoretically, it's smoother sailing. And in terms of our process again, it's that investigation, and each manufacturer has sort of a loose set of rules. I'll say it's loose because there's always space for us to sort of slightly veer and slightly tweak the manufacturer.
Well, I think, like you were saying earlier, like manufacturers change with time as well as
they evolve.
Yeah, it's not like every ship came out with the exact same date with the exact same manufacturing processes. It kind of all.
Yes, yeah. And I think, I mean, that's kind of what I like about Star Citizen.
As they keep talking about this ship, keep in mind that they generally introduce ships like this for specific reasons. This is going to probably be something that's really important for the Pyro system.
Well, actually, it's based on this old design, or whether it's a new stuff. So, one of the early requirements from John, which you can see here in this fabulous designer art.
Top quality design block.
Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm not sure about that shade of green, but not quite Anvil. But basically, this is super easy for us, and also, because we're working with a contractor, about sort of laying out the limits of, because we always, we like to make ships big, so it's always, okay, we've got our metrics, it has to fit within this, like, whatever you do, make it cool, but it has to fit within these bounds.
Yeah, it was quite strict on the landing pad size, but you need to fit a number of ships in it, but also make sure that it really kind of stayed within its. Otherwise, John will give us big slap wrists.
I'll come after you.
Yeah.
Because on that image there, you can see there's the red box, which is the maximum bounds that the ship can be. If you go outside that, it literally won't fit through the hangar doors and ceiling. So obviously it has to be in there, and that's a max, not a goal to hit, because we've ended up in the past with ships that have a centimetre or two's clearance right at the edge. Carrick. So when you're coming in and out of the hangar, you just clip as soon as you clip one side of it, then it throws it into the other one.
Yeah, it makes it difficult.
And you can see there for the extra small landing pads, the green size. So once you've got 3 of them, so at this point in the design brief, it was just 3 extra small ships. By the time you've got these 3 green, and they have some Z height to them, which I didn't put in here. By the time you've got these green blocks, so like you've got to have space for these, and also got to fit in this. Then you sort of start funneling yourself into
and I think,
shapes.
I mean, you provided a reference image right at the start, which is of military hovercraft.
Yeah, the American, I can't remember if it's the Navy or the Army.
Yeah, and so that was like, I mean, people will see straight away the correlation between the two and the sort of influence, but it also makes sense. Right?
Oh, that's not a freaking pocket
cannon. It's a very functional ship, isn't it?
It's freaking huge.
Like say, obviously, the real life version
has
been made for that function, and this kind of.
I was so off when I said that. Wow. Okay, they need to show more pictures of it.
Well, basically.
So there's an interior too.
So there are exterior options, and again, it's always it's quite difficult when you have something like that reference image of the military hovercraft, because instantly it sits in your mind, and you sort of get sort of stuck in that thinking. And so part of my job is also to sort of push the concept artists and say, right, okay, well, what about this? What about that? I think it's always it's always a sort of dual role. We sort of you work together, and kind of 2 minds is always better than one, right? So in this case, we're sort of looking at, this is a sort of first stab at it. So there's a lot of similarity with the Valkyrie. So there's the Valkyrie engines. It's pretty standard. It's just one floor plate, and it's symmetrical. Then we look at some cleaner stuff. It's not, it's a nice design, but doesn't really speak of Anvil to me. I mean, but it's cool. I like it. There's some interesting things.
Certainly very hovercrafty.
Yeah. I think just too simple for
too wedgy.
Yeah. This one was asymmetrical version. We've got that massive tank on the side. What it does, I'm not quite sure at this point, but it's it's just visual exploration.
That carries the boost juiced.
Asymmetrical wings.
Boost juiced.
Again, and sort of interesting stuff. At this point, we're starting to push into like terrapin territory. So we've got sort of essentially like the bridge, and it's kind of like got a cowl.
That looks a little Crusader.
Sort of, it's kind of like the little turtle head.
Just a little.
From the terrapin. And sort of mixing and matching. And so, it's kind of interesting. Again, we're doing these things rapidly. So,
Has some pros and cons design-wise well, because obviously we have the XY metric, but you also have the Z. So a lot of our hangar metrics are quite tall.
No, that's ugly. I don't like that.
The problem with this one was it was just to the height of the ship. The actual height it would have needed to be would have been double that. So then you end up with this really tall gangly thing, because we've also shortened it by a third. So
I like you trying to get yourself into like the shape of a ship. Yeah, that's
really
good.
tall.
Yeah.
And then here is like where we sort of start hitting upon something that I don't know where the decision was made, but it made sense to have the garages on that lower deck. Here, you've got 2 tanks lying side by side, which is cool. It looks good, but it isn't actually like an official feature.
Yeah. It was around this point where we were looking at the double layer thing and trying to get these 2 layers to work, or 2 floors to work with the 3 larger ships. So we changed it from the 3 extra small pads to 2 extra small pads, which basically take any single seat fighter in the game and some around. So I think a Prospector also fits on there.
Yep.
And then we scaled the front one down to an extra small. So that's things like the Argo MPUV,
You know what's going to be funny is that like all these earlier Squadron 42 videos and trailers are so limited in terms of the ships they have in the fleets, and they keep adding all these ships that are so clearly going to be in Squadron 42 that when you look back on these trailers, you're just going to be like, where are all the ships?
So we went from these 3 extra smalls to 2 extra smalls on top, 1 extra small at the front, and then these 2 garage slots, which can also, if you're willing to try and fly your small ship in there.
You were playing around. You could fit quite a few combinations of ships in there.
I had a shot. I treated it like I was a fan and basically filled that whole carriage.
There was no sort of like door opening space at all. It was
it was cyclones and
we know what
rock
the players
DSs.
are like.
Yeah, I mean it looked good. I mean it looked like it looked like a ferry. When they're just full of the vehicles all just stacked up.
Just increases like the risk value of flying it, doesn't it? Like if you've got 3 ships on it, all right.
Yeah.
Got 15.
And need a big insurance payout. So once we have the an exterior that we were happy with, then it's then we move on to the interior, and it's only 2 crew.
Yep. So it's 2 crew.
Wow, it's deceivingly big.
Obviously, the person flying the
Only
thing.
2 crew.
And then the second person who can either sort of a flexible role. There is a turret that they can control. They can go sit in it and shoot anything that comes at you, but it's not really a ship that's a combat ship. It's a transporter ship. If you want protection, you need to bring protection with you or rely on the ships that you're carrying to provide that protection, which is another benefit of this open-topped ship. You come under attack, everyone can launch out straight away. You're not having to fly your ships out one by one out of a tube. They can get off pretty quickly.
We haven't done launch tubes yet, have we? One day
we do launch tubes.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. I think about that. Basically we've moved on to interiors. Again, it's just investigation of, we've got our function and what it needs to achieve, but in the last 2-4 years, definitely the last 2 years, like our process has just been a lot stronger in terms of player flow. So there's no more of the Starfarer higgledy-piggledy
mystery tour.
I mean, that was our first multi-crew ship, so the pipeline wasn't in place. I mean, spaceships interiors was like, I don't know. So I mean, there's been a lot of learning going on, and so now it's like, okay, if I'm a player, what experience do I want?
Yeah.
Like, how do I get from A to B? I don't want to do A to G to H to get to B.
Yeah.
None of that business.
This looks like a lot of fun to have a shootout in.
Interiors, we just sort of looked at sort of different flow, basically, different ideas. So it feels quite good, and we sort of worked on, again, just flow. So if you're in the garage, you can easily get from the garage into the living quarters. The elevators just run the full height. There's one for crew, one for passengers. So if you're under the ship, you can just easily get up and down. And so the whole process is a lot more streamlined. And there's even if you're in those top rooms, and it's, there's a call to action. You've all got to get out. We've even put a nice little set of stairs that just run down the side of the ramp, and so you can just run down, get in your
whatever vehicle,
and then off you go. So I feel like a lot of thought was given to just improving.
And I think it's really nice as well the fact that you've got, like say, that passenger section kind of sectioned off, and they're always ready. But then, like say, you were saying about the bows of the ship and how that's sort of all that technical stuff's like hidden at the bottom, and that feels nice that that's crew only, and because you don't want passengers just just
definitely
milling around.
And then moving on to, you can see here the garage space and where the cargo is stored. So originally the cargo was going to essentially take up one of the garage spaces.
It was going to be a compromise choice that players could make of that the cargo is stacked down, either down the middle of the lower garage or across like one of the pads, so you could choose. But then decided to.
We had a bit of space. Well, basically, the concept guy, when I went rogue, I was like, "Oh, what about this? This is cool." And we were like,
Yeah, it does look cool. Yeah,
Yeah, I was like,
Like, John, can we have this?
coming to a meeting. Oh, I've just gone away and done this this thing that we're not going to talk about, but it's turned
Yeah.
into the cargo storage room. So
Yes, yeah.
it's a good sort of save of
Well, we want. I mean, you know, for me as an art director, I want my team to feel like they can take those little forays off if they want, if they've got a good idea. And you know, luckily this time it's panned out.
Yeah.
And makes good use of the space. I mean, because like I said, the ship is quite big. So then we get to the fun part, which is when we get onto promo. I think it's everyone's favourite part involved with this sort of stuff, and that is really sort of, I call it selling the dream. So it's you know, you're really sort of honing in into what a player's experience might be. And I love doing this sort of stuff as well. So here we've got, you know, a fully loaded carrier. And
the core of what that ship is for. Like, you have these smaller carrier-borne ships, is what Chris likes to call them. Like, they're not deep space fighters. They can't go long distances by themselves. They need to be from a parent ship. So the Liberator is, unless you suddenly got an Idris to carry things with, this is what you're going to see going through these wide and long star systems. Like Pyro is incredibly large compared to Stanton, and Stanton's already quite big to go from one side to the other. So we really need these ships to help you lug all your stuff from point A to point B. Because if you do it in your Hornet, that's going to be, I don't know, 50, 100 little stops, whereas you cram it in one of these and send it on its way. It's going to be a much better experience for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I think this is going to be a fun one to kind of get onto.
Yeah, I think your team's going to like that.
That's pretty much it for the Anvil Liberator. Ship transporter at its core, 2-man crew, designed for hauling 3 spaceships and some ground vehicles long distance. Very cool.
Honestly, it was a cool ship. Oh, here's your BMM, boys. There you go.
Let's talk about the Banu Merchantman then. It's that ship that's been around for
a long time.
For a long time now.
I think fans have been waiting quite a while for this.
Yeah, we haven't really shown a huge amount of it beyond.
They're just going to cut the whole thing right now.
Concept images.
They're not going to say anything.
I think you know, this is my second round on this, so I think maybe like 3 years ago we did an initial concept round.
Around the time of the Defender, I guess.
I can't actually remember.
So long ago.
Yeah, but sure, let's. I think fans are going to love this.
So there's a few things that need to be updated for the Merchantman. Obviously, we've talked about this many times in the past. As Star Citizen develops, things get added, things get refined, we improve our workflow. So number one thing we had to do was look at the size and the scale of the ship, because I think it was 160 meters wide and 160 meters long, so it's in essence a cube. But
it's a very tall ship as well.
Yeah, but it was very vague because we had never done a full interior layout, so
not to like the new system. No.
Yeah, so we need to make sure it fit everything in. So it's always a good starting point. The cargo numbers they've never really been changed since they were originally concepted as freight units, not standard cargo units. So the scale of cargo has changed since we did it originally.
I don't remember freight units.
Yeah.
It was
a long time ago. The marketplace / bazaar need to have a good working out. And then lastly, we wanted to have some synergy between the Defender and the Merchantman. So we found a way to get a Defender hangar on board. So
what?
Big consequences.
How are you going to fit a
ship.
Defender?
So let's talk about the exterior.
I guess thinking about it, seems so long ago since I started on this, but the addition of the Defender to the ship basically had the biggest impact in a way. Like, just because the Defender is not a slim ship, is it?
No, it's deceptively big to me. Like the Defender always.
Oh, they won't be showing the ship.
Tiny little thing, but
in flight mode, it's quite slim.
Yeah,
but then when it's landed, it's got this sort of, you know,
big stance.
Yeah. So this has been. I think I've probably been on this for maybe a year, something like that now. And I said before, we did an initial round of concept work, and it was sort of done more in isolation. So we didn't really have a full interior, and we sort of treated it more as, okay, we need a corridor, we need an idea of a marketplace, we need an idea of a bridge, and we'll kind of sort of piece them together. And so that was maybe like 3 years ago, something like that. And obviously processes have changed, as we've discussed today. It's more about the player experience and the flow and things making sense, less rule of cool. We still have the coolness, but you want it to work right. Yeah. You don't want it to be frustrating.
I think when you kind of do it, like obviously this big ship, so you think, oh yeah, we can make whatever room this size and it'll be fine, but that kind of always sets us up for just a lot more headaches when it comes to our side. So by you spending the time to actually like fully flesh out the interior, it just saves us so much time when we come to actually do the production side of it.
Definitely.
Kind of takes all that risk away from us and puts it up front onto you, basically.
Yeah.
So thanks, Paul. Yeah.
Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. I mean, we've tried hard. I mean, you can see here that the ship did have to scale up.
There it is.
We talked about earlier. We have those hanger metrics, and scaled up it now
doesn't fit
the hanger metrics.
So we'll get to the solution in a little bit.
Yeah.
And just
Docking
a quick
collar.
shot of the front, and you can
That's a
actually see
big
that
boy.
from the front. It hasn't actually changed that much. It's grown a little bit in height, but gained a little bit of body mass, but overall pretty similar. I mean, we've the ethos of this whole thing is, the ship was really cool anyway. Like, everybody really liked the ship, so it wasn't that we wanted to change it just for change's sake. It was just, we need to make it work. We do need to advance it. And so between myself, concept artists Mike Oberschneider and Mark Gibson, one of the CIG's designers, we basically met twice a week, every week.
Folding wingtips.
And basically gone through this ship from top to bottom, inside to out.
There's a huge amount of ship.
And hands down, this has been the most difficult and hardest ship to date. Like, I've not had a nervous breakdown. Actually, the whole process has been quite nice in a way, but it's just been long.
I think this is the one that, like,
it's a marathon.
To begin with, I was really scared, and then the kind of like the closer you kind of got to finishing your work, the kind of like the less scared I'm getting and the more excited I'm getting. And I'll probably have, when we get into production, I'll be like, oh no, what are we going to do? And then again, once we kind of actually kind of get over that hurdle, because it's quite an intimidating ship, not like just visually, but like
I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff. I mean, we're seeing here the sort of hangar opening. So basically, we've one of the sort of
it's on the top.
Design philosophies of the Banu ships is they sort of incorporate tech where it suits them. So they use tech from humans, they use tech from Xi'an, whatever suits them to sort of achieve what their needs are. So for this ship, we've leveraged a lot of Xi'an tech. So it's a lot of that essentially levitation tech. So stuff doesn't have to be physically connected to move. It sort of hovers and then shifts along. So it's basically given us a lot of opportunity for creativity. So the hangar here, it's always multi-part as well, so it's always kind of nice. Basically shot from the front. This is with the front guns out, which are S8. That's
gun animations.
Size 8 guns. Yeah. One of the original core cool things of the Merchant was all its weapons are sort of tucked away and hidden, so it gives you that non-threatening.
They better do that on the 600i.
When it needs to, then everything.
I was going to say, it's going to be quite a powerhouse, really, isn't it? Like, with its guns and its turrets.
It's a proper transformer. This ship.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? There's probably no area that doesn't transform almost, especially on the exterior. And again, like John said, it's just to keep with that kind of like,
just a friendly trader.
Yeah, just a friendly trader. Peaceful. Don't worry about me. Just going on my business, and then suddenly everything just pops out, and it's all business. So again, sort of multi-stage animation for the guns. Again, for the turret. I mean, the turret featured in the original. There was a hidden.
It was never really fully explained.
No.
There was a turret, man turret there that you could get in and defend with, and it was in that top fin, I guess. you can call it.
Yeah, and when the weaponry is unmanned, it's a lot easier. We can get away with a lot smaller spaces. Once you put a person in it, then it's a whole different ball of wax.
Yeah.
And just the player experience, and it's twin gun.
Twin
Yeah.
S5, so it's not giving you a little tickle. It's
Yeah.
quite a big punch.
Yeah.
And even though it's only a turret, a gunner, you still got to kind of take all the consideration you're taking in a pilot seat in terms of their visibility and everything else. And
Coverage as well.
and yes, you expect to see the big guns and the silhouette and get that kind of like the real feel of being in a gunner seat, but like I say, it's quite easy for it to just kind of grow in complexity quite quickly.
So I mean, basically, we've used the GN tech again to help us sort of reveal the turret, also to elevate the turret. Still, we've got multiple ideas for that, so I think we'll just have to figure that out a little further on. And then these guns look tiny in comparison, don't they?
They're still
like
sized. So
pea-shooters.
these are guns that most fighters have equipped to them, but they're on these point defense turrets. So obviously, the ship was big to start with. It's bigger now. It's more of a target for missiles and torpedoes. And one of the best ways we have in game to counter those is these automated point defense turrets. So Banu again, well, humans have these phalanx style guns that shoot down incoming threats. We'll take that and we'll use our own guns. So it's got 4 of these on the hull. So there's 2 on top near the bridge, and then I think we see the other 2 underneath. So you've sort of got your 360 degrees protection from missiles from those. And then there's an additional pair of size 4 remote turrets under the wings. These are controlled from the bridge. The bridge crew mentioned them. So yeah, it's not lacking on.
Not lacking on
The
fire-
thing is,
firepower.
it can carry a fair amount of cargo, and it's got its own trading floor. And,
It's your livelihood.
Yeah, you kind of need to make sure that.
I mean,
you can
basically,
protect that.
yeah. It's a bit of a TARDIS. It's a bit of a There's as people will see, there's a whole bunch of extra stuff that we've squeezed into this compared to the first one. So there's always been this feature on the Banu. It was there on the original, but it never really had a function. Some people called it the paddle, some people called it the flipper, but Chris was like, okay, it needs a reason to be there.
It is very dominant.
Yeah,
in this silhouette, isn't it? So.
I'll always remember that one bit of Defender concept art where it's just there, just destroying a mountain. It flies over, just dragging it through.
So we've, it's a multifunction essentially because one of the difficulties was at the top of that fuel scoop, is basically the entrance to the marketplace for traders and the public. So it was, there's that challenge of what it needs to look. It needs to do its job, but it also needs to look visually appealing because it's going to be the entrance. So there was, and we'll see that in a second. But it was always a bit of a tricky thing to solve. And so, again, we're seeing here as John mentioned earlier, the ship got wider and didn't actually fit on a landing pad.
Which meant we had no hangars that it would officially fit in. We could only ever officially land at docking stations with docking ports or on a planet's surface, which is, as a trader, you're missing out on all the places you could land to do trading. So we had to find a solution.
I mean, the funny thing is, this is the simplest of the solutions that we came up with. I mean, there's probably like 10 others that we did. Some of them were super crazy, parts just folding back on each other and all sorts of things. So, but in the end, I mean, simplicity wins out. I mean,
they're not small bits of wing to move.
Yeah.
It's kind of
I mean, there's
deceptive,
gaps
isn't it?
here, and we haven't got the mesh in there, but there will be. We'll work it out for you, Ben.
Yeah.
So you can see here, this is basically a shot of what is the fuel scoop, but it transforms again and becomes this pathway to the marketplace. So you'll have this, basically why this experience, again, it's kind of the red carpet treatment. You're walking up into the marketplace. It's not in this image, but we will have, hopefully, we'll have like softs, like awnings basically that will sort of come out as well. And so we'll have that sort of marketplace.
I think for me, this is one of the ships that really excites me because it is very different to, not all a lot of the ships that we've done, and I think that sort of like initial experience, like you say, of seeing this thing kind of like come and land down, and the traders kind of inviting you in and entering into, it's very otherworldly.
Yeah.
Kind of entering up that, walking up those steps out of one of our kind of space station, like our human space stations.
Oh, absolutely.
I think it's going to be kind of really exciting to kind of.
I mean, the idea is that as you go up those stairs, you'll have holographic visuals of products that are in the marketplace, and so they will sort of pop up and just be spinning. So you'll have like, it's just that sort of shopping experience. It's like, oh, okay, I can get that and get that, or maybe even artifacts that the traders picked up. I mean, you've got options basically. So, and then also the cargo that changed.
Cargo is a big topic. It was one of those things in the original concept. Even digging out the original design brief wasn't particularly clear on, was the cargo bay internal, was it external, was it was it a walkable space?
And we kept it external for the first half of this development.
And then it was during a meeting where I think a bunch of us were in there with Chris, and we were all like, oh no, it's internal, and then someone else was like, oh no, it's external, and we just decided like, let's make it enclosed. We'll keep the styling of how it was in the original concept, so you have that sort of, I don't know how you want to call it, shuttering or on the outside.
Yeah, I'm struggling to actually remember it now because I'm kind of like locked into this one. But it was more that it was you saw the cargo crates, didn't you?
They were exposed, weren't they?
Yeah, they were exposed certainly from underneath. You could see them all.
Yeah.
They were top mounted, and they could all drop down. But that caused huge problems with the entrance case, where if they could all drop down at the same time, then you couldn't get in the ship to start with. So
we did have a solution, but this is definitely better.
Yeah. So now it's enclosed. You just have one way of dropping at the front, and then we'll see later how it's all managed inside. So you can have the front ramp open and cargo coming up and down. The two systems are not interfering with each other. And
that was
your cargo is more protected as well.
Yeah, and that's kind of, I guess, a key element of it, isn't it? Is not only having the like footfall into your marketplace, but these big trade items, you're going to need to deliver them.
Yep. So we're going to move on to, so we've been looking at sort of functional images of, basically explaining how we've been dealing with design decisions and how that's affected art. And so now we move on to the sort of the sexy stuff of looking at how we've taken the existing Banu materials, from the early merchantmen, which there was a lot of good stuff on that, and then just progressing it a little bit further. And, again, this is still probably, this is subject to change still, it's previs, but in terms of where it's heading, it's really quite exciting. And so, not everything is modelled in this, so, there probably will be more folds in the metal, kind of like there is on the Defender. Where,
if you look at the concept images versus where it all ends up pivoting on those arms, there's a lot more detail.
There's a lot more sort of intricate sort of folding of the metal. And so we're just kind of like working in, we're kind of sort of turning it into more, it is more ornate, it's more of a sort of a sort of special item essentially, and sort of really trying to sort of get that impression. So, we're layering in the gold, we're layering in the sort of all the sort of Art Nouveau line work, sort of with a sort of Banu influence. We're looking at sort of taking materials like opal or whatever the Star Citizen equivalent is of that, and also integrating that into the ship. So it really is sort of a display of wealth. It's like if you've got this, like you're loaded.
It's the crown jewel of your fleet.
It is. So I think it's going in some really nice places, and so we're looking at this heavy bruiser of a turret, and this is still work in progress. Ideally there would be more work to do with this, and so we'd get more of the sort of the curvature in the metalwork and stuff. But because we're on because of time scale and stuff, we've got to make some compromises. But we'll pass that information on to you.
I'm sure we'll get a good kick-off on this one. I like the turret on this one.
Yeah.
It's good.
So that's the exterior. We'll move on to the interior. Yes, we'll go over how it was, how it is, and then we'll go on a magical mystery tour
through the
up through
interior.
the ship.
Yeah. So it was a lot simpler, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Back in the day, it was pre-metric, so we didn't have all the requirements in place.
No components.
The marketplace is a lot simpler in here, and so with Banu Merchantman 2.0, or in my head it's 3.0, we basically moved on to a fully upgraded interior roll drum. And so you can see from this cutaway, and it's kind of hard to show all the pathways in this ship. I feel like I'm banging this drum, but again, we did a lot of work on pathways and navigation. And so you can, as a trader, you're locked off to a certain route. As a crew, you've got access to everywhere. But as a trader, you're like, okay, well, you've got these areas you can get to. You can come in from the docking collar, and there's 2 different docking collars. There's
the larger one on one
ship
side
and the ship to station.
Yeah.
And then that funnels you into the marketplace. And then you can go back down through the flipper or vice versa, the fuel scoop. And so, in terms of what's changed, we've had to create space for the cargo. The hangar for the Defender, that was a massive one. So a lot of just shifting the internals around. There's 2 elevators in this. There's one for crew. There's one for traders. Again,
I think that kind of like builds on the experience of someone coming to buy stuff there, though, and to me that's kind of like part of the lure of the ship is that, like you say, the crew have their own everything itself, but the kind of like the people that are coming to spend money, that experience is like the kind of like one of the core elements of that ship. That's what makes it kind of so special.
A different experience to coming on board it that way versus living on board it and
totally
working on board.
And so we'll see here that these are like previs images. These are straight out of 3D Studio Max with a bit of Photoshop magic, but it's just giving you an idea of that going up the fuel scoop or the market entrance. You'll have the awnings all folded out. It should be a real grand experience. Will we have red carpet?
I kind of like, I don't know why in my head it's like Aladdin's cave. Do you know what I mean? That's
totally.
what it kind of.
And we had some reference images as well.
Oh, okay.
For the marketplace, and so here you've walked up, and you're again. This is always in this concept theory has always been this tree of life essentially. So basically you enter at the base of the tree, and then it forms the spine, and then that tree branches out and basically reaches to the front of the ship. That's the theory. Always been this organic theory.
The same in the Defender. You come in the Defender up the ramp.
Yes.
And then you have that big central tree which houses components, and then that stretches out and back around to form.
So the line work in this is a little more sort of refined. It has gone less organic compared to the Defender. We've kind of gone for a slightly less alien feeling.
Yeah.
Just to
like doesn't feel like it's actually a tree that has grown and they build a ship around this kind of organic thing. It is a ship.
Yeah, absolutely. And so here is a capture from 3D Studio Max, just so it's super clear. Like this is the lower floor. So the marketplace is split into 2 floors, 8 shops on each floor.
Yeah. Or is it?
No, sorry, 4 shops.
4 shops on each
floor.
floor, 8 total.
And then you have this little walkway that sort of goes over the top. You can kind of see here, obviously, we've got a flying jellyfish. But the theory is that there'll be a holographic display, and hopefully the captain can choose what's on there.
Yeah, special offer for the day.
Could be special offer, could show a weapon, could just have like butterflies flying around, whatever. But this really gives you a vibe of the complexity of the Banu sort of folded metal, that organicness, and sort of just that overall experience.
The headaches that you're going to cause me.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that Aladdin's cave.
Yeah.
You know, you've got the little jewels hanging off the.
I really like those, though, the kind of like the treatment of light in a lot of the concepts. I don't know, I'm stealing your thunder from future thing, but the sort of these jewels and stones that are kind of going to be used as light source throughout the ship, and I think that's kind of like really nice. Just something a bit different,
fluorescent tube.
Yeah, LED lights or.
Yeah, and so we really sort of pushed on that on this one, and so here is like. There's basically, as part of the Tree of Life in the marketplace, is the elevator shaft, and so you can then go up there into the negotiation room, which was in the original.
One of the images that everyone remembers from the original concept was that room with the table and looking out over the cargo.
And so we've kind of kept that, and we'll come to that in a second. But before you get there, you come out of the elevator and you're sort of in a central corridor, which also leads to guests' habitation rooms.
In lore, these trades often take a long amount of time, so there was a lot of back and forth with the narrative team on this ship in particular, with how do Banu trade, how do they eat, how do they... Because for the Defender, it was sort of very small scale. It's long duration, so these trades can take days, weeks, maybe months, so the people that are coming on board to trade need a place to stay whilst
and it's not like the people that are going to be kind of flying this, they don't have in my head they don't have like a base of operations, like this is their home. So like you say, if you're trading I guess some of these things could be their livelihood. They're trading these really expensive high-end items, and that's kind of.
And you want them to feel special, like the thing about this always has been that making the people feel that they're in something quite unique. And so you can see here, in this image we've got massive gemstones. They could be whatever, but in terms of lighting opportunities, you'll have the caustics and the light. If they're rotating, there's a lot of cool opportunities. And so here is the conference room, which we just mentioned. In the original concept, it was smaller, a lot more compact. But obviously, the ship has got bigger, and therefore we've got more space. But also, it's a display of wealth, right? If you can afford to waste a bit of space, essentially, if you could be like, I don't need to pack it with everything, I just got to make this nice player experience where everyone feels sort of relaxed. And so that's kind of what we've been pushing with. So there's a lot of commonality that we've taken from the original and fed into this, but then also pushing further. So again, you can see the sort of like carved gemstones inlaid with more gemstones, inlaid with gold. And so again, in terms of player experience, it's going to be totally different to anything that's happened. And we've still kept that viewpoint looking into the hangar. So
the cargo bay.
Sorry, into the cargo bay. And so it's been quite a tussle trying to get everything into place. And then this is an example of one of the hubs for like if you're doing long-term trading. And this is really sort of based on, again, keeping with the organic theme, the Banu shapes, but pushing in a slightly different palette and materials. And so it's kind of based off of the interior of a Nautilus shell. And so you can't really tell from here, but actually it circles back on itself. So there's a little internal wall there that you go behind, and that's where toilet and shower and all that sort of stuff is. And then you've got the bed in the back, and then you've got lockers and little seating area. So you kind of like a real sort of organic journey. So again, just pushing on leveraging that Xi'an tech as well. So the chairs and the desk and even the lights are just sort of held in space. So quite different. And so that's where the traders go, but the crew obviously has got access to the full ship. And so
slightly less grandiose, but not.
Yeah. So the docking cargo, that docking corridor is still quite elaborate. But
that's going to be shared between.
Yeah, it's more of a shared space. There's some more technical elements in there in terms of venting and stuff, and we still want to. This has always been a theory of you've got your superstructure, then you've got your tech, and then you've got your layering of the bodywork, the cladding, and then there'll be areas where the sort of tech is revealed and stuff, and so by balancing those two, the proportions, you can kind of like alter the feel of the space, and so I mean it's going to be a journey for you guys of like how we achieve all this, but this is the corridor leading to the marketplace from the docking area, and so you've got that great big green ring, which kind of sort of that we kind of put that there and kind of thinking of it shows green when it's safe. The docking, there's not some kind of a ventage going on.
Yeah, I was having this conversation with the team this week actually about that exact thing, about kind of communicating to the player, but not in just as simple as something flashing on a screen or whatever else, but just having something a little bit more elegant.
So I think again this will give you some really good opportunities, and again it's just the new materials, the folds, and moving on to the habitation section where sort of crew can go. People who are familiar with the Defender will really sort of see the sort of common thread here. So the amount of gold and shiny stuff, to put it bluntly, is reduced, and so it goes to more matte materials. It's a little less display of wealth. It's a little more functional, but still got that 3D printed.
You get a lot of that sort of like layering in here as well, aren't you?
Yeah. And that in the middle is what do we call it? The magic tagine.
Yeah.
Ultimately, so it's fed from underneath, and you choose what you want, and then it appears, and the top comes off, and you get your food out.
Yeah.
And you get your cutlery.
You can speak to narrative for a while about sort of how our aliens eat. That could be a whole talk in itself, I feel.
It's a tricky one because it's an alien, it's a Banu ship, but it's got to support humans operating it. If you had an entirely Banu crew, if you were playing as a Banu, then some aspects of this you don't need, but as humans you do.
The Banu they cater for both, don't they?
Yeah. And so a lot of complex stuff to sort of get our heads around. Engineering, this is a work in progress shot.
It's one of my favourite bits, though. I really like this.
And you can't really tell from this shot, but it's essentially set over 3 levels. You've got that main middle level, and you can sort of get on mini lifts to drop down to components or walk up the stairs to some elevated stuff. But essentially this is leading to the main central engine, and that is like sort of counter-rotating all those elements, and so you get this awesome shadow play basically going on in the room, like really sort of cinematic.
Looks extremely cool in motion.
And if we can tie it to either were you talking about tying it to damage or the state of the
It sounds like
engine?
a good idea, so I'm going to say yes.
So if the engine's malfunctioning and it's sort of slowing down and stuff, that'd be kind of cool.
I'll claim that one.
Okay,
I'm not sure it was, but it's fine.
And then in terms of the cargo space, what we're looking at here is like the 32 SCU sort of cargo boxes.
These are the big cargo containers that you see in all the rest stops and the cargo decks. These are those, like the modern day big shipping containers.
Yeah.
They're quite hefty, and you certainly can't pick them up by yourself, and you can't really do it with handheld tractor beams. You need something big.
The ship's going to be huge.
And so we've got a hefty a moving mechanism in there at the moment, which you can control from this position that you can see in the screenshot. And so that'll be something else to work out, Ben. But
something else to work out, John.
But will be a really cool area, and sort of just below you, that's basically where the sort of the loading platform is.
Yeah, because it moves the cargo containers into that space, and then that space kind of drops down, doesn't it? Yeah, so there will be that sort of like, I need the bottom one on the third stack. All right, okay, let's shift everything out. And
there is that sort of mini game of Jenga almost with how you're gonna access stuff. Yeah. And all the time you'll be able to see from the negotiation room
the poor guy moving it around, don't mess it up. But as a result of all those changes, the cargo capacity has gone down a little. I think it was a nebulous number to start with that had never really been proved out. It's still big. So it's around 2,800. which is not a small amount of cargo by any means.
Yeah.
So it's still well above most ships, but until you get to the hull series,
I was going to say, I can't remember what our whole series.
The hull is over 3,000, so it's...
Well, still, yeah.
It's a lot,
Plenty.
but it's maybe not quite as much as people were hoping for originally.
Although I think
it looks pretty though.
It does.
The loss of cargo, but you're gaining so much more.
Yeah.
So,
it's always a give and take with these things. Of we could make every ship do everything, but then they just become these humongous vessels. So it's always a trade.
So moving now up to the bridge area, and what we're looking at here is very much work in progress. I mean, we are literally working on this right now. In the sort of top left, had to think then, is an image that we created sort of on round 2, and we're sort of leveraging that heavily. So a lot of those shapes will appear into this new stuff, but in this new sort of configuration, you're able to access the bridge, but you're also able to access the remote, not the man turret. It's more of an experience, and then also you've got side corridors which leads you to...
It's got a special name though.
It's like it's not a meditation room, I can't remember the name of it.
There was a approved name, wasn't there?
Yeah.
I can't think what it is.
It's kind of like a sort of sacred space where sort of the Banu can sort of pay, we've kind of got sort of equivalent of prayer wheels. That's kind of the theory, so it's like this nice little calm space. So that's been quite fun. So there's a lot of the areas on this ship are very sort of multi-threaded. You often have your central area and then stuff coming off it. So like I said, there's been a lot of thought given to navigation, and in this area also are two lifts which also can take you quickly to other areas from this bridge.
It's an 8-person crew now, so there's space for 4 on the bridge. Obviously, there's 4 stations there. You have 1 person that can go to the manned turrets towards the rear, 1 person that can fly the defender, and that leaves 2 to deal with everything else whilst you're flying around, because you can still trade whilst flying around, but it's probably not the wisest of ideas if the person who's come on board to trade has left their ship behind. So
it might be good for negotiations.
Yeah, good for negotiations.
Yeah.
But that 8 crew can then fill the 8 shops if you're just landed on a planet somewhere. You pull double duty. You don't need to be flying if you landed. You can menu shop, or you can let 1 person do double duty in shops.
Yep. This is an example, well, a full-size image of that round 2 concept of the bridge, and again you can see the sort of the superstructure and all the layering basically. So we have changed the configuration since this image, but a lot of that theory is going to get transposed onto this new one. Same with the materials, and again just continuing with that flow of from back to front, basically, always sort of this tree of life and going to the nose of the ship.
By the time people see this, we'll have actually had someone start working on it.
Yeah.
So it's actually in production now after all these years.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
So.
This is actually one of the ships that I'm really excited about kind of playing with in game. It's just such a kind of, I say it's got that kind of full trading experience, but it feels like a proper home that you can live on, and it's got a load of weaponry as well, which
If in doubt, then just
Yeah.
Get the guns out.
Yeah. You will buy it.
You will buy it. So that was the Merchantman. Pretty cool. Looking forward to seeing that go into production, go through production, because it's, by the time people see it, it will be in production.
Yep.
Better be near future speculation, boy.
So to close our talk out, I thought we would revisit the idea that we had last time we did one of these panels. We showed some concept ships, or some ideas for concept ships, talked about it, and everyone voted for them. Obviously, as this is pre-recorded segment, we can't interact with the crowd and get a feel of that. So
fight amongst ourselves.
Arm wrestle for which one we do.
Yeah,
So
It's not good telly.
at the end, Jared will explain how you can sort of vote or express your preference for what we show today, and we will see what comes of that. But first, let's go over what we did last time. So we had this ground mining vehicle concept. We had the Xi'an small cargo.
Oh, this
the
should get
Tavaran
interesting.
light fighter. People may recognize a sort of a pattern emerging here. And then a small refinery ship. So let's see what's happened to those over the last few years. So that small ground miner turned into the Grey Cat Rock and the Rock DS.
Okay, come on.
The Gatak Raylan was the Xi'an small cargo, and that was very close to that concept from the
Come on.
we have the Asperia Talon, which was the Talon light fighter. And then the fourth one, which is a bit of a mystery.
A mystery.
A mystery.
I like this because I wasn't involved with this last time, but you've got a couple of my favourite ships in that, so yeah, it's good.
Read your mind in the future.
Yeah, yeah.
So that fourth one, the small refinery ship, obviously people don't know about, but I can pretty confidently say people will know about it very soon, fingers crossed. So, it's a new year, we'll do it all again. We've got 4 more sort of cuts of options here, so we go over those. Option A is a big explorer ship, so we obviously have the Carrack as the pinnacle of explorer ships, but there can always be more.
Yeah, it would be nice to get a bit of competition in for the Carrack, really.
Yeah, maybe something Misky, go in the Misk line.
Yep, I'm down for that.
Then we have a selection of ground vehicles there, so there's a right mismatch there. So we've got 2 little small vehicles and what looks like an APC based off the ballista chassis. They all look cool.
Yeah, the ground vehicles are kind of, although they're not as grand and exciting as the ships, I think they're just really fun. And it's nice. They're nice things to work on because they are kind of contained and they are quite small. They are, I was going to say like less complex, but they're probably not that much less complex than a ship because they still require all the same sort of setup and everything else.
Yeah. And the confinement.
Yeah,
you've
got to fit everything in a small space. But I think the ground vehicles kind of they just add that extra element of fun when you are playing with your friends. That it's you know, it's not all just about space. We've got some beautiful planets and being able to explore them, not by a foot, is good.
Yeah.
I don't see a floating noodle wagon there though.
Floating noodle bike. That's still on the list. Yeah,
It's on my
PJ
list.
special. Yeah.
I've got a few that I'm trying to like just wear John down with.
Maybe option C. This hover vehicle could be a floating big pennies
Delivery bike.
delivery quad
Yeah.
bike.
Yeah.
Could be.
You need to go to like flying green zones though, wouldn't you? And that'd be like all actual kind of landing zones with all sorts of difficulties.
Yeah, so that's we have some Gravlev bikes in game at the moment, but this is a sort of a more stable, secure option because anyone that's flying Gravlev bikes is.
All right, folks, I put the poll up for this in the chat if you want to vote on the choice here on YouTube. I mean, we already know which one's going to win, but go ahead.
I think when the last proper Gravlev vehicle was.
Well, I mean,
Nox.
I mean,
So
yeah.
it's been a while.
Yeah.
So the last option D, is a bomber ship. So we have the Hercules A2, which is coming this patch. That obviously carries very big bombs. Or it's a collection of smaller bombs,
some very
but
big bombs.
it is our only dedicated ground bomber. We have bombers like the Retaliator and the Eclipse with them, or torpedoes. This would be another single man, get in, get out, drop your bombs, job. So
Nice.
I know I've kind of said I like all of them, but for like I think the visual aesthetics of the bombers is kind of like the single seat bomber. They just look cool.
I think the hover vehicle for me.
Yeah.
I'll go for the Explorer ship at the start because I like big ships. I cannot lie.
Do you know? I was wondering if you were going to do it, and you
It's
did.
going in my head.
Yeah,
so I was
yeah.
do I stop with this? No.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think a nice big Explorer ship that you can have all your friends on board, because that's really where you have the huge amount of fun with Star Citizen, is getting a group of friends together and just going off.
I just think
and causing chaos.
Visually, the small little kind of compacts are cool. But
Can we have them all, John?
Maybe.
I guess we'll
Well,
find
what
out.
happens if we do get like a perfect split?
I'm sorry, they're just like talking here. I gotta say, this is made less sweet because we don't have the refinery ship that we chose in the last one, which was 2 years ago. But the fact that we've got on this poll a bombing ship, which has just brought into the game as an unproven concept. The ground vehicles, which are there, they work, but there are rocks everywhere, so that's something that we need to get figured out. A hover vehicle, which hover tech doesn't work. We've all acknowledged that needs to be reworked. And an exploration ship with exploration gameplay. I'm assuming that'll be how they show long distance probing. So that might be what the strategy here. They know exploration is going to win. We all know exploration is going to win. Maybe they want the exploration ship to win so that they can make it and introduce long distance probing. Because otherwise, none of these are really great choices for all of the ongoing gameplay right now. But they usually use these opportunities to introduce new gameplay. So maybe that's the goal. We'll see.
Ship talk panel.
And I'm glad I was able to take up all that time for you. Alrighty, let's go ahead and hop in with, let's go ahead and hop into this game here with this chat room with the info runners and talk a little bit about what we just saw on the ship panel before we hop back in for Gen 12 renderer and the Vulcan tech. I'm gonna have this playing down here, and chat is going as always. I will be answering questions during the downtime, but we're just gonna listen into some of the conversation regarding these systems and ships we just saw, and yeah, I'd like to get some other opinions. As always, I'll be reading what you guys are saying in chat. Until we start the next panel, though, I'll let you guys know if you've got me on audio in the background or something. I'll let you know when the next panel's starting. So,
I found that interesting. Oh, hey, bud.
hello, everybody.
I'm here to make your chat angry.
Yeah. Oh no, Astropub. I'm sure you're gonna have a lot of fun things to say. How do they sound for you guys, Astropub? You're very. Why is Discord so quiet in my ears?
Hold on. It's me. Hold on.
Yeah, it's a bit distant.
How's it now? Better? Better?
Yeah, but the volume is just coming through low in general. Talk again.
Talking.
Okay.
Talking
Okay. Cool. You guys are on the wrong mixer. That's why. All right. I fixed it.
Okay.
Alrighty. So, Astropub, tell me.
Yeah.
What makes you the happiest? What makes you the happiest in this ship panel?
I mean, I'm just gonna say, I feel I'm gonna walk around my room looking for bugs. I'm going to double think at all times what's going to happen, because CIG listened to almost exactly what I was said that they needed to build.
You did.
And they decided, here you go, the Liberator. It's like, okay, why are you? No, don't listen to me. This is a bad idea. This is a terrible idea. No one should listen to you because I have terrible ideas. The Liberator.
Why'd you give them that idea then?
Well, the Liberator, I thought they were going to build it like 2 years from now, not this year, or not concept this year. I guess they'll still build it 2 years from now. But for those of you who don't know, I've been calling for a need for a ferry ship, a ship that carries smaller ships, a bigger ship that carries smaller ships around for months now, because it's one of those things when you have a large universe and large numbers of players, people are going to want to get from point A to point B, and having something where you can just hop onto a ferry, hang out and like inside the ship and just chill while it takes you from point A to point B makes sense. Because that's not like a fighter ship or a carrier ship that's designed for you to just haul people around. And that's essentially what it is. But now it also has ground vehicles and stuff like that. But my only problem with it is it doesn't have a lot of beds. So
for those interested, the Liberator was actually concepted a while ago because they originally planned to use it for Squadron, and then they ended up not using it for Squadron. So yeah,
Okay.
I was kind of surprised that it
They're
actually
not-
ended up still existing.
They're not using it for Squadron.
Well, they might still, but it's no longer a hero ship, essentially.
Huh. Interesting.
Also, I will say that the 400i, it looks like like an oversized Cutlass in terms of its capabilities. It
Yeah,
basically
that's
does
fair.
everything the Cutlass does.
I
It
bought
has
it.
the same.
Like
it has the exact same amount of cargo as the Cutlass 2.
I know
Yeah.
you love my ship choices, Execute.
They look. They call it a constellation competitor, but honestly, it's a Cutlass freelancer competitor.
Hmm.
And I think Diabolus here said earlier. He said a freelancer and that would be the competitor. That's the
Yes.
distinction I would make.
It was
It's
the
a dir
living
with more
quarters
cargo.
that did it for me.
How much cargo does it have compared to the dir?
The dir has
it's not-
24, I
No,
think.
the dir has more than that.
Does it?
Yeah, it basically has the same cargo as a Cutlass.
Yeah,
but it's
it is the
priced
exact
like-
same. Actually, it might
it's
have
priced.
less.
It's priced the same as a Mercury Star Runner, which is the same as a Constellation. So,
yeah,
you're overpaying for it again, which is my whole
But
problem with Origin.
it's also got the nice living quarters, the suit storage, you name it, like the
Yeah,
neither
cool.
of the
Great, boring. Who cares? Move on.
Okay, well, I'm just saying.
I mean, it seems so. Wait,
I
hold
know
on.
you don't like my ship. I know you don't like my ship choices execute. I don't care. I own my ships.
I was gonna say, Piggles is making the exact same. You're feeling what I'm feeling about the ferry ship idea. It's just like you're just happy that it exists.
But this
You
is
know?
but this is a good conversation because this talks about the value that these ships have when they don't even have the gameplay attributed to them. So like the 400i could be super useful in the future because the exploration that they give to the ship could be really good.
What I
But by the same comparison, you can buy 2 Cutlasses.
Right,
and it's cheaper.
What I see in the 400i is, I've got a decent amount of ships, but I don't have a ship that I can just, it's decently small.
Just a little while ago. So be sure you check that out, as well as the pre-Q&A FAQ, where the community team anticipated some of your most likely questions and put them to John Crew ahead of time. I hope there's at least one question about the bathrooms there.
He specifically wants it to be an explorer ship.
I'm going to use it
And
for
so-
everything except that.
And so the fact that they've given it the X1 garage, so it's got a little, it's basically got the same type of thing as the Connie has in its snub fighter. Yes, it's got smaller cargo. It's got better living quarters than the Connie has. It's got smaller crew. It does kind of have that kind of Connie Aquila feel, and yet it has that better longevity in terms of living if you're out further, as opposed to the Connie where you've just got an escape pod.
It doesn't have the ground exploration thing down there. That's where it's
No.
restricted, because you can put like a Cyclone in a Cutlass, but you can't. All you've got is an X1. So
stick a
it does
Cyclone
have
in
the.
the
No.
Whoa,
Sorry,
what?
Execute, you're wrong, because they actually said that the cargo bay of a 400 could take an X1, which is very similar to what the Aquila has with its cargo bay, where you overtake cargo or the Ursa.
That's what I'm saying. It can take an X1, but it can't take something bigger. That's
No,
what I'm
it
saying.
can take a rover.
It's got a dedicated X1 bay, but it's also got a cargo bay that could be used for a rover instead of cargo. Plus, you've got other
Yep.
space. You saw it when it came down the lift. There's space opposite it for the actual extra cargo as well, if you wanted. So it's not like you're screwed.
Yeah, you've got the same choices you've got to make with the Aquila, with either cargo or Ursa.
1, go!
I don't.
That was predictable. All right. Let's go now to Allie Brown, Christopher Bolte, and Daryl Barnes and learn more about Gen 12 and the...
Hey guys, Gen 12 is starting, so I'm gonna back
Yes,
up.
I will say before you leave, we're glad that we're all glad that the Banu merchantman finally has information.
Got a lot of information too.
Yes.
It's a 890 jump, effectively.
All right, catch you guys later.
I'll stick myself in the notes.
And today we're going to be talking about Gen 12, our new multi-core renderer. In addition to myself, we'll also be hearing from Christopher Bolte, our core engine architect, and Daryl Barnes, our graphics programmer. And today we're going to be talking about the need for our new renderer, the architecture and how it's built, Vulcan, which is the back-end API we use, and the progress of how we're doing so far, and then what's next for the graphics team. So, to help understand the need for the Gen 12 renderer, I first want to take a look at the high-level structure of our existing renderer to try and understand how the new render will differ. So here you see a diagram, very simplified, of our overall architecture, And on the left-hand side, you can see the 3D engine, and this is what manages all the visible objects in the scene, for example, their position, their size, and ultimately is responsible for the culling of them objects and deciding what should be sent through on screen each frame to the renderer. And obviously, the job of the renderer is just to feed out the image at the end of the frame. And to do this, to manage this process, all of these objects have to pass through this single universal pipe, this conduit of information in the center. And as a result of that, every object has to come through with a certain amount of settings or paperwork and baggage to describe how they should be configured, and this type of represented on the diagram by these switches. So this type of design initially seems very flexible. Having this universal pipe, you can very easily toggle certain settings and get a very different rendered result for each object. But the reality is actually that the objects and the renderer both end up extremely complicated because they have to decipher this list of instructions and distribute these objects through the various pipelines and stages inside the renderer. And this has to happen for every object, every frame. And this deciphering ends up resulting in quite a significant performance problem. And it also makes the renderer quite inflexible because it's quite complicated and hard to change the architecture. So how does our Gen 12 renderer differ from this? Well, the methodology we're taking on is to try and make everything as explicit as possible. And we're trying to minimize all these redundant connections and switches and configuration options and try and get things much more streamlined. So to do this, each object in the world will directly communicate with the render pass responsible for drawing that object at startup time. So when the object is first spawned, it will communicate directly with the pass responsible for it and pre-configure everything possible at that stage. Now, this has a bunch of benefits. So by speaking directly to the thing that's rendering it, it doesn't have to worry about all the other rendering systems. So we end up with a much more limited set of parameters, both on the object and on the rendering pass. And all of the settings we do have are very relevant for the task, which makes things much less complicated. And it's easier to optimize, more flexible, and more modular. So each of these passes then goes on to generate lower-level commands that are actually going to map directly to our graphics API, which is the piece of software that sits just above your GPU driver. And this backend collects and executes all of these instructions. And because there is no high-level knowledge of the rendering in this backend, it is just simply just issuing commands. It ends up very simple and streamlined and much simpler than the equivalent on our old renderer. So the benefit of this simpler code is it's much easier to multi-thread, which is to say to run it on multiple CPU cores in parallel, something that is crucial for modern CPUs. So multi-threading is a complex and often misunderstood paradigm, so I thought it was worth us talking briefly about how we optimize multi-threaded code. And for that, I'm going to use an analogy of building a house, which is another complex engineering task with dependencies. So here you can see a list of tasks for a builder, a joiner, and an electrician, all running one after another, and those dependencies between them shown in red. And in this example, the house is equivalent to rendering our frame. Each tradesman might be a different system, and then the capacity of 3 people in our house is equivalent to the 3 CPU cores we might have on our system. And the occupancy, as in the average number of people in the house, is effectively the same as the CPU or GPU utilization numbers you might see in Task Manager. So in this example, we can see the project takes 11 units of time and is on average 60% full for this house. Now, this occupancy of 60% isn't the direct reason that it takes 11 units of time, and that is in fact down to the critical path of work where the builder is blocking the joiner and the joiner is then blocking the electrician. So the obvious answer here is that you need another builder or multiple builders to work on this in parallel to unblock the joiner, and so on. You can keep on parallelizing this work to try and reduce the critical path, and that is our focus when we're optimizing multi-threaded code. However, not all tasks are trivial to run in parallel, and sometimes it's impossible to actually run them in parallel, so you will end up with these unallocated capacity space and these bubbles. And in this case, if we imagine the electrician was in fact our GPU, then the fact that it takes longer is just going to result in a CPU bubble, which is unavoidable. And this type of thing happens very frequently if you have a configuration, for example, a very fast GPU and a very slow CPU, then unavoidably one of them 2 systems is going to have a bubble. So we can fill these bubbles with non-critical work like streaming meshes or textures, and this can help fill the unused CPU capacity. And this can be useful to try and get some extra work done, but ultimately it's not going to improve the performance of the frame. And the point I really wanted to drive home was that the CPU and GPU utilization, which are often looked at as key indicators of performance, aren't actually the direct thing we should be looking at. They are useful statistics, but ultimately the frame time is the only thing that matters and the critical path that resulted in that frame time. So as we roll out Gen 12, we'll hopefully be putting some new statistics in there that the players can see to help them understand the performance and understand these bubbles. And that should hopefully give a little bit clearer insight into the performance of the renderer. So how we can actually achieve this parallelism in practice, that's going to come down to two major changes. One is the architectural changes, which Christopher will talk us through, and the second is the Vulcan graphics API that Daryl is going to talk us through.
Welcome to the next section of our Gen 12 renderer presentation. My name is Christopher Bolte, Core Engine Architect here at Cloud Imperium Games, and I would like to spend the next few minutes introducing the high-level architecture of our in-development Gen 12 renderer. For the section, I will focus on the rendering of object instances in the world, for example chairs, walls, characters or spaceships. This part of the rendering pipeline is called scene object rendering and has the largest impact on runtime performance. There's also a lot of work happening on the architecture to manage operations which work on all pixels on the screen, so-called post effects, but I won't cover those. The current slide shows our existing renderer code setup. We have a main thread, which does all game simulation as well as figuring out what objects we should draw for every frame. And we have a render thread, which takes all those objects and translates their description into GPU commands to render them on the screen. The system is set up to double buffer the data. In other words, the render thread is working on data from the previous frame while the main thread produces data for the next frame. Such a setup allows easy performance improvements in some situations, but it also has two issues on modern hardware. First, the rendering code won't scale over multiple CPU cores, which can result in a bottleneck during execution. In other words, every visible object adds a certain cost. The more objects we render, the higher the cost. And as a single CPU processes this cost, no matter how well we optimize, at some object count we will run into performance issues. Second, since the main thread and render thread must be synchronized with vsync, we can end up with very bad load balancing. As shown in the slide, if the main thread takes longer than the render thread has to be idle and wait, and vice versa, if the render thread takes longer, then the main thread has to wait. During such wait time, the CPU is underutilized, especially if waiting for the single core render thread. One goal for the Gen 12 render is to remove this kind of bottleneck and instead architecture the system without those waits and allowing every operation to utilize all CPU cores. When we utilize all CPU cores, we would still have an object limit, as every visible object must be processed. But we can process a higher object count and at the same time reduce the latency on the main thread until all objects are processed, as we will be making better use of modern multi-core CPUs. Let's take a look at some details. For example, please keep in mind that the size of the sections are chosen to visualize the cost. Relation in size doesn't necessarily translate to the same relation in CPU cost. When looking at the cost of the operations done by the render thread, a pattern quickly emerges. We pay a similar cost for every rendered object. This is called a draw call. For every draw call, some time that is spent inside our own renderer code and some part of it is spent in the GPU driver code. In the next slide, we will cover our current process as well as the next steps to move the draw call cost out of the render thread onto multiple CPU cores. We already have a level of parallelization on the main thread, used to find out what objects are visible. There we use our batch worker job system. This is a parallelization system to execute the same code on a different object instance over all CPU cores. To give an example, checking 400 objects can be split over 10 threads, so that every thread will be processed 40 objects. By doing that, the latency on the main thread until all 400 objects are done is divided by the number of threads, reducing said latency to 40 objects only. Roughly at least. As in the actual system, several low-level factors affect the execution, making this statement not fully true, but covering those would be out of scope for this presentation. The visible check itself happens multiple times per object in a frame, as an object can be visible in the main camera, but it can also be visible in shadows, or via remote location rendering, the so-called render-to-texture or RTT rendering. The slides show those pairs simplified, as we can have more than one shadow pairs, for example. Those visibility checks or culling operations are performed on all CPU cores with the batch worker system. When an object is determined to be visible, its vendor description is copied into multiple temporary buffers. Those temporary buffers are processed on the next vendor thread frame to submit every object store call to the GPU. In other words, object culling is already at the point where we want to have the draw call processing. Right now, we are in the first implementation phase. We have defined our low-level code building blocks, ensured our APIs work, and are now in the process of moving our own rendering code out of the vendor thread into the existing batch worker execution. This is a very time-consuming refactoring, as we need to change every rendering feature in a very old and large code base. But we have set it up in a way to allow us to gradually move over parts step by step. After this operation is done, we still copy state to a temporary buffer to be processed by the vendor thread. But the state which we copy is prepared in a way that we can directly send it to the GPU with minimal processing on the vendor thread. Doing this step will already give us performance benefits when we are vendor thread bound, as less code will be run on the vendor thread. Additionally, this is a necessary stepping stone for the next phase. After we manage to move our own rendering code to multiple CPU cores, we will start to utilize the Vulcan API. One major selling point of the newest generation of graphics APIs like Vulcan is the possibility to generate GPU commands on multiple threads. That is something which wasn't possible before, and mostly the cause for the existing renderer design. The catch is, to allow efficient parallel generation of GPU commands, the data must be prepared in a certain way. And that is what we are doing right now as part of porting the scene object rendering to Gen 12 and moving our renderer code to the batch worker system. When this is done, we can implement the parallel Vulkan backend and remove the vendor thread. After all that work is done, our renderer should be able to process a way higher number of visible objects at lower impact on the frame time. At the same time, it will make better use of the available CPU resources and have less idle time where major systems wait for each other. Thank you for your time. Daryl will now take over to cover the Vulkan side of the Gen 12 renderer.
Hi, my name is Daryl. I'm a graphics programmer here at Cloud Imperium Games, and I work closely with Vulkan and our graphics renderer to make the game look as good as it does.
I mean, I like that.
So what exactly is Vulkan? Well, Vulkan is a modern graphics API that allows us as developers to take greater control over what you as a player sees and also affects performance greatly. As you know, we already have a few areas of bottlenecking on the CPU, but the design of Vulkan allows us to alleviate these bottlenecks by submitting work in parallel to the GPU. So I would like to explain a bit more about the software stack that's involved with our graphics in the engine. So from the image, you can see that we have a renderer front end, a renderer back end, and as well the graphics driver. The Vulkan API generally sits at the renderer back end and allows us a fine-grained control over what we develop and how we develop for it. It also gives us flexibility for cross-platform, including Windows and Linux, and anything we may want to look at in the future. The graphics driver stage is not managed by us, but we look at that and we gather information and process any crashes or any issues that might happen, and then we can deal with those further down the line. So you can see now how graphics APIs have changed over time. We're of course in the more modern section where Vulkan is on feature parity essentially with other APIs such as DirectX 12 Ultimate. You might also be wondering what a graphics API actually is, and we see that as a tool that is used for development that can interface between your graphics card as a player and us as developers so that we can give you the latest and greatest. Vulkan also has many features and extensions available to it that we will be exploring in the future, such as variable rate shading, bindless resources, and GPU accelerated ray tracing. To address any issues We also need to collect data from our players' hardware so that we can use that to target specific features and extensions. We're not aware of any large-scale multiplayer games that captures Vulcan data live in the exact same way we do. Capturing this data allows us to plan ahead for any optimizations and then leverage that for the larger majority of players so we can bring you the latest and greatest. On screen at the moment is a diagram that shows the distribution available for Vulcan API versions amongst currently active players. This was captured in the last 3 months, and as can be seen, there is 98% of players that are able to use Vulcan fully in 1.2. We did see a negligible amount of 1.0 and some that were unavailable. We are actively looking into these cases, especially those that cannot currently run Vulcan as it is seen as unavailable. I'd like to take this opportunity to also say, please update your drivers, as we do see a few cases where this can take you straight to the latest version. I'd like to now explain a bit more about the render graph and how this works hand in hand with the Vulcan API in order to improve our usage of Vulcan. So a render graph can be seen as a collection of stages that depend on each other. This then determines the ordering, the scheduling, and the flow of the actual frame. This allows us also to then achieve any synchronization that we need to during that frame. It also helps us from a design point of view, as we can look at the render graph and see where there may be issues or potential optimizations. The render graph also allows us to keep track of any state of resources, and we can also validate against those resources as well. Now I would like to explain the render graph as a whole and give you an overview of how it works between the GPU and also how it works in terms of our frame. So a frame is made up of a collection of passes, and sometimes we require a texture to switch states, perhaps between read and write. The graphics driver used to do this for us, but now with modern APIs such as Vulcan, we need to carry out this work ourselves. What the render graph will then do is insert a pipeline barrier into the render graph and pass this work along to the GPU and switch the state. We can also cache the render graph and use any data we had from a previous frame or perhaps similar resources as an optimization. I'd now like to talk a bit about the synchronization that happens within the render graph and how resources change state. So the idea is that we want to switch the state of a resource as early as possible. We need to then also validate that this resource is in the correct state. So from the diagram, we can see that the depth prepass writes to image A, but then later on we require to read from image A in the G buffer. So to this end, we insert a pipeline barrier for this transition between the two passes. These barriers are scheduled as GPU work, following a strict ordering dependent on other work that may have happened previously. All the work for a single stage within the frame can be carried out in a single pipeline barrier. I'd now like to talk about some of the more nuanced areas of our Vulcan implementation and how this affects us as developers and you as players. We use the DirectX compiler for our shaders, and this can compile our HLSL code into SpearV. DXC is a more modern compiler and has features that span both the D3D set of APIs and Vulcan. HLSL is a shader programming language that we as developers can utilize and read in order to make work happen on your GPU. This HLSL is compiled down then into SpearV. SpearV itself is not as readable, as it is seen as an intermediate language between HLSL and shader microcode. SpearV gives us less driver overhead at compile time, we can use this then to
All right, folks, I'm going to, we've got, I think, a 400i here to check out. So I will keep this stream up. I'll keep the audio up here and I'll let you guys listen. I'll just have the 400i in the corner so you can watch that as well.
With Shader Model 6 now giving language support for GPU parallelism, as well as variable rate shading, amongst many other features. We can see here now a diagram of how our shader compilation happens. It starts at the shader author level. This is where one of our many developers will write a shader using HLSL code with some markup integrated into that HLSL. This HLSL is then passed to the preprocessor. The preprocessor then removes any of the additional code that we don't need and is dealt with accordingly, whilst then outputting just HLSL code. The HLSL code is then passed to DXC, and DXC will change this into SPEAR-V. It's at this stage that we can carry out any additional compiler optimizations and improve compile time performance even more. SPEAR-V is then passed to the driver, and the driver will then change this into microcode, which will run specifically on your GPU hardware. As I've previously mentioned, there have been several Vulcan core versions over time. Each one has added new features and extensions for us to reach into and develop with. Two of these I'd like to explain a bit more in detail now that we would like to look into and develop for in the future. These are both bindless resourcing and also fragment shading rate. Fragment shading rate can be seen as the same as variable rate shading, as you may have already seen. What this does is works on groups of pixels instead of a singular pixel at a time within the shader. This allows less overhead in the frame, whilst at the same time allowing variable amounts of these groups, including variable sizes, in order to have less fidelity where may not be as important to look at. Bindless resourcing is where we can take large groups of textures, for example, and reach in and grab one of these inside the group. This gets rid of the overhead of specifically binding two slots within the shader. This also extends to other resources, including buffers. I'd now like to talk a bit about the video RAM involved in your graphics card. VRAM used to be managed by your graphics driver, but with Vulcan and other modern APIs, this is now managed by the developers. There are existing solutions towards this. However, we have decided to use our own implementation. This is because we know exactly what resources are used upfront and how much memory these resources use. Using this, we can potentially beat what the graphics driver used to be capable of. As we know all of our resource life cycles, we can take advantage of that. From the diagram, we can see memory being paged in and out as it used to be when it was managed by the graphics driver.
I'm gonna keep your view clean, mostly.
And then sub-allocated, and we can then offset into the data from this sub-allocation. The memory paging of years past could potentially result in a performance loss, because this was seen as a more one-size-fits-all. We, of course, want to avoid any of that performance loss and the memory cost involved by offsetting into these larger buffers. This can also help mitigate cache misses. This then leaves us with all of the allocation, freeing, usage, and reusage of resources. I'd now like to pass you back to Alistair Brown, the Director of Graphics Engineering.
Following on from what Dowell explained there with the explicit memory management in Vulcan, we're intended to expose some of this memory management to the player through the advanced graphics options. We're going to let you tweak the memory assigned to each system so you can balance the preferred visuals and performance for your experience. For example, you may want to balance the output resolution of your game to a higher resolution, but then sacrifice some shadow quality. Or Maybe you want to use a lower internal resolution and rely on upsampling to achieve higher texture quality. These options will all be available to you, and obviously only capped by the hardware that you possess. So to summarize, with our Gen 12 renderer, we're hoping to achieve something that is more efficient, modular, flexible, and minimal abstraction to the hardware, and uses modern graphics APIs like Vulcan. So now you know a bit more about what Gen 12 is, I'll try and let you know where we're up to.
We're going to go ahead and do the next ship update coming out here shortly,
we've done
guys.
a huge amount of work already. The architecture is all in place, and we're using this hybrid rendering approach where we're combining elements of the old and new render at the same time to allow us to move piecemeal to the new system. All of the post effects, fog, and lighting have been converted over, and they're all enabled by default in 3.15. And the fundamentals of scene and geometry rendering are all in place, but they're still being worked on. So our main focus is finishing that off at the moment, and once that's done, our focus will shift to the remaining major systems, which are gas clouds, the render-to-texture system, and a few special cases for transparency. After this, that's where we'll start seeing the public milestones, and the first of that will be 100% usage of Gen 12 and none of the hybrid approach. This will still be at DirectX 11, our current graphics API at this point. And then our second milestone will be the Vulcan API release. That will be optional at first and then mandatory after we've removed all the bugs. And then a final milestone will be when we have performed the optimizations for multi-threaded. So that will only happen once the Vulcan is in place and we can finally look at the performance on the final graphics API and optimize all of the remaining code. So after Gen 12, I just briefly wanted to touch on what comes next for the graphics team. So a lot of Gen 12 has been focused on CPU performance. So after Gen 12, we really want to start looking at the GPU performance. The first few things we'd look at here were things that wouldn't change the visuals, just improve the frame rate. Things like DLSS, FSR, async compute, and variable rate shading. After we've improved this GPU performance, we want to start looking at some of the more exciting visual features. So then there is also mesh shaders and primitive shaders, which is technology we can use to generate procedural geometry. And this type of thing could be really exciting for things like the planets or asteroid fields where procedural geometry is critical. And then there's the big one, ray tracing. We're very excited to get onto ray tracing, especially to use it for lighting, such as global illumination, but also reflections and shadow quality.
Wow.
There's a lot of exciting areas for us to look into, and we can't wait to get into it.
They haven't talked
So
about
that's
that
it.
much.
I just wanted to say a big thanks to everyone that's been involved in this technology. It's involved the graphics team, engine team, VFX, and Planetary all working together on a huge piece of code. And we can't wait to get it into your hands as soon as possible.
Interesting. Okay, hold on. I gotta freaking do the change over here. Let me expand this. We're actually gonna go and take more of a look at the 400i and jump into the discussion here. I'm also gonna get a giveaway started here. Actually, everybody, we're gonna give away 100 starter package here with access to Star Citizen, guys. What you're watching right now, this is the PTU. So once I give you access to this in the next couple of weeks, you're gonna get access to what you're seeing. Join the Discord, jump on in with our org, come play the game. But if you go ahead and type the word origin, that's right, origin, into the chat. If you type origin into chat, you will be entered. Don't type it more than once, just type it once. It will kick you out for spamming. Type origin into chat and you will get into this giveaway for a 100i starter package with Star Citizen involved. Now, I'm going to leave this running for a little while in the background and I'll give you guys a couple warnings, but we're going to go ahead and jump into the conversation here with the info runners and listen to what they have to say about the 400i and how much Astropub hates it. And I'll make sure to keep an eye on the panels and I'll bring us back in when the next panel starts. I believe it should be in about 27 minutes, I think, if I'm correct. So in about 25 minutes, guys, we'll just be doing some hanging out here. I'm going to go grab a drink. I'll let you check out the 400i. Of course, I'm going to get you into this Origin 100 series giveaway in the chat. So let's listen to what they have to say and take a look at what this game is offering with this new ship.
Your GPU having a really quick render time and then the actual frame time being quite a lot longer. In terms of the actual graphics API part, it was pretty much just a long-winded explanation to say we're switching to Vulcan and explaining the benefits of it.
Which we all do
Diabolus-
anyway.
Yeah. but they,
Diabolus, hang on, Diabolus, Space Tomatoes streaming you on YouTube. I don't think you know that, but that's an avocado
Oh
build.
yeah. Oh, this is Evocati?
No, this is not. It's not Evocati. No, this
Yeah.
is RPG.
No, it's
Oh,
PTU. It's
okay.
PTU.
I was
That's
like,
what I did.
that's
Okay.
what I thought. I was like, what?
No, this is
No.
PG.
Wait, what's that?
Okay.
But the actual explanation on how they're planning on doing memory
wanna-
management and their actual render thread code is really interesting.
You want to say anything specifically there, Tomato? While I'm in here.
I honestly, I have no idea what I just listened to. Oh, you said see anything? No, I was
Yeah.
just admiring you walking around it, dude. You do whatever you want to do.
And Piggles is just explaining the last talk, but he's probably have to restart because he's just unmuted.
Oh yeah. No, I was just
Start with the gap removal thing, Piggles, because that's probably the most important part.
So the big one, and is one of the biggest performance hogs at the moment, is the lack of multi-threaded optimization. And the guy actually did a pretty good job at explaining it. I'm not sure if any of you really followed it though.
Not really.
No, okay, I'll just. Essentially, what he's done is not him. They've taken out all of the gaps where a particular thread isn't, or as much as possible, they're taking out the gaps where a particular thread isn't doing anything by trying to distribute the work across threads that might not be doing anything otherwise, so you can have a particular thing done quicker. So that requirement for that, or something that is required by that, can then be done at an earlier time.
Can I just say something here?
Essentially speeding up the whole process. Yeah.
I've just realised who you're trying to imitate, Space Tomato. You're the guy from New Deal. I've just figured it out.
Yeah, man.
He looks like the guy. I
Yeah,
just
and the New
figured it
Deal
out.
ship.
Right,
Yeah. I couldn't get the blue
Yeah.
contacts. I really didn't want to deal with those contacts. Yeah, I'm the New Deal
You know-
shipyard guy.
I thought I told you
you
this
know what-
execute.
You know what I
Wait,
noticed?
didn't tell me shit. What did you know?
That you peeled the side panel on that computer in the background.
Yeah, this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those good times. I miss it. So,
in terms of yeah.
Well, from somebody who actually understands what Gen 12 and Vulcan and all this stuff really does, was that pretty satisfactory news to you? Like, was that an update that you expected? Was it lackluster?
That's exactly what I expected. Actually, I'm really happy.
Okay, cool. And they mentioned at the end there a little bit about DLSS and ray tracing. Is that?
Yeah.
I don't think I had heard about that being in game before.
Well, the plan for a while had been that essentially, but I'm trying to work out how this next thing works. Sorry. The plan for that had been, that was always in the back of the mind of, we can look at this at some point for a while, and with DirectX 11 it doesn't have support for any of that. It doesn't support hardware accelerated ray tracing or things like that. DLSS isn't quite specifically a hardware accelerated ray tracing thing.
About to wrap up the
It's
giveaway,
more of-
folks, for the 100
uses-
die. Type in Origin
at
in the
least
chat if you'd like to get it
on an
running.
NVIDIA
Couple
graphics
minutes
card,
left.
obviously, which is what DLSS is on. You've got 3 cores. You've got your normal GPU stuff, the CUDA. You've got you've got your special ray tracing cores, and you've got tensor cores. Now, CUDA and ray tracing cores do what they say on the tin. CUDA is just general processing. Ray tracing is ray tracing, and tensor is this kind of special AI thing, which is really good for deep learning. But as a result, it's also really great for AI applications like DLSS.
I just want to.
About I'll tab it.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick. I actually went back and watched the ship talk video, and you know how I said there was no cargo bay or whatever. I went when I happened to just go to the bathroom is where they showed that off. I went back and watched it. You were totally right. Yeah, there's a whole cargo bay that I totally missed. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm gonna step away.
By
for
the
a second
way,
here.
Oh, you're
Next panel?
gone. My bad. You're good.
Oh. All right, guys. So we got a little giveaway to do. I need some noise in the background. It's just talking. All right, it'll just be me. Okay, guys. Who wants that 100i? Oh, we just lost the stream. Okay, so I guess it is talking now. Ah, I see. We got a different stream going on. Real quick, let's go ahead and give away this 100i now. Whoever wins is going to get a message, or rather, you're going to get in touch with Drazen. Now, the best way to do this would be to join the Discord server. And Drazen can go ahead and help us drop that link into the chat. But join the Discord server, get in touch with either me or Drazen, let us know that you won the 100 series Origin starter ship package, and I will get that to you as soon as possible. But let's go ahead and roll it. Let's see who wins this ship. Who's going to win access to Star Citizen in 3, 2, 1. Black-Eyed Clothing. Black-Eyed Clothing, I hope you're still here in chat. Please, like I said, join the Discord. Do what you can. Get in touch with us, and we'll get you that game package as soon as I can. Now let's listen to what they're talking about here with the planet rendering.
APIs such as Vulcan. Today, I'm going to talk a bit about Gen 12 benefits for planetary rendering features. As I said, Gen 12 key aspect is performance. The way this is achieved is to make command submission easier for multi-core CPUs. All Gen's rendering APIs rely on a single thread, in which you have the view of a single timeline where GPU commands are guaranteed to be executed in order. The driver does the rest and is responsible to handle memory and synchronization. Gen 12 can scale much better, thanks to the ability to dispatch in parallel commands that are submitted from different execution units. The memory is directly handled by the renderer, and synchronization primitives are used to make sure commands dispatched in the right order by considering cross-dependencies between resources. Since the rendering driver is thinner and more responsibility is given to game developers, this opens a new opportunity to forge a new renderer for specific needs a game like Star Citizen might have. Our Planetary technology introduced a new set of engineering challenges, so we need to be very creative due to the fact that most game industry standards techniques are not working very well for Star Citizen. Thanks to Gen 12 optimizations, we can push our Planetary rendering computational budgets to perform more GPU operations. This translates to better visuals, more details, and less compromises. As a member of the Planetech team, I will show you some improvements we've recently made for our Planetary terrain rendering pipeline. We made two important terrain improvements. The first is at ground scale level, and the second is for large scale purpose. Both techniques use dynamic tessellation. Dynamic tessellation is a GPU feature, which allows to increase the triangle count on the fly, before a sterilization stage occurs. The new triangles are then manipulated to shape the terrain high-frequency details and improve surface visuals. This new technique is replacing our parallax relief mapping, which is a per-pixel technique. And instead of creating geometric details like tessellation does, it works by simulating details after the rasterization stage, with a cheaper approach by tracing rays from camera to surface. The second improvement targets planet visuals at long distance. This technique is also tessellation-driven, and it aims to improve terrain-ocean intersection, where CPU geometric representation lacks for enough control points in the geometry. We've reached the conclusion. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of CitizenCon.
Thanks, Anise. I'm Will Hay, and I work on the Planet Tech team. Over the past few months, I've been working on a number of improvements to our ecosystem spawning system, which is the system that spawns all of the objects on all of the planets. We've been doing this to give our artists more power and flexibility, as well as improve performance for everyone playing the game. The first thing that I did was a complete overhaul of how we spawn the objects. We used to spawn them on each terrain patch as that terrain patch was created, but this meant that we were limited in our control in that we could only spawn new objects when we were creating new terrain patches. The new system has an entirely separate grid division of the planet, and this means that we have a lot more control over the resolution of our objects when they're spawned and how we spread it across multiple frames, which means that we get better performance in the client. This also means that we're able to add a setting for the clients to control how far away each object preset was spawned. The next improvement we've started to look at is making the ecosystems react to their situation and surroundings more. For example, we can now introduce scaling biases for temperature and humidity so that certain objects, when in higher humidity, can be bigger or smaller, and the same for temperature. A new system has been designed for animal and entity spawning using tokens, which means that we can specialize our object presets better for different planets. For example, we have something similar for rocks. That means if you put a rock on a snowy planet, it goes snowy, and if you put it on a sandy planet, it looks sandy. Now we can do something similar for animals. We can specify a small herbivore, for example, and in the snow, this might spawn some sort of Arctic rabbit, and in the jungle, this might spawn something completely different. We've also begun to experiment with a new foliage shader that takes into account the health of the plant based on its surroundings again, and the current season of the planet, though what you're seeing on the screen is far from final. In the same vein as that, we've been working towards having more dynamically placed biomes around natural areas. We've created dressing object presets that are automatically placed around coasts, and of course my favorite thing to work on, rivers. In the most recent couple months, I've been doing more work on the rivers to prepare them to be closer to what we would consider shippable, so that we can get them out to the players. This has included finer control of both the shape of our rivers as they flow from springs to larger rivers, but also the objects that spawn around our rivers, so we have control over what spawns in the water, what is spawning on the banks of the river, and what is spawning further away and blending it into the biome that it flows through. The other thing that we've added as well is a wet edge around rocks, both in the sea and in rivers, which reflects the fact that they were probably wet from the river, and so they look a lot more shiny. We've also been working on introducing basins to the river system so that we can have more natural pauses in our river systems and other bodies of water than just the oceans. Another major change was to stop using the planet's ocean mesh and just displacing it up to the river, and instead building specific river mesh sections around the river. This means that we can have far more control over the shape of the water, and we can use our own specific river material and shader, meaning that we can specify colors, flow, and other properties of the river water separately to the ocean of that planet. Rivers aren't done yet, but they're closer to being used in production than ever before. The next steps include a planet populating tool, so one click to create an entire river system across a planet, and maybe working on a little bit of lava flow, but we'll have to see when that comes. Next is Mark and Morgan. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, I'm Morgan. I'm a tools programmer from the Planetary team, and now I'm going to talk about Rasta. What is Rasta? Rasta is our work-in-progress tool for planetary locations creation and edition. The name stands for a mix of RTS, the game jaw, which takes the inspiration from its map editor system, and Star, as, well, you know. Its goals are to replace our previous placement system based on prefabs to a better object container-oriented solution. As our previous system was based on prefabs, any changes to location was source of issue, as it needs to re-enable a whole set of data to have things like missions or shops to work again. With this new system, any change will be easily manageable and won't require us to redo work when a change is made. Plus, as it's now object container oriented, it can be used for outpost, case, or even derelicts, and more. It works as a modular system where locations will in fact be made of small elements that will be placed just like you do in City Builder RTS editor. And in a matter of minutes, we now have a new location where we can now create a bunch of cool gameplay. Let's go to Mark, who will tell us about the connector system.
Thanks, Morgan. So, I'm Mark. I'm also a tools developer for the Planetary team. Do you know what's better than placing everything by hand? Not placing everything by hand. In order to do that, we use what we call connectors. Basically, artists create small parts of homesteads that we can then snap together. Every part is modular, so we can interchange multiple ones in order to have procedural homesteads. Every change is very simple. We can change like the whole inside of a homestead, or only a building that is a part of the homestead. In that way, it's very easy to make a lot of different buildings. Once something is connected, it is considered a part of the whole. So it moves as one, it can be deleted and changed, and it's basically all for connectors. So back to you, Morgan.
And last but not least, some of you might have noticed that the UI is not looking quite like an engine UI. And that's normal, as it's based on our in-game UI tech building blocks, and that for a reason. Well, today it's being used by our developers. One day, when it's ready and been thoroughly tested internally, we'll make a version available to you, the player. And Rasta, it's what will make you a pioneer. Thank you for watching. We are very excited about the tech we've shown you today, and we hope you enjoy the rest of Digital CitizenCon.
So that was a small sample of what our team is working on. I hope you have enjoyed it. Enjoy the rest of CitizenCon, and thanks for watching.
No, it's not me. It's time for.
Okay. Oh, what was that? There's gotta be something technical. It is CitizenCon. There can't be something, it can't go smoothly, right? All right, let's see what we got going on these streams. I think we're doing more 400i stuff over here. Let me pull that up. I'm gonna get some food. So we actually, this Big Benny's is not just for show. Actually, this is just for show. But I got some food plans as well. So let's see, what's our schedule looking like? I guess that was still just part of the Gen 12 rendering. That wasn't even the Planet Tech tools. Cool. For some reason, I thought that was the Planet Tech stuff. I'm going to go check out what's going on with food. Yeah, I'm gonna get some noodles. That's what I'm talking about. So I will, let's see. Are we getting sound here? Cool. I'm gonna keep an eye on the panel, but I'm gonna let you guys watch this 400i footage for now. I'll keep this over here and make sure that it's still running.
What is this?
It's goddamn failure, that's what it is.
Alrighty, folks. I'll be back in a couple minutes. That was Planet Tech. Schedule is Fubar. Oh, interesting. Okay, then. And I guess I have no idea what's going on next. But I'll be right back, guys. You guys go ahead and... Wait, what is this? No, it's a community video. Give me T-minus, like, I don't know, a tomato amount of time. Honestly, don't know how much time. Okay, folks, I'm back. I'm going to actually jump over into the Inforunner's chat. Let's listen. Well, actually, no. Let's see what the garden folks have to say so far. Let me hop on into the garden chat and see what everybody's saying. Hopefully, they're not screaming. Oh, I think that's our trailer playing in the background. Actually, this is a GII trailer. There we go. We are. Actually, I don't want to hear that. That's my voice. Hey
What
guys.
Start streaming now then.
That's such a good trailer.
How's it going, everybody?
Wow, talk about timing, coming in right when yours plays.
What up?
Yeah, that was not planned at all. How's everybody doing? You guys checking out the...
Man. I can't do all that stuff.
We're doing good. Getting ready to log into PTU.
Cool.
Yeah, mine just finished downloading.
Cool.
Eric talked about us.
Cool guy.
Yes, he
All right,
mentioned the name.
Looking forward to playing with the 400.
Yay. Hey, congrats, Tomato boys.
Okay, I can scratch that off my bucket list.
Good job, guys. All right, head back in here.
Narrowed it down
Alrighty,
to a couple
folks.
finalists, and then their panel of judges have selected the winners. And I was not asked to judge this year. Why was I not asked to judge this year? It might be because they figured out I was buzzed on British cough syrup during the 2019 event. Could hardly tell. So let's take a look now at some of the finalists.
Okay, I'm gonna hop back into Inforunners so we can hear what they're chatting about. Okay, maybe I should stop hopping into chat rooms.
Oh, sorry, man. Sorry. We're just laughing
Yes.
at Hater. Did you see Hater come up? Oh, it was so good.
No, I did not.
He had to replace people.
In my
was so
400,
good.
I have a size 2 quantum drive.
It's size 3.
Nope, it's a size 2.
Kitty. That's adorable. Sorry.
It's one that I've never seen before. It's called a Torrent. But yeah.
Is there going to be more gameplay?
That
They
means
might
Diablo's
show.
won.
I know.
They might show more gameplay in
Let's see what we have here.
Tony Zervik's.
Calamity, who's worked to prove that it's not all
I'm not sure if they're going to show gameplay in Tony Zervik's thing. They might show stuff that has to do with gameplay, but not an actual gameplay demo. I think there's usually only one gameplay demo during this event, and they showed that earlier today.
outlaw armor and a laser sword. You can't just add a laser sword, can you? And finally, in first place, it's OG Star Citizen Ken Shadow, who returns with a Grey Cat Arrow armor, complete with backpack created through a combination of EVA foam, 3D printed PLA, and poured resin for the clear piece.
That is a lot.
True story. I once spent the day pushing Ken Shadow around Disneyland in a wheelchair, but he never actually explained to me what his injury was. It's possible I was taken advantage of. Now, congratulations to all the winners, but there's still a fan favorite award. You can head over to the website now and cast your vote. I forgot to ask what the prize was, so I have no idea what any of these people won, but I'm going to assume it's a 15-minute call with Tyler Wicken to ask all the when questions you could ever want.
Perfect.
Congratulations, everyone. Up next, it's one folks have been waiting for. Paul Rendell and Benoit Beauséjour take us through the programming and engineering looking glass with server meshing in the state of persistence, starting meow.
This one's going to be thick, folks. We'll be getting some good insight on this after the panel as well, so stick around.
The concept of server, which has been ingrained since the beginning, has changed to become a mesh of servers.
So how do we solve this? The answer should be simple. Hi, my name is Paul Reindl and I'm the Director for Online Technology here at CAG. I wanted to take this year's CitizenCon as an opportunity to give you some insight into our exciting persistent streaming and server meshing technology. In this talk, I will cover a quick overview of the current streaming and server architecture and how we plan to transform the existing tech into what we call persistent streaming and server meshing. I also have Benoit Beauséjour with me, who later in the talk will give you more insight into the graph database that is powering persistent streaming. Hey Ben, how's it going?
Hi, Paul. Hi, everybody. I'm super excited to share some of the details about what the game services team at Turbulent has been working on to support the efforts to build this technology and make it a reality for you guys.
Cool. Let's get started. Before we look into persistent streaming and server meshing and how this new technology will work, let's have a brief look at entity streaming and how our solar system is set up. Each solar system can be seen as one giant level containing every single object inside the solar system. From the sun to the Ventura rock, Stanton is one large map. Since this is a lot of data, the setup is split up into a hierarchy of nested object containers, which can be streamed in and out individually. If you look at an abstract view of Stanton, it all starts with one solar system root object container. This object container contains the sun, the planets, and the moons around each planet. Each of those locations then has its own object container, and if you take a closer look at a moon, you will find the entities placed around the moon inside this object container. For example, a space station orbiting the moon. This setup keeps repeating. The space station could be set up via multiple rooms, each defined by its own object container. Additionally to the static hierarchy of object containers, there are also all the dynamic entities which bring the universe to life, NPCs, an interactive vending machine, and of course players and spaceships. Most of these entities are made of a hierarchy as well. For example, a player has his body, an undersuit, and armor attached to it, and they are all child entities of the player. The streaming system treats these mini hierarchies as streaming groups to make sure that an object like a spaceship is always streamed in as one unit. Loading the entirety of Stanton into memory and simulating every single entity would be very expensive, especially on the client, but also on a single server. That's why we developed entity bind culling and object container streaming, which allows us to stream object containers and streaming groups individually. When the game server starts, all entities and object containers within the solar system are loaded into local memory of that game server. These entities are not streamed in, we just store the initial state in server memory. When a player connects, we create a so-called streaming bubble around that player, and object containers as well as streaming groups that are visible from the player's point of view are considered inside this bubble. Any object container that is inside the bubble will stream its content, and any streaming group within the bubble will also be streamed in on the server and then replicated to the client. Entities are considered inside the streaming bubble if their projected screen size on a virtual 1080p plane is larger than 5 pixels based on distance to the player. So while a large object like a moon will be considered inside the bubble from far away, a small object like a ship will only be considered inside when it's much closer to the player. When the player starts moving across the universe, entities that leave the streaming bubble will become unbound, and the replication layer will remove these entities from the client. Entities that enter the streaming bubble will get bound to the client, which causes the network layer to replicate these entities to the client, effectively streaming them in. We call this technique entity bind culling because streaming on the client is driven by the network layer, binding and unbinding entities. If entities are not in any client streaming bubble, so no players in their vicinity, these entities are also streamed out on the server. They go back into a dormant state where they are not simulated. This model works quite well on the client. However, it doesn't scale well on the server. While we do stream entities on the server with no players close to them, a poor distribution of players will cause the DGS to load most entities, and the more clients we try to match to a given game server, the likelihood of a player being at every single location increases. And that basically nullifies the benefit of server-side streaming. So how do we solve this? The answer should be simple. Allow multiple instances of the game server to work together so they can split up the work. Well, it's not quite that simple. Let's have a look at the current architecture. As of today, we have a traditional client-server architecture. One instance of a dedicated game server serves up to 50 clients. This is called instance, as the dedicated game server has its own instance view of the persistent universe. Once the server is full, we start a new server instance, which then serves additional 50 players. As we've seen before, when a DGS instance is created, it loads a unique version of the Stanton system into its local server's memory. Therefore, each dedicated game server instance has a unique copy of every single object that's part of Stanton. As these entities only exist in the memory of the game server when the instance is shut down, these entities are deleted. The goal of server meshing is to allow multiple DGS instances to work together and divide simulation cost between each server in the mesh. In the best case, we can scale this to infinity by adding more nodes to the mesh. As we saw earlier, each server node stores the state of entities locally. If we want to mesh these servers together, we need to find an efficient way to synchronize state between each server. With our current architecture, depending on the vision of the simulation and the overlap, this would require a lot of synchronization points between each node. It's an exponential problem, as in the worst case, each node would need to talk to each other node in the mesh, severely limiting our ability to scale it. To solve this issue, we are separating simulation and replication. Instead of just meshing multiple dedicated game servers together and have them synchronize state between each other, we are introducing a new layer called replication layer. The replication layer has two major functions. It holds the state of every entity in memory and replicates the state to clients, but also to server nodes. I said server nodes because in this setup, the traditional dedicated game server becomes a game server node. This server node connects to the replication layer, very similar to a client, and only a subset of entities are replicated to that server node. Replication to server nodes is controlled by the network bind culling algorithm that we saw earlier, and is driven by streaming bubbles, and it works very similar to how it works on clients. The server node has certain streaming bubbles assigned to it, which will cause the replication layer to replicate entities from these streaming bubbles to the server node. Contrary to a player's client, a server node has the additional responsibility to execute server-side authoritative code for those entities, controlling AI, doing damage calculations, etc., etc. The result of this simulation is then written back from the server node to the replication layer, and from there it is replicated to all connected clients and other server nodes. Since streaming bubbles can overlap, entities may be replicated to multiple server nodes, exactly the same way how they are currently replicated to multiple clients if players are at the same location. To avoid two server nodes trying to simulate the same entity, only one server node can have authority over any given entity. And only that server is allowed to write entity state back to the replication layer. This is usually the first server node who replicated the entity, and other server nodes will only run client code on those entities. Basically, you can see a game server node as a client with authority to write the result of its local simulation back to the replication layer. Authority can transfer between server nodes. For example, if an entity leaves the streaming bubble of the current authoritative server, it is then transferred to the next server node that has this entity currently streamed in. Further, authority can be transferred between server nodes on demand in order to load balance the mesh. Since we now mesh multiple server instances together to simulate a shared state of the universe, we no longer call this instance, but instead we call it shard. A shard is still a unique version of the universe, and we still have multiple shards running in parallel. However, the server mesh will lift our current hard limit of 50 players, and it will enable us to steadily increase the number of players we can support within one shard. It will take some time, and in our first version of server meshing, we will still have a very similar situation as we have today, with quite a few shards running in parallel. However, this technology is going to enable us to start scaling the universe to become a true MMO experience. There are some fundamental differences between a shard and an instance, and for this we need to take a closer look at the replication layer and talk a little bit about persistent streaming. Previously, the entity state was held entirely in memory on the dedicated game server. And besides some selected persistent player items, all that state would be lost when the servers shut down or crashed. The replication layer is fundamentally different, as the entire state of the universe is stored within a graph database. We call this entity graph, and it's an evolution of the original iCache. When we create a new shard, the initial entity state of the universe is seeded into this database. This happens offline before we let player join the shard. When the shard comes online, the replication mesh caches the state from the entity graph. As players connect to the shard and as we start to spin up new server nodes, simulation begins and alters the state of the universe. The replication layer does not only replicate these state changes to connect players and server nodes, it also replicates the state into the entity graph. Since the entity graph is a persistent database, the state of the shard is never lost, and even if the shard is shut down, the state persists and can be resumed at a later time. Banu is going to show you some more technical details about the entity graph.
Thank you, Paul. Get ready for a deep dive into the entity graph persistence database. The entity graph is our approach to persisting the game world. This is fundamentally different to what is happening today in the game, where only items you own are actually stored. Our objective is to be able to save the state of the replication layer, which includes all entities in a given universe shard, in order to provide a truly persistent world, where actions you take as a player can influence environments in the game world permanently. The entity graph, as the name implies, stores game data as a graph. This representation is native for the game engine because it is how internally those data structures the game uses are addressed and manipulated. Using a graph also has several advantages. We're basically storing and retrieving from a gigantic indexed list of nodes and edges, and those edges between those nodes are optimized in a sharded database. But in order to properly explain the system, we must first view the game world as the game engine sees it. Game objects are constructed of several game entities linked together in a hierarchical structure. You can picture this as a tree, which is a specialized kind of graph. This is how the game engine holds and simulates the elements on screen as it is running the simulation. In a server meshing world, this is also how replicants hold the entities in memory for each of their assigned territories. For example, a ship is made up of several entities that make up different parts of the entire playable vehicle. Each part is parented to another entity until the root of the ship is reached. Each of these entity nodes holds properties with regard to what the entity represents in the game. The class of object it is, the item type, its legal owner, orientation, and of course its very precise physical location within the game world. Each edge in our graph qualifies the relationship to the parent. In the case of a vehicle, our edges store properties that tell the system which port is being used to attach the entity into the parent and what kind of attachment it is. An item port attachment, a zone attachment, many others. In a constellation, for example, the different major sections of the hull are entity nodes with edges to the ship root. We call this small graph of item an aggregate because it is a whole movable unit. The ship root in this case is called the aggregate root because it sits at the top of a logical object. You can think of what you normally call an item as an aggregate, with the aggregate root being the actual item you are talking about. For example, a first-person weapon with attached scope, mag clips, and laser sights is a small hierarchy of entities. We distinguish the aggregate roots from other nodes by giving it a label. Labels allow us to distinguish and rapidly look up and find nodes of a specific type, either when we retrieve parts of the graph or when we look up specific nodes. Those labels exist to allow correct reversal of the graph data when we query for specific things in the game world. Other labels include streaming groups, universe root, star system root. This allows us to really look up and index those types. But the tree depth doesn't stop there. Additional information is required for a fully functional ship. The insides of each of those structural entities have to be fleshed out. Object containers are the building blocks of how space division is achieved, which aggregates and what part of the hierarchy they're in. In fact, most major areas of ships are represented as OC entities attached to ship root or another OC. The shape of this data actually takes in reality is driven by designers. Of course, then, each of those object containers also contain entity hierarchies as well, expanding to have the common static and dynamic entities you're used to playing with, like elevators, beds, guns, seats, gimbals, and others. In addition to object containers that make up the structure of the ship, other aggregates can also be attached within the hierarchy of our ship. For example, a rover parked in the cargo bay of our Connie will be attached as a sub-aggregate attached to your ship's cargo grid. Same goes for turrets, which are changeable and themselves expose item ports, allowing guns to be mounted. For each of those entity nodes, a snapshot document is also stored. This document contains all the runtime values, the game components attached to those entities. This data is the dynamic part of the model where game developers can persist variables on any entity in the game world according to the rules of a game component. For example, damage state and health data are stored within the snapshot document of those ship entities. storing and retrieving data in graph form really have some awesome properties. It's a native structure to the game engine, so it gets loaded rapidly. It's very simple and effective to serialize and transport because it's just a list of nodes and edges. There are optimized databases that we can use that allow us to fetch entities recursively in a traversal rapidly, and the data set can be sharded across multiple database instances reliably. One key element here and one big advantage of having a graph data is also that we can reduce writes. So in order to reduce that, all the hierarchical changes that we need to do can be minimized. For example, if we want to detach mutation command, we'll detach an entity from the hierarchy. In this case, a single edge must be erased, which is a very inexpensive operation. A nice side effect of this is also that it's the same operation whether we're detaching a single entity or an entire aggregate. In both cases, the single edge must be erased in order to perform the detach. Rolling away in your stowed rover, detaching a gun from a replacement or for a replacement, or selling a turret becomes really a cheap operation to persist. That is good because that happens very frequently. Compared to a columnar approach where index columns must be maintained for every write, linking all objects to the aggregate root, this is really a great performance improvement. The same properties apply with the attach command, which will only have to create a single edge when rejoining items to the hierarchy, be it via attachment or parking another vehicle on a docking hub. The attach and detach commands are two of the many semantic commands that the Entity Graph API proposes, allowing to express a mutation to the graph. Other examples of the different commands are create, possess, transfer, stack, unstack, change location, change snapshot, bury, stow, and unstow. One important change and addition that comes about with the entity graph is also how mutations are applied to the database. Each mutation is composed of multiple commands which are executed in sequence but committed transactionally to the database. They either succeed together or fail and roll back together. This ensures that the changes to the graph are always consistent and no lost writes or errors can cause data corruption. For example, a mutation consisting of detach, transfer, and an attach commands would succeed only if all three commands are applied successfully. The system retrieves a constant ordered streams of mutation from the replicant scribes that are part of the replication layer and are enqueued in durable queues to ensure that no message is lost even if the service is unavailable or paused. It's important to understand that the graph does not only cover your ships and items, but the entire game world is made of this way. Your ship is actually attached to the zone host location you travel in. Your playing character is attached to your ship seat when you are piloting it, just like planets are attached to their star system routes. The game world, though, must exist in persistence before it can be replicated and mutated. This is part of a process called seeding, where a new database is created by the replication layer. It is during that process that millions of entities are initially created in a sort of a big bang. At this stage, every object container, every minor or major entity from planets to doorknobs are inserted into the entity graph in their default state. That is, the state that the designers decided was the initial state of the world. This process goes down from the universe root to the star system root, and into the different areas and planets, into their landing zone, their buildings, their rooms, down to the smallest possible entity. There are multiple types of entities that are created during this process. First are unstreamable entities, which make up the skeleton of the universe. Those are entities you do not get to see, but are part of and always present on every worker node in the mesh. It is by looking up unstreamable entities that the game world is able to stream in the other types of entities into your client and into the server mesh. It is from those entities that others' entities bloom. Static entities make up the game world that you cannot interact with. Most map objects that make up buildings like the Hurston Tower, rooms and walls of hospitals, or the bar at G-Lock are all made up of static entities. And the last type is dynamic entities. These are entities that you as a player can manipulate. A bottle on a bar, a door in a level, a ship component, everything you interact with when you're playing the game. Of course, during seeding, all object containers are also seeded as part of this hierarchy and inform the shape of the loadable subgraphs. The seeding process takes a couple minutes to complete, Once created, this newly seeded database represents a full dimension of the universe and will now persist as it is modified by players. As you play the game and go about with your ship, your playing character entity moves from location to location, getting attached to new zones as you travel. Your player aggregate is itself part of the Jang graph, and your location and state are persisted by the replication layer scribes to the entity graph of your given territory. When you interact with dynamic objects and their properties change, the state of that entity will not persist until this instance of the database is undeployed. There are, in fact, multiple copies of the universe that are seeded at a given time. We call those shards. Each shard is a unique copy of the game world, complete with all of its entities and unique states. Think of it as an alternate universe. Dynamic entities that have been modified in each dimension will have different states. The bottle on the bar was moved, or the door was destroyed, might not be in the same state between shards. This technique is a way to gain scalability as our player base grows. A single shard can grow to host multiple millions of entities. Even if each shard database is itself clustered and can grow substantially past a single machine, there is a point where multiple clusters are needed. As you join the persistent universe, the matchmaking system is getting retooled in order to select the correct universe shard for you to play on, using multiple data points like your friend's location, your active party, your last game session, and or which shards still have items on it that you own. This is to ensure as much as possible that you end up on the same shard you expect to be as a player. In order to provide a seamless game experience, it would be terrible if you lost items you used when you were in a given shard versus another, or if your character was bound to a shard forever. To alleviate this, the system includes the concept of stowed and unstowed entities. An item is considered unstowed when it is currently active in a shard database and being actively simulated on by the worker nodes of the replication layer. Stowed entities are player-owned entities that are stowed in inventory containers or location inventories. Those entities live in another database entirely, called the global database, a large clustered database that spans all shards. Aggregate roots in that shard are stored and linked with edges to inventory nodes. Any entity in a shard can have an inventory node in global for stowing things in it. For example, a box entity that is unstowed in a shard would have an inventory node in the global database to store its content. This allows to keep unsimulated entities in a non-shard specific database while keeping the live aggregate within the shard. As you transition between shards, your playing character gets unstowed into the selected shard. This process effectively moves your player aggregate data from the global database to the shard database. Your player entity now gets simulated by game worker nodes and is being updated at a regular rate as you play and move around the game world. Accessing items that are stowed, like a ship, from the ASOP terminal is basically reading the inventory contents of the global graph at your location. Same goes for personal inventories or cargo inventories. When you request a ship to be spawned, the system will unstow the ship onto a landing pad by submitting a shard mutation. Alternatively, when a ship gets despawned during parking at a rest stop, the ship gets stowed back into the global database, making it available for unstow in any shard. The global database is where all of your stowed items will live. Hero items will always be available for unstow in any shard if they are not already in use. The process of stowing and unstowing also helps to alleviate problems related to entity authority so that only game worker nodes in the right shard can update unstowed entities in that shard. This brings about a nice property of the server meshing and persistent streaming architecture in that the state of the entities are being persisted transactionally during play, be it in a shard or a global database through stowing. A single server crash, or 30K, should no longer result in item loss. This model also has a real scalability benefit that stems from the separation of the read-intensive workloads that are isolated to the global DB from the write-intensive workloads that are handled by the individual shard database. The global graph exists to provide seamless access to your belongings no matter what shard or alternate universe you're currently playing in. Okay, let's go back to Paul to learn about some of the benefits of the server meshing architecture.
Yeah, the first benefit is obviously the advantage that we don't have this issue of synchronization between different server nodes. Each server node has one single connection to the replication layer, which is used to push and get updates for entities of interest. The second advantage is that the same streaming and replication logic that we already use for clients can be applied to servers, and that server nodes will only stream in a small area, which will greatly increase performance. It also allows us to increase resilience down the road. As long as a client is connected to the replication layer, the client stays connected even if the server node crashes. In this case, the simulation for an entity may be stopped for a moment, but as soon as a new server comes online, the simulation will just continue. While the underlying tech is close to completion, there are some upcoming challenges that we need to solve before we can give that into your hands. The first version of this technology will contain a static server mesh. Instead of the fully dynamic mesh that we saw earlier, the static mesh assigns server nodes to predefined sections of the solar system. This will reduce the amount of authority transfer that game code has to address in this first release. There will also be a lot of challenges for the game services and game feature teams. Or maybe Benoit can give a little bit more.
Yeah, there are many parts of the game that are affected by this new server meshing architecture. So any gameplay features that has to rely on the concept of a server, right? Currently, when you connect to a game server, we know what match you're in. So to send messages and update to that server, we simply locate your active match and then send those messages out there. That concept needs to change because we now have a mesh to deal with. And so there are multiple game servers that need to receive this information. They need to be able to subscribe dynamically to it or unsubscribe dynamically to players transitioning through them. So you can imagine that this will affect things like missions that currently are spawned locally on the game server. These now need to be spawned globally within the shard and also persist their state. So all services that are attached to missions, whether it's the quantum system in the back end or the quasar tools, need to now know about the concept of a shard. This also goes deep into like things that are mechanical, like getting global chat to work on a server. That concept now needs to be extended to the shard, where this will probably push us to implement this as a location-based chat, for example. And so many teams in the company now need to change their feature to take into account the meshing technology that's behind it, because the concept of server, which has been ingrained since the beginning, has changed to become a mesh of servers.
Yeah, exactly. So I also want to shout out to the network team who's working on the replication layer and the bind culling, as well as the persistent tech team who's working on the entity and object container streaming. And as Benoit said, also all the other teams that work on gameplay features or gameplay services that are affected by this new technology. There are a lot of devs working on this, and we are very excited to push on this new technology. Thank you for your time.
Okay, that was a heck of a panel. Hold on. I got something to show you guys. Check this out. Wait, what is this?
Is this working? Good. Hey, look, I don't have much time. They call me Chris the Menace, and I have been framed for homicide. I am here at the Klesher Rehabilitation Center. I have a bounty on my head for 500,000 credits, because I am offering 1 million credits for somebody who can come and rescue me.
Is this a community trailer? They didn't...
I don't have much time. Please, come and help me.
Okay, I've got something to show you guys. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Check out what the lovely Mrs. Tomato made. Whoa! Whoops. We got the Big Bennies. Big Bennies guy, right? It's not just for show, though. We've got Big Benny's food. We got the noodles up in here. Yeah, Mrs. Tomato went all out. She made a full-on thing. We'll hang this up in the back of the stream for good. That'll be good fun. But then also, I got noodles for lunch in the Big Benny's carton. Good fun. Good fun. Good stuff. We'll start. Are we gonna get sued for this? Are we gonna get in trouble for that? I think there's also an NPC standing behind me. I don't know. I thought they fixed that glitch. There's an NPC sitting back there. Let's hop in with the info runners, and let's see. I'm sure Sir Piggles is talking about the server meshing, so let's see what he has to say, and I'll put the B-roll of these trailers back on the screen for you.
Who is voicing this? I know this voice. Hey, Badger.
All right, I'm just going to get drunk to deal with the pain of the last two presentations.
From our star
It's not on top of the exhaust fan. The exhaust fan's in the back of the PC. It's on the front.
And in communities.
Wait, you're exhausting out the front of your PC?
No, the front of the top. So there's like an exhaust fan
okay.
on the back of the top, and I have the thing on the front of the top.
You gotta put your drinks on there and keep them warm.
I tried to warm something up on top of my PC once, and it didn't put enough heat out the top, so I just gave up.
I once had a drink on the top of my PC and someone knocked it over and it went right through the PC. That was fun.
Well, there's me in between my PC and anyone else, so I should be fine.
So, assuming they're not going into I don't know if they're going into a panel right now or not, but Piggles, have you given us a breakdown on what the heck they just showed?
They basically just explained what everyone already knew.
Yeah, so was there anything there that you felt really pushed the envelope forward in our understanding?
I don't know if they've said it, but it was...
They haven't said it before. For the general layman, it's probably pretty interesting, but yeah, I didn't really find it all that great. Don't get me wrong, if they're going about it the exact right way, and I'm happy they're doing it that way, it's just nothing new.
Yeah, still more work in progress.
The big thing for me, though, is what Lemming said. There wasn't really much of a show of progress. It was more like the plan and the explanation of it. There was no actual like showing where they were up to.
But it's telling us that there's a plan now, which is good because that's the first time I've heard that there is one.
Yeah, but I mean, they've been, talking about all this stuff they've been doing in the monthly reports. It would have been nice to see more of, I guess, what they were doing. They can't really show that. Obviously, that's probably either incredibly boring or stuff that should be shown to the public anyways. But
Well,
nice
I mean, like they could have showed an entity transitioning ownership. That's something that they could have shown.
I'd love to see, even if it's just like a visualization, some sort of demonstration rather than just like words.
Yeah, I mean, like they could have shown somebody on a server, that server crash, and them like phase into another server. That's not something that would have been impossible to show, but at the same time, I know that they're trying really hard here to not do anything, not write tech for CitizenCon.
Yeah.
So yeah.
The sounds of space.
Or is that just the first?
All right, going back to the next panel. Thanks for the comments, guys.
Hi, my name's Graham Phillipson, and I'm lead audio programmer here at Cloud Imperium Games.
Hello, I'm Eddie Kelch, and I'm one of the sound designers working at Cloud Imperium Games.
And we're here to talk about some of the big developments we've got going on in audio tech, specifically SIG Audio and Claudius, which is a new audio engine layer and associated tool that we hope will greatly improve the development experience of our sound design team.
Getting started on this project can be quite challenging due to the amount of tools that we have involved in implementing audio into the engine.
And with the Claudius tool, we aim to streamline that process as much as possible. This talk will be very much focused on workflow and tech, and as such, there won't be too many sort of exciting explosion sounds going off and things like that. But, this is all about how we improve the workflow for our sound design team, and we know these guys can make amazing sounds anyway.
Thanks, Graham.
So before we get into the new stuff, let's take a little look at the history and where we are now and what inspired us to go down this development path. Up until this point, so much of the data that we use has been owned and stored in the data of other tools that are not owned by the audio team or by the audio code team. Tools such as Mannequin, the character tool, TrackView, UI Code, DataForge, All of these tools are designed for other teams to work with, and audio can sometimes feel like a bit of an afterthought within those tools. Additionally to this, because the data is stored within the files for those tools, we end up with a lot of data that's scattered around different areas. It can be difficult to dig in and find what we want. Also, when we're loading these tools, we have to load up all the data. So for example, if it's an animation tool, we have to load lots of animation data when really we're not actually working with that. There can be huge learning curves involved and lots of time spent switching between tools that impacts our development by swallowing up time. A lot of our ways of working haven't changed in a very long time, and we thought it was time to take a step back, look at all the challenges we face, and see if we can come up with solutions for all of them by coming up with a completely new design that addresses all the issues that we face day to day and tries to overcome them in an elegant way that makes the sound designers' lives much easier and makes their jobs much more fun. And this is what we came up with. So with Claudius, what we did was we put workflow at the very core of the design. From day one, when we started working on the design of the SIG Audio and Claudius systems, we wanted to make sure that workflow was always the focus of how things were working. We never wanted the tools to get in the way any more than they need to. And we wanted to make sure that the tools could be as smooth and as fun to use as they possibly could be.
I think that this designer comes first workflow is quite important, and it's going to become an integral aspect on this project. Currently, we have quite a bit of focus shifting, and that tends to break momentum. Not only that, audio seems to be treated a lot as a production aspect of the game at the moment, and this tool is going to help shift that to post-production, where it should be.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good point. One of the main things we wanted to do with the tool was to make sure that it could be used as a post-production tool, so that you could effectively take a finished feature of the game where no audio guy had seen it at all. The audio code could be implemented really quickly, and then the sound design could be implemented on top of that really quickly. And this could all be done completely downstream of all the stuff that happened before it. Obviously, in practice, we're working on this game in parallel with lots of other teams, and we never work in the sort of post-production way that, like an actual film post house would work. But by carrying over some of those principles, we think we've made a really good tool. And part of how we've achieved that is by sort of completely abstracting the audio data away from the code that calls it. The calling code knows nothing of what the result of what it is saying will do. So it will trigger some parameters and some events, but it doesn't know what the audio system will do as a result of that. And there's a very clear decoupling between the audio system and the game that calls it. And likewise, within the audio system, we don't care where the events and parameters came from. All we care about is what we do with them and how it makes things sound good.
And now, with all this data in one place, it's going to make it extremely swift and also a lot more inclusive to fix bugs. By inclusive, what I mean is audio QA is going to become an even more integral part of the team. They're going to be able to quickly fix these things on the fly.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. Like, because we've got all this data in one place, and we've also got the game's behaviors in one place, what we've done is we've integrated all the debugging tools into the exact same tool that the sound designers are using. So an audio QA person is working in exactly the same place, but they've got an interest in some different data. So what they care more about is like, why is something not sounding as it should? Or is the system behaving as it should? And we want to offer up all the information that they need. And what that means is that then they can easily pinpoint where the problems are. And in some cases, they can probably fix them because the fixes become so obvious. Coupled with that is that we want the sound designers to be able to completely trust the tool so that when you implement something in Claudius, you know it's going to work in game. And fundamentally, there should be no difference between you implementing something and playing it out and actually running the game in a real game scenario and doing the same thing. So what we want to do is make it so that if anything doesn't work, that's a code bug, that's on us guys, we need to fix it, and you guys can completely trust the tool. And that means that you don't need to spend lots of time testing.
I think trust is a good word. I think that trust is also going to be coupled with just a whole new improvement in our daily lives when it comes to implementing audio into the game.
So let's take a little look at Claudius itself. What we've done is we've introduced a visual scripting language that allows you guys to implement whatever you want, and we provide tools that hopefully allow you to do all the creative things that you need to do with the audio. But the design of Claudius under the hood is interesting because the tool itself doesn't hold any data of its own. All it does is exposes data that exists within the game engine. what this means for us is that live update, as in when you make a change in the Claudius tool, it live updates in the game and it immediately responds, and the change that you made is immediately apparent in the game. That means it comes as standard because we're actually operating on the data that the game is running with. And actually, because of the design, it's not possible to implement an audio feature without implementing live update. And that was at the very core of this design, because again, we were completely thinking about workflow, about ease of use, and about limiting the amount of time you guys spend sort of, rebooting the game or, trying to get your actions to be reflected in the game.
You already mentioned it, but I think that, little to no code support aspect of Claudius is really going to be groundbreaking for us. I think that life is going to become iteratively a lot easier as we're able to just quickly, just not, again, focus shifting, right? That's not going to really be a thing anymore, and that's going to be great. Not only that, all these parameters that we want to get access to based on the data, we're going to get access to that by just going into the game, playing with something like a weapon, and by picking up that weapon, now that's going to, be inherited by the character. So it means that we're going to be able to attach all these different sounds to that gun based on what the player is doing. And I don't know, it's going to make so many of these things possible, and it just wasn't before.
Yeah, what we're trying to do is make so much data available to you where you need it and in an intuitive way. And what that means is that, when you, as you say, if you spawn a weapon in the game, it immediately becomes visible in the Claudius tool. And if you perform an action on that weapon, such as firing it or reloading it, those actions immediately become available and visible in the Claudius tool and available for you to implement. And what that means is that we're putting the implementation right alongside it happening in the game. Claudius uses a reactive programming model. And what that means is that as the data comes in, the visual side of what you see updates live, and it updates immediately. And it also has some sense of what's relevant, because if you're running an actor around, then the most recent events received by the game or sent by the game would be the movements of his limbs, the footsteps, that kind of thing. And you get to see those things immediately in the tool. And you can even filter by time. So you can look at things, you can clear out the view, perform an action, and now that's the only thing you can see. So you get really quick, easy access to all the data that you need.
Yeah.
And all of this tech, I think, just puts us in a great position to continue to support the ever-increasing demands of CIG's games.
I also think that the designers are going to be quite empowered by the amount of time that they're going to have to focus on the creative aspects because of this tool.
Yeah, that's the whole philosophy of this design, is to empower the sound designers to be sound designers.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at a practical example, marking up a weapon in Claudius. As we mentioned, all the events and parameters that arrive in the Claudius interface are things that have happened in the game. The game is just describing what's happened, and it doesn't have any preconceptions about what the audio system should do. It simply provides data. So, for example, the weapon fired, it now has 5 rounds in the magazine. The weapon fired again, it now has 4 rounds in the magazine, and lots of other information as well, such as, the weapon fired and there was this much atmospheric pressure around it, or it was out in space and there was no pressure. All these sort of contextual things become available. And the decisions about what that data actually means to you guys all completely come down to you. So all we do is as programmers, we provide as much data as we possibly can in a place where you can use it.
What amazes me about this tool is it's going to just be as simple as, hooking up a couple nodes and seeing the results in the editor. Not only that, all this complex logic that we have, we're going to have access to all these parameters super easily. So the idea of, let's say, having a different reload sound based on the amount of ammunition in the mag it's going to be, rather simple to implement.
Yeah, absolutely. What we've done here is we've gathered all the data that may or may not be relevant to you, and we don't mind whether it is or not. We deal with all that code side, the efficiencies of that, and you guys get access to any data that you may or may not be interested in. So you could do crazy things if you wanted. You could make it so that the reload sound sounds different if there are, like you say, if there are different number of rounds in the mag, but you might want to make the reload sound different if the character's wearing armor or not. I mean, that makes no sense, but all this data becomes available to you, and it's totally up to you guys what you do with it. So we're opening up lots of possibilities.
I think that comes back to empowering the sound designers again. I think all this freedom creatively, it's going to be great.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that sort of giving you that creative freedom, I think, is going to be amazing to see what comes out of that. Because, you know, for example, we can have something like a parameter that says whether it's nighttime or not. And if you wanted, you could change the whole aesthetic of the game, change all the sounds based on it being nighttime.
Yeah.
And that would require no input from the code team because we've given you the data that you need.
Yeah.
So let's dig down a little into some specific features of Claudius and look at budgeting and aggregation. In this video, we have a set of audio trigger spots that are all playing the same sound. We haven't applied any sort of budgeting to them, so they all play, they're all taking up resources, and we can hear them all, so you know the mix can be a little bit sort of muddied by just how many of them are playing. I want to show here just how simple it is to deal with that and to reduce the budget for the sounds that they're playing. So here we go to the audio source settings, and we're going to add a new category, which is how we budget, and we're going to reduce the number of sounds in that category that can play at any one time. As I said before, this all updates live, so every change we make now is going to be reflected in the game. And when we spin back to the game view now in the editor, you'll see that because we set the budget to 5, only 5 of those sounds are now playing, represented by the sort of lighter green. We can go back and we can change the budget, and again, that will, you know, we'll drop it a little bit more. And you can see now only the closest 3 to the camera are currently playing, and then we'll just whiz the budget back up so you can see they all come back again when you do that. Now, that's the budgeting feature, and that's one tool to sort of reduce the amount of resources we use. But what we also do is allow you to deal with what happens when all those sounds that are not allowed to play because of the budget are prevented from playing. So what we do is we have a system called an aggregation system. And every single one of those sounds that hasn't been allowed to play can contribute to a further sound that attempts to represent that crowd of sounds that were not played. So here we're going to do a really simple example. We're going to hook up a sort of more musical tone to this aggregate. And what this aggregate will do is it will represent all of those sounds that aren't playing. Now, we offer lots of parameters to this aggregation system, but the aggregate is aware of how many sounds it represents. It's aware of the position. It's aware of the spread of them. So lots of information is made available to the sound designers so that they can represent this mass of sounds with just a single audio source. Okay, so now we can see that there's a further light green blob in amongst all the dark green. And what that is that's the aggregated sound. So that will move to the center of wherever the crowd of non-playing sounds is. And as you can see, it kind of skips around in this video, but we have smoothing options so that it doesn't sort of jump around and become jarring. It just moves around as quickly or slowly as you want it to with the crowd of sounds that it's attempting to represent. And what this means for us is that it makes it a lot easier to sort of clean up the mix if you've got a lot of things that have been added to a level. They've been added by a non-audio person and with maybe not so much understanding of the consequence of that. It gives us really easy ways of dealing with that. You can see here, if we increase the budget, the aggregated sound moves further away. And then if we completely reduce the budget to nothing, then you end up with just a fixed aggregated sound right in the middle of all the sounds that are playing. All the sounds that are not playing. Now, this is a really simple example. None of these sounds are moving, but if they were moving, then that blob would move appropriately to the position where all those sounds were moving.
I think what this tech has showed us is for ambience work specifically, the designers are going to have quite a lot of creative freedom to kind of go wild and rely on this technology to help us clean up not only the mix, but the voice count and the channel counts. It's also a good way for us to create accurate background dialogue, or as we call it, walla, for bespoke locations. And I think it's going to bring a lot more life to locations.
Absolutely. But also, aggregate logic doesn't have to be used for those purposes. It can be used for more abstract purposes as well. So we can use the logic system within the audio system to understand how many of a certain thing exist in the game. So if, say, every tree tells the audio system that it exists, we don't necessarily want to play a sound on all those trees, maybe unless it's windy, which is a decision we can make if we want. But we can track counts, so we can track how many of a certain object type there are, and we can use that information to inform something like the mix. So you can have a mix that's maybe specific to forests. You want something to sound like a forest. You want to bring in some ambience that makes it sound like a forest. And that can all be driven by this set of data that we're not actually playing sounds directly on, but we're just using it to inform the mix. Another feature that we have in Claudius is logic inheritance. And what that allows us to do is to implement a set of audio logic on a certain audio node and then inherit it on child nodes of that node so that we can override it, repurpose it, or make it just basically do the same thing as the parent node does. Now, that's quite an abstract thing to say, I know, but what it means is that we can use a single set of events and parameters to express audio across multiple nodes in the game.
I think this comes back to the example that we used before about, a weapon reloading. And so by overriding that logic, we're going to be able to place audio events on specific parts of the weapon and make them perform based on what the character is doing. It just seems like a really powerful tool to have.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's all about putting all the power in your hands.
Yeah.
For example, you might have something like a character who jumps and lands, and that jump event can be expressed on any bone of his body. So if he's wearing a watch, you can make it jingle.
Yeah.
If he's got a cracky knee, you can make it crack when he lands or something. And all these different things can be done, and they're all available to you by default.
And quite easy to implement as well, as we're seeing.
Another thing we have in Claudius is a set of systemic parameters. And what they are is a set of parameters that are available by default to any audio node in the game. Things such as atmospheric pressure, velocity, acceleration. So for example, you can do something like take the atmospheric pressure and the acceleration of an object, and you can use that to express some wind noise. And that's something that previously would have required code support, but you guys can just dive in and do it on literally anything. You can add a SIG audio component to something that the audio system's never seen before, and you can start expressing the audio on these things in this way.
Claudius, I think, rationalizes the whole process of being a sound designer on this project. All that relevant information is going to be in one place, and it's going to be quite digestible, especially for people just getting started.
Yeah, absolutely. We want the sound design process to be as organic as possible, and we want you guys to have the freedom to just express yourselves, and that's the point of getting all this data to you by default. So let's take a look at an example of something you can do using SIG Audio and Claudius without any code support. Here, we're adding a SIG Audio component to an entity type that's never had one on it before. It's a really simple thing to do. We just drop the component in DataForge, and then we can jump over to the editor and we can spawn one of these things. And I'm going to use the example of a plushie here. And what we're going to do is we're going to use some of these systemic parameters and events that come for free without any extra code support, and we're going to use them to express. It's a bit of a silly example. We're going to use them to express the contents of this plushie. So what looks like a cuddly toy right now is going to turn into some sort of water container. So we're going to put a kind of water sloshing loop on this thing. So we need to respond to its spawn event and also its despawn event. So the sound stops if it ever gets despawned. And we can add an audio source that is the water sloshing sound. And then if we hook that up, it's going to start playing that sound. But the way these sounds are set up is that they don't play anything unless certain parameters are set on them. So they're muted until, for example, they have some sort of rotational or directional movement on them, because you don't want an object to just sit there playing a sloshing sound when it's not moving. So we're going to hook up some parameters as well. We're going to hook up the systemic acceleration and velocity parameters. And we're going to just demonstrate a little bit of, we're not going to go into sort of too complex logic here, but we're just going to demonstrate a little bit of what you can do. So we're going to multiply them by each other. And then the result of that, we're going to set it on a couple of parameters on that object. And then, as I said before, everything is live updated. So we're going to see the result of what we do here. We're going to hear the result of what we do here immediately once we've done it. So just finish hooking this up, and we'll pass over to the editor view once that's done. Oh, one last thing we need to do before we can make that happen is, because this entity's already spawned, we need to send its spawn event again. And in Claudius, you can send any events that are set up for debugging reasons, which is really useful. So now we can see the green blob, which says the sound's playing, but we can't hear very much because there's no velocity or acceleration. But Now, as the character runs around carrying it, we can hear the sloshing sounds, we can hear them play when it's dropped, and all this is coming from this set of parameters in Claudius that are being multiplied together just for a bit of fun.
We
So
couldn't
all that was
actually
done
hear
without
that.
any code support. The code system had never seen that entity before. It could have been literally any entity in the game. And what we've done there is we've been able to express the contents of that entity without any additional help from the code team. So that's a really sort of freeing thing for the sound designers to have available.
As we've seen with how easy it is to implement something like this, we have a lot of control over the physics, and it gives us no reason not to add sounds to literally everything in the game that's interactable and that can move. It's going to bring a lot more life. The speed that we can get this done with, it's going to make iteration a lot more plausible. And yeah, I think it's going to have quite some interesting outcomes. So yeah, it opens up a line of creativity. It opens up a line of experimentation. And that goes, hand in hand with how quickly this was achieved.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, the example there was quite a silly one. It was putting a water sloshy sound where it doesn't really belong. But as I said, it doesn't matter what that entity is. It could be a little cuddly plushy thing, or it could be like a 400-foot tower that's falling and hitting the ground. And those same parameters can be used to express the sounds of that thing, to express the weight and the size of that thing. And, this tech isn't sort of limited to props and carryables. It can be used on literally anything. Anything that can move, you can express its movement using these parameters.
I think you touched on a really important point there, which is cause and effect. I think that's one thing that it's quite a tricky phenomenon to implement into games. But with Claudius, it's going to be, almost a breeze. We're going to be able to hold values based on a parameter, for example. So let's say if you shoot this plushie, it'll, trigger a very high value for that movement, and based on that we'll be able to change the sound that happens after. So let's say if you shoot the plushie, pick it up again, instead of a cute cuddly noise, it can make like a really angry, like, why did you shoot me, sort of grumble. And yeah, it's gonna add a whole new level of depth to these interactable objects and other things in the game as well.
Yeah, and those examples are just, again, it's all about unleashing creativity.
Exactly.
It's about sort of offering all the data that you need to be able to do whatever you want. And there may be things that we never even thought of, but by abstracting these systems in such a way that, and by making all this data available to you, it no longer becomes a coder's problem what you guys want. We just give you everything.
Yeah.
The SIG Audio and Claudius systems are designed with collaborative working in mind too. So the way that communication and the way that actions are performed in Claudius is that the Claudius app sends a request to the game engine to make some sort of change to the audio logic, and only when that request is fulfilled does the change actually reflect itself back in the Claudius UI. And this is tied into that whole concept of there's only one set of data owned by the engine and we change it live. So by having this design, what we've been able to do is allow multiple connections of multiple Claudius clients. And because they're all connected via WebSockets, they could be on separate PCs. What this means is that if a sound designer needs some assistance or just wants to collaborate with another sound designer on some sort of logic setup in Claudius, they can do that incredibly easily. They can connect their Claudius client to somebody else's game client simultaneously while that person has their copy of Claudius connected. And then as they make changes to the logic, they're reflected on both users' Claudius screens simultaneously.
I think that's quite a cool feature to have. A lot of the time when we're working, I'll need to call up either technical sound designer or a colleague and share my work, and they'll just be through sharing the screen, and there's a lot of, no, go there, and finger pointing, and it can be quite time consuming and make it difficult to quickly get a point across. And with this tool, I'll be able to, like you said, connect and just mark up, a gun, for example, or one of these physics prop on the go. With them, and that can also spark quite a few ideas, just that very easy back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. And every connected Claudius client has full control. So anyone can make any changes. Even the undo system works across all clients. So you could make a load of changes to demonstrate something and then disconnect. And then the other person can just hit the undo button to get rid of all that stuff and then start, doing something else that's maybe inspired by what you showed them or something like that. And I think it all just really sort of lends itself to having a lot of collaboration between sound designers, which is always a good thing.
I think now with the whole working from home situation, a tool like this is really going to be invaluable. It's going to allow the sound designers to connect a lot more, QA to work with sound designers a lot easier, technical sound design, dialogue. It's really just going to, you know, bring us all closer together and hopefully spark some very interesting ideas.
So let's take a little look at some of the code that underpins these systems, because when we went away and wanted to start designing this thing, we obviously had workflow in mind, and we wanted that to be to create a situation that was as smooth and as easy as possible for sound designers. But as a code team, we serve two masters, and what we don't want to do is to implement those things for the sound designers at a cost that's too great for the engine team. So we need to avoid high CPU usage. We need to avoid blocking the main, the critical paths of the game. And we do that by moving all of our audio processing onto audio threads and onto audio jobs. And all the commands that cause that audio processing to happen are all transmitted through lockless queues. And what that means is that the game can tell us what we need to know, and we get out the way as quickly as possible. And that allows the game to run as freely as it can without audio sort of contributing to frame rate drop or contributing to high CPU usage. Because we've moved all that stuff into the audio system, what it means is that something like a feature that we would have maybe in ship code, like something that's very specific to thrusters, would now become a systemic feature in the audio system. And what that means is, again, it frees up your creativity, because we might have created something as an idea that assists with making thrusters sound good, but instead of it being kind of hidden away in the thruster code and only able to be used by those, it's now available to you wherever you want. And you can kind of use some of these tools in whatever sort of creative ways you can think of, whereas before they were hidden away, now they're completely available to you. And this also frees up audio coders' time, because we spend a lot less time sort of, working to make features that exist in one place, exist somewhere else. Literally, every feature exists everywhere for every system. So that, again, sort of helps the audio code team to spend a lot more of their time being creative too, which is a really good position to be in. We also have some features that even bring audio code into the realm of post-production, much like the sound design is. So we can live rebuild the code while the game is running. And that's something we've been able to do for a long, long time. But what Claudius does, because it uses this reactive programming model and it can react to the game's sort of transmission of events and parameters immediately and present them to you immediately, we can actually boot up the game and start up a feature we've never seen before and start playing around with it and find the bits where the audio needs to be. And then we can live add the code, rebuild it on the fly, and then it's already available to you guys. So we're making it so that collaboration between sound designers and audio coders becomes something that is just, it's almost as good as a collaboration between sound designers. It's like something we can go from nothing to a fully working feature without stopping the game. And then because of all the design that this is all built on, and all the way that we want to make sure that everything persists, you don't need to go back into the game and test it. What that means is that we can effectively implement both the code and the audio setup, save it, and we're literally done. And that's just saving so much time compared to sort of all the iteration time that they spent, like rebooting the game, rebooting editors, rebooting tools, swapping tools, and all that kind of thing. So yeah, this puts code, at least partially in this production or post-production realm as well.
Yeah.
So we've looked at a lot of the features that we've already developed for Claudius, but we have lots of plans for the future too. The design of SIG Audio and Claudius aims to solve future problems before we know what they are, and where it can't solve them completely, it's going to make it easier to solve them. As new game features come along, and we don't know what they're going to be yet necessarily, we want to be able to support them as quickly as possible, but also we want to be able to reuse everything we create. And the SIG Audio and Claudius design is central to that. It's all about reuse, and it's all about having systemic features that are available to sound designers.
I think what's so great about this technology is that we're going to be able to take all this information from the game, bring the audio engine into the game engine, and just make it all so easy to access. I think one key aspect of Claudius, the audio team is really looking forward to is sympathetic audio. So this is the cause and effect that we were talking about before. I think having this like one event trigger another, for example, it's going to make the game a lot more cinematic. Everything's going to be real time. We're not going to have to pre-render all these events. It's basically going to become procedural, which means that a lot of these scenarios that you get into, a lot of these different contexts that you can get into while you're playing the game, we're going to accommodate them, and you're going to get really just vastly different experiences every time you do something. And this is because we can infer so much from the game data and create those links to create a beautiful experience. A lot of the time we think about like, how can we sonify this nonlinear spectacle of a game? And I truly believe that is through cause and effect. It's having things done in real time and conveying all this information to the player that can be critical. So for example, you're flying and you start to enter a debris field or an asteroid field, that all those things can start having an effect on the environment around you. You can start hearing creaks. If you're entering the atmosphere, you can tell like that your ship's going through some strain, and instead of pre-rendering it can happen in real time. It can take values from like atmospheric pressure, temperature, and it's going to be quite a amazing experience for the players.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at the core of sympathetic audio is this idea of resonance, and with the sympathetic audio design that we have, we'll be able to give objects resonant frequencies, and we'll be able to make it so that if something sort of broadband in its frequency spectrum goes off, like a huge explosion or something like that, then you're going to expect a lot of metal panels and glass windows and things to rattle and resonate in sympathy. Sympathetic audio in sympathy with the explosion.
And all we really have to do is just set up the logic for that to happen, and it'll happen. Really eager and interested to see what the players are gonna have happen to them through their playthroughs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think all the features that we're looking to develop are all about bringing this game to life more and making it more cinematic and making it just feel more immersive.
Yeah, super high fidelity.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're looking at sort of improving the mixing support so we can gather some of this. We've got a huge amount of data coming in now that can be used in lots of ways to decide which sounds play and how those parameters affect those sounds. But we can take a step back and look at the bigger picture and say, we've got all this data that's telling us what's going on in the game. Can we then use that to sort of decide how the game should be mixed? So, for example, if you're exploring a moon or something like that, you're going to want to hear a lot of the ambiances and maybe some distant mining going off and things like this. But then if you sort of end up engaged in battle with someone, that's something that the audio system's aware of through the data that's coming in, and maybe it can change the mix so that those ambient things don't really get so much of a look in anymore, and it's all about the battle focus and things like that. And then again, as the battle ends and that kind of scenario falls away, we could automatically analyze the data and say, okay, we're now back into an ambient situation, so let's raise the level of some of these ambient sources again.
Yeah, I think that importance to what the player needs to hear at that moment. I think that's especially on the FPS side, that's gonna really be valuable.
So that concludes our look at some of the features and tech that we have in development in the SIG Audio team right now. Hopefully, it's going to make the lives of the sound design team much easier, and hopefully some improvements to the way the game sounds too.
Yeah, I think the sonic aesthetic of this game is going to change for the better because of these tools and because of these workflow improvements.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's it from us. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoy the rest of your CitizenCon, and I really hope next year we can all be back together in person and we can see each other in person then. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Okay. So
Cosmonaut is the premier online
audio.
magazine for Star Citizen, packed full of ship reviews, outfitting guides, upcoming events.
I'd like to say, so, all right, I'll say this much. Audio is behind where I thought it was. The way that they were talking about future expectations, I was under the impression that audio was either already or ready to be a dynamic element in the verse, so it's interesting to hear that they're planning on now having it react dynamically to things while the game is moving along. Meh, you know, luckily audio is not the most important thing. Audio is very important to me. I love audio. I love how it changes the experience. I think it can make a huge difference. So it does kind of suck that it's not quite there, but it doesn't affect gameplay that much. So I'm okay with that lagging behind if that needs to. Audio doesn't normally react dynamically though. Well, I was looking more into, you know, when like you're dropping down into atmosphere or something. And I guess if you think more deeply about that, then you can think, okay, well, that's just something that's triggered by a state change or something. But it's not something that I thought deeply about before. Show them the GII trailer? Right, because you guys missed it before, huh? Okay. Where's that GII trailer? I'm going to have to pull it up on this side first. 1 second, everybody. And we will talk. To be honest, I'm going to need to watch the server meshing panel again I'm going to need to watch a lot of these panels again. It turns out I can't pay very much attention while I'm streaming this. Where is that video? There it is. All right, let me show you guys the GII. This is the video for my org. And Drazen will actually drop a link to the org down in the video description right now. Just to show you guys, if anybody wants to join, we are in a multi-purpose org. We make, we do mining, hauling, security work, bounty hunting work, science stuff, scanning, all the stuff. We do it all in this org. Everything that's basically legal, and then even on the non-legal side, you know, during alpha. But we're a very friendly group of people. We just play the game a lot. We hang out a lot. There's always people active if you're looking for people to play with and you don't want to maybe jump in with voice. Everybody understands. You can still play with them and type. Just a really friendly group of people who want to play the game together. So if you'd like to join that, you may. The link to this org is being dropped in the chat just right now. And here is the link to, or rather, here is the video. I think Drazen might have dropped the actual link to the video in chat, which should not be done and it should be deleted. Here's the video though. And oh, let me turn down the other thing. Sorry. That looks like a cool trailer. All right, yeah, this went on during CitizenCon if you missed it, but here's our trailer. Are you struggling with your career out in the verse? We are too, but we're here to help. Gotta hate that. The Garden Interstellar Initiative. Stop it. The Garden Interstellar does not guarantee fruits and vegetables will be available for all and cannot be held accountable for the lack thereof. That tomato guy. Yeah, so that's our trailer for the org. And thank you for watching. But yeah, you know, mostly put together by Lord Skippy and Dead Set. Thank you. Big shout out to them. Thank you to everybody else who helped out with the acting, with the filming, with generally the planning and everything. It was very appreciated. I appreciate you guys at GII. Love the org. And seriously, it's just awesome. If you're looking for an org, please join us. And at the end of this panel, guys, we'll do yet another giveaway. So stick around, but this should be an interesting one with Tony Z. I'll leave him to it.
Hi, I'm Tony Zervek, Director of Persistent Universe for Star Citizen. Today I'm going to tell you about some of the new technology, features, and content that we're aiming to deliver over the next several quarters, and how these things are going to impact your gameplay experience. To assist in that endeavor, I brought along a few others to give you some additional perspective, including SGS Assistant Director Rob Reininger, Senior Systems Designer Ben Dorsey, And over in the UK, lead designer Luke Presley. Rob, we've been able to buy and sell commodities for years, but we're now looking to try and close out the entire loop by the end of the year by allowing players to sell weapons, armor, clothing, and eventually ships back to the shops. One of your favorite aspects of this has always been what it means to treasure. Can you elaborate a bit on that?
I think it's huge because now it gives me a purpose to go out and collect the stuff, because players are very meticulous. They'll go out and pick up every single gun, weapon, armor off of other players. Like loot generation is something that the Frankfurt team is working on. It means a lot for, you know, investigating lockers or just stripping down something. We talk about salvage. You know, these are all things that are working towards the ability to buy and sell items. But most importantly, it's just curating your inventory, right? It's getting rid of this stuff. It's another form of reward. So I think it's a huge addition to the game.
Sure, and it also plays a big role in character advancement, right?
Yeah.
Because you can realize the equity from items that you've purchased in the past. In other words, I buy a particular laser rifle. Now I decide that I want the better one. I don't have to buy that one starting from scratch. I can actually sell my original one, assuming it's in pretty good shape, and I basically pick the optimal shop at which to sell it. You know, that's a shop that deals in that specific item. Then I can actually get a pretty good price for that used item. I can then take that money and apply it and, you know, the differential towards moving up the ladder and basically getting better and better stuff. And so just like in the real world, it's like you don't usually start from scratch and buy a house and then basically have to buy another one from scratch. You basically take your realized equity in your original and you throw it into the other one and you just pay the difference.
Yeah, and that's something that we don't have in the shops right now. Everything is in the shop on a per item basis, and items sometimes come with default loadouts on them, like a sniper rifle or a set of armor, or ships are a great example of something that comes with a default loadout of certain laser cannons and power plants and etc. So as we go forward with selling, one of the things that we want to do is get an itemized price for every single attachment that's on an item, which includes laser scopes, magazines, any underbarrel attachments, right? Things like that. So now that these have their own individual price, it's much easier for us to, one, tune the economy. So now it's this thing is more expensive or less expensive. As stats change, we can keep up with the statistical improvement of the item on a per item basis.
Sure, you have the macro item. It consists of the child items. We change the price of the child item, and the macro item, the large item that includes various quantities of this, its price is automatically adjusted, which is not something that happens now and causes us countless problems.
Yeah, and it means that now we have less moving parts to worry about on a global basis, and from a what does the world have for sale in it. You talked about taking something to a shop that deals in those items. It's kind of the concept of, well, this shop deals in it and they refurbish it. They have an invested value in procuring those things back from people in the universe. So we want to encourage players to go around to the different places that have the best price for it, much like commodity trading, right? We want players to go here because they can buy it for the best price, go here because they can sell it for the most money. Same principle for selling items, right? So this shop deals in it. You should be able to go there and get more money for it.
Sure, and we need this more sophisticated method of determining the pricing of the more complicated items that are composed of lots of child items, partially because of what it means to selling. In other words, when I go to sell my my pistol, I may have a custom scope on it, something for which we don't have a specific entry in our global retail products list, and that says this item should, if it were new, cost this much. This winds up becoming something to where, sure, we've got the base price of the pistol and we've got the base price of the scope, but we don't have any sense of what the combination is. As of right now, we don't have a means of solving that, and so this is why we are going to be pursuing changing even how the shops specify their default inventory. Like right now, we actually have shops specify every individual item that they can sell, as opposed to where we're going is it'll be classes of items. This this particular shop deals in in small handheld weapons from this particular manufacturer. Now, because they actually deal in small handheld weapons, they will in fact purchase small handheld weapons from a different manufacturer. Right. You just won't get quite as good a price because they're not as adept at repairing them, and they don't have a clientele that's that's geared towards purchasing those items, etc. cetera. If you wanted to realize, the best possible price, then you would wind up taking your specific, items to a shop that dealt in those specific things.
That's right.
And that's where, assuming the condition was perfect and assuming that the shop had a lot of cash on hand with which to procure these deals and so was willing to be a little bit more liberal, that's where you could potentially recoup, 70, 80, 85% of your original value. Whereas if you go to someone that simply, sure, they deal in small arms, but not necessarily that, that particular manufacturer, not, that particular caliber weapon or whatever the case may be, then maybe only get 40 or 50 cents on the dollar.
Exactly.
It's like when you're dealing with a car dealership. Like if you bring them their brand of car, they're going to pay you more for that than if you brought them something.
It's easier for them to service. Their mechanics are already familiar with it. They can do the work at cost.
They can sell it.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally makes sense.
It's big, and it's something that it just feels natural, right? It's how the world really works, and we want to continue to push that forward.
3.15 is a huge update to the game because of the localized inventory that's going to totally change the game. There are several aspects to this, and that starts with, I'd say, the personal inventory manager that Rich Tyrer and the actor feature team have put so much work into. They're going to cover that in a separate discussion, so we'll leave that out of here. Over on our side, we've got the vehicle loadout manager, which has been adapted to only allow you to modify vehicles that are in your immediate vicinity. And then we've also added a new mobiGlas app called Knickknacks. Reiniger, so you've spent the last couple of quarters heavily focused on this. Go ahead and walk us through what's changed, starting with the front end menu.
Yeah, so the front end, we've historically allowed players to kind of go wherever they want, right? But as we move forward with the game and the new player experience, we want players to be invested in their home location. So it's more of selecting a home base, because the inventory that you have at the start of your account that's entitled, through all your web purchases, through whatever, subscriber flares, etc., all of this stuff is going to go to that location as it's physicalized in the world. So now you have a home base of operations. That's your place. As we explore out throughout the universe, you may move some of that stuff to a new place as you get persistent halves here, a new hab over there, persistent hangar, right? Players are going to be tangibly going up to, interacting with their weapon rack, interacting with the stuff in their ship. And so localized inventory is a massive change to how they've dealt with the game up till now. Gone are kind of the days of this global inventory that you can go and interact with anywhere in the universe. If your stuff is at Microtech, you need to go to Microtech to do it. If it's in this hangar over here, you got to go to that hangar. So we want players to feel the pressure of prepping for a trip, right? It's as you go out, this is the mission I'm going to do. This is what I need to go and do that mission. So I want to go here, get this, or maybe go to a shop here and buy that. And so the front end is going to be the first step in kind of planting your seed wherever it is in the universe from the very start.
So what about the Knickknacks app? So this allows you to basically, in its first incarnation, to see where you've placed all of your loot throughout the entire solar system. It works on a hierarchical basis, so you can drill down into a particular planet, see the city. At the city, you can basically see what ships you have stored there. You can look within your ship and eventually see what cargo grids and what storage closets you have within there and what items you have placed within there. You've also got a number of filters that allow you to quickly drill down through your entire inventory and find all the the laser rifles or whatever else it is that you're specifically searching for. Can you just walk through that in a little bit more detail?
As we kind of go into the localized inventory, the VMA can only act on the ships that are at that location. You kind of lose perspective of the global view because the personal inventory manager that the active feature team has done has removed the PMA, which was also your kind of global view into your personal items. So the Knickknacks app allows you to kind of see where your stuff is distributed around the world at the individual location level. So whether it's in a ship or in a hab or in a hangar, right now the locations are basically cities or stations. Pretty much any place that has a shop that sells items, that can be some place where you can store stuff. So the ships also have their local inventories associated with them, so you can store things in the ship. And the Knickknacks app is good because now if you want to find laser rifles, you can search by type or subtypes. Basically the same things that you see in the shop, so the categories that you see in the shop UIs. That's the same level of interaction and filtering that you'll have in Knickknacks.
We've spoken a bit about how it's going to evolve in the future and what new capabilities we would wind up adding to it. Trading, with other players is one of the things that's at the top of the list.
Yeah, right. Clicking on something, being able to say, "Hey, open a trade window with Ben here. I want to be able to show me on the star map where this is." So something that we want to do in the Mobiglass as a whole is context ability to bounce to different apps that are contextually relevant to whatever you're currently using. So
like saying this is in this location when that's just a string, like it's in Olisar, that's not super useful. Seeing that on a map, that tells me something. That tells me I need to go from here to here, I need to plot this location.
Right.
I'm gonna go through this dangerous area to get there in order to access my stuff.
Or a hyperlink on that.
And you can also very easily discern distance and stuff, which is, oh, well, this one's not here, but is it relatively close, or is it really, really far away? And I need to be able to obviously put that into my planning.
Yeah, or set a route to see how much fuel I'm going to use.
Exactly.
Right? There's a lot of different reasons why these things are kind of relevant. We want to try and preserve all those elements that CR really wants to push towards, but still give you the context switching that you're going to need.
Another area that's currently under heavy development is physicalized cargo. It consists of multiple facets and will be released in stages, with the first one relating to shop purchases injecting physical entities rather than what I would call render proxies into your ship. This is going to convey all sorts of benefits and advantages, to the gameplay experience. The first and one of the most obvious is simply the fact that now that you've got a ship that has physical entities placed within it, then when another player winds up disabling, boarding your ship, they can actually extract, that cargo from you. There's value there that they can actually take. Whereas right now, the only way to get that value is you have to, blow up the ship, and then we basically, create these cargo facsimiles that basically get blasted out into space, and you have to go collect those, et cetera. And so this starts to hint at things like, the fact that we're going to want to bring NPCs into defending these ships. So all of a sudden, you get this fantastic gameplay transition, what I would say, where you have ships doing this momentum-based combat, and now I can disable a ship, board it, and I actually have to overcome the NPC crew and then physically grab the cargo, haul it back to my ship. At the same time, you're concerned that while you're basically on the ship and lugging this stuff around, that security or allies of the ship that you've disabled might show up and start blasting you. And so all of a sudden, the considerations, just explode, for doing something so right now relatively basic. And it's one of the aspects that I really love about this game, which is how we can add this low-level gameplay mechanic, and in one shot, it's going to totally transform so many different elements of the game.
And we get stuff like the whole sea, which is another hurdle beyond the physicalization of cargo. I think one of the things that just physicalizing the cargo really does is it allows for the gameplay that CR wants, where you're not blowing up ships, right? You're destroying an engine, which is not a critical failure, right? Critical failures are the things that lead to these larger scale destructions, but on average, you're knocking a ship out of commission. You're able to board, you're able to acquire the stuff, you're not killing everybody on the ship just because it got taken down to 0 health, right? So these are all things that just physicalizing the cargo allows us to do.
You mentioned the whole sea. So the whole sea has some unique challenges related to attaching physicalized cargo to it when you're actually docked at a station, or when you're parked in a hangar and its wings are compressed. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So the whole sea, because it does have these two different states, now we have ATC considerations. If I have cargo on the outside of my ship, my wings are exposed, now I can only go to a docking collar. I can't go to the hangar. So the ATC needs to know to route you to these different locations. Showing all this cargo on the outside of a ship beyond, think of adding additional ships to an area and the kind of, slowdown that you might see on a server, right? You're adding more physical objects that can be blown up, can be interacted with. So there's a technical challenge that we need to overcome as well. How they get on there, these are shipping container sized objects that have a real world weight to them. They need a tractor beam that is large enough probably on an Argo ship, right? So you'll get these little transport ships going from a station's docking, cargo bay, flying it out to the whole sea, and think of it as a person walking in and out, but it's on a spaceship scale.
Another thing that's really bothered me for quite a while is what I'd call the lack of transactional friction. And what I mean when I say that is that it takes the exact same amount of time to load or unload 1 unit of cargo onto your ship as it does 1,000 or 10,000. There's no friction, in this process. Right. And that's completely different from the real world, where mom and pop retailers and major port facilities, designed to rapidly load or unload, cargo onto, some big, freight ship, are able to move, much larger quantities in a much shorter period of time. And you've got skilled dock workers that, you can actually hire that are trained to basically deal with special types of materials and all that sort of stuff. Where we're eventually going with this is that shop purchases are going to inject physical cargo into a storage space, and it's then up to you, the player, to basically move the stuff from that storage space onto your actual ship. And there are going to be, I would assume that at this point in time, half of the people watching this are saying that sounds incredibly awesome, right? Yeah. And the other half are saying this sounds incredibly tedious, and it sounds like a lot of forced menial labor that's going to be completely completely lacking in fun. There is a method to the madness. I mean, where we're going with this is we're going to make the concept of moving freight onto and off of ships not just a logistical challenge, but we're actually going to make sure that it's a fun experience. Yeah. And this would include everything from eventually adding a service beacon so that you could recruit your friends, your org mates, people you don't know to basically come and help you move cargo. We'll eventually add the ability for NPCs to be hired at that location, and the price will fluctuate depending upon how many other players are requesting similar services. And you can use those types of capabilities if you simply want to pay a certain amount, have your ship loaded or unloaded, and you're going to go fly around and do something completely unrelated. So Dorsey, how is physicalized cargo going to impact the gameplay experience?
I mean, in a bunch of ways. As you kind of touched on, there's the whole concept of needing to move cargo from one of those storage areas into that ship. We've actually run into a lot of problems where when you come across a derelict, for instance, we have all these crates on there that you can offload in a lot of the events that we've done. And that amount of time that it takes to do that makes it so that when you then go to sell those crates, they aren't worth the time, frankly.
It's
because
money over time.
Exactly. It is so much faster to just park your ship and click the button and have it instantly get filled, and then drive over to another place and have it instantly be unloaded, that we can't make that process pay well enough to also be balanced when you're getting 16 to 20 crates off of a ship and it's taking you half an hour to do that. But once you make it so that there is a much more similar timeline between those two, you can make it so that there's a much bigger reward on a crate by crate basis, and that allows us to make it so that derelicts become a lot more common and offloading stuff becomes a lot more common. There's also just some really great benefits in that we can make missions reward you by putting cargo out there. That's right. It doesn't have to be that the UEC reward of a mission is the only reward. This mission gives you 5,000 every single time. No, there's a ship that gets blown up, or you blow up or disable a ship, and especially disable a ship, and then you can board it and take that cargo off. For pirates, that becomes then the goal. Like, blowing up a ship now becomes almost a failure. You don't want to. You want to disable it, you want to be able to get on it, and then you want to take that cargo off. And of course, the crew is going to be fighting you the entire way there. They're going to have their people to try and fight off your boarding parties. You've suddenly transitioned into an FPS map by doing so, which is this really great transition that just doesn't really happen in a lot of games, and that's amazing. And even just from a pure gameplay system standpoint of carrying that crate, that is a very powerful state for the player to be in that they are vulnerable. You can't be shooting a gun and carrying a crate at the same time.
That's actually one of my favorite, things about this entire process is the fact that we're finally going to reward the player and basically provide this differential in the challenges. You know, where we've long had, blow the ship up, the ship basically ejects some cargo, you tractor beam it up, and now you basically got your reward. But what it's missing is that transition from FPS from ship-based, momentum-based, combat to where you're shooting your big guns at these things, et cetera, and now you're sneaking around corners, and you may or may not try to be stealthy, and you're basically trying to extract the cargo out, and the crew's basically coming out of the security areas of the ship and patrolling for you and trying to stop
you also
you.
got friends trying to protect each other too, while the other people are trying to move stuff, right? And tractor beams are based on weight, so it may take multiple people to actually move a heavier box. And CR wants the gameplay experience to be less ships blowing up, more this ship got disabled, the engines go out, and unless there's a critical failure, the ship doesn't explode. So the opportunity to board a ship will be more common as we move forward.
There's one other thing I wanted to talk about in this area, and that's, you've heard me talk about this often, which is eventually I want the whole transport occupation to kind of revolve around what I call like a hub and spoke model, to where you've basically got big port facilities that are specifically designed to provide the quantity of inventory and the and all of the infrastructure to quickly get that stuff on and off certain ships, as opposed to small mom and pop retailers that are really just intended to deal in a very small number of items. And one of the more significant problems we have in the game, because we don't yet have that level of realism, is related to we've got a small mom and pop retailer, and we need to have a decent amount of inventory so that it can satisfy demand across potentially 100 different players, all grabbing theoretically 1 or 2 or 3 items. But what happens in the real game right now, because there are none of these limitations, there's none of this transactional friction, is one big ship comes up and it purchases all 300 of them because it takes absolutely no time to do that. It then flies to a destination and it immediately sells it, and it collects only the slimmest of profit margins. But because there was no loading time, there was no unloading time, they can still turn around and make a fairly good return on the amount of invested time they put into it. And turning all of this cargo into physicalized entities and basically adding these logistical challenges to where you have to move stuff on, move it off, you have to be more careful with volatile cargo. Bigger crates will require Argos to move them, or cranes, or forklifts, or whatever the case may be. All of this is ultimately going to push players into being more selective about where, for whatever they're trying to do, what types of shops and stuff they're going to visit. And what you're going to get is just like in the real world, where you'll have super tankers bringing oil from across the ocean and basically parking it at some sort of port facility for offloading. And that will then be transported by, whether it's pipelines, by rail, by those types of things to distribution outlets. And from there, it'll be picked up by trucks and transported to the local gas station. And from the gas station, that's where you, the end consumer, can expect to buy 6 or 12 gallons of gas. But in the real world, you can't, drive your truck up to a port refinery on the coast and basically request 5 or 10 gallons of fuel. It's like they only deal in minimum quantities of 10 or 100,000 or 500,000 barrels of fuel. And this will be the same thing that we're going to eventually support on our side, to where if you've got one of these big whole sea ships and stuff, there will be specific locations where we're really basically pushing you to do your business. It doesn't mean that you can't go and park at a small place. It's like, I can have a super tanker and I can go park on the side,
though, right? Because you do have the docking collar restriction on the whole sea type ship, right? But I think this is what the going to the per box model will actually do for us, because we can just make those small mom and pop shops only have the smaller volumes of commodities, right?
You talked about how if you can only unload and offload 1 box at a time, I'm not going to do a Caterpillar there.
Yeah,
there's nothing stopping you, but there's something.
That's just
stopping.
If my ship holds 10,000 units of inventory and I don't have any of the automated stuff, and you don't have enough dock workers, I can't hire at this place. There literally aren't 100 NPCs or 500 NPCs that I can hire for any amount of money. They're literally just not there. Then you're going to have to do it yourself, or you're going to have to request some friends to help you. And it's simply too tedious. It's not that it's not that we literally prevent you from basically going there and extracting the material. It's that it's simply not going to be worth your time. You're going to have to invest so much time and effort into doing that all of a sudden you would need an astronomically high profit margin. And long before the profit margins on that particular commodity or material get that high, someone else with a smaller, more efficient ship that can more effectively be loaded with a smaller quantity of stuff and then navigate to to another small location to basically sell it, they'll wind up taking that material from that location.
Which means for one of those bigger ships, like one of the Hull series or something, you're going to want to, by just that nature, go to a place that has a cargo elevator that can give you 20 giant crates at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
That's where you'll make that profit.
With the infrastructure, it's like some places you'll have an elevator that basically gives you easy access to 10 crates at a time, and a bigger facility will have 50, and a bigger one still will have 200. And this one will allow you to basically hire up to 4 NPCs, and one NPC can move 10 crates per hour. But you're going to be in competition with with that smaller of NPCs with everybody else, so the price can get fairly high. And this other place will have up to 500 or 1,000 workers that you can hire. So it may still take it may take hours, but you have but that's only because you're loading 10,000 or 100,000 SEU of cargo into your hold. Another very interesting aspect of this is going to be that you're going to have relatively clearly delineated transport routes, supply routes within the system. And this provides us an awesome opportunity to more precisely tailor what types of challenges you should run into when you're basically moving a big freighter ship from point A to point B as opposed to this other location. In other words, if you think about pirates are trying to, abscond. They're basically trying to disable your ship and, and plunder it. Take, whatever valuable materials, you have on board. But the types of ships that would be required to extract, all of the fuel off of a big, massive freighter are clearly dramatically different than the ships that would be needed to effectively and efficiently, plunder a far smaller ship that deals in a totally different, type of item or a totally different, and more limited quantity of items. And so we'll be able to more accurately tailor the gameplay experience so that you get the kinds of challenges you would expect.
Well, and I think by nature, it'll allow it to naturally separate, right? Because it's not worth it over here, and we can make those inventory volumes smaller to match the type of people that we want frequenting those stores. I'm just not going to waste my time. As a large-scale shipper, I'm going to go to the bigger places that can handle it, that can get me in and out faster, that I can hire more people, where there's going to be other people there that I can potentially hire, like the service beacon. It doesn't matter if I'm out in the middle of nowhere because nobody's there to come
that have the specialists. It's only at these select ports where they actually have trained dock workers skilled in in moving volatile cargo. And if you go to a place where you don't have it and you have Joe average NPC try to do it, then you may wind up suffering the consequences of, oh, you lost your cargo, it was blown up, your ship was destroyed, you have to go to insurance, reclaim, et cetera, et cetera. All because you basically tried to use a facility that was not appropriate for for the types of actions you were trying to do.
It's not tailored to it, right? So it's I think it'll be a good change for the game.
The key point from my perspective, though, is as much as possible, we don't want to necessarily make it black and white, right? Which is, it's not that you literally, as the owner of a whole sea, you're not able to buy fuel here. It's more that you can buy it there, but it's going to, if you're buying more than 10 or 20 units of it, it's going to be, you're going to basically have to deal with the repercussions of trying to get all of that stuff onto here. And it's going to take a tremendous amount of time, and you're going to wind up having to pay an exorbitant premium because you're basically going to be depleting them of their entire inventory supply, et cetera. And so it's really just the logistical challenges that you would face trying to exploit non-optimal locations for the unloading or for the loading or unloading of your cargo would simply not be worth it.
Well, and I think another good point is that as you push the inventory to its limits, your bid-ask spread is going to actually be going down as price per unit of the cargo is going to diminish as you get closer and closer to the inventory limits. So it's going to encourage you to go to places with those larger scale inventories so that you can keep your profit margin as high as possible.
Please put something on the screen for me.
We completed the basic foundation for reputation late last year, and followed that up in the first quarter with the release of the Delphi Mobiglass app that allows you to see exactly how different NPCs and organizations feel about you. This is a critical system within the game because it's the key mechanism by which you'll unlock more challenging and lucrative opportunities and gain access to organizations and areas that will bestow various benefits. We're still missing a few key pieces of the puzzle though, and can't yet fully exploit this system. So over on the mission side, only the bounty hunting services give you a nice gradation of challenges at the moment, offer you more interesting missions as you gain reputation with them. Can you go into a little bit of detail about why this is?
Essentially, whenever we want to make a new mission, or even just a very small variant on a mission, it requires an entirely new record, a new chunk of data that we have to put into the system, and that takes time. To build out any kind of ladder is an awful amount of time, honestly. Some things that we want to do is just kind of make it so that some of that is more systemic and a little bit faster, and by doing that we will be able to kind of explode wide, making it so that we make one mission, one template, and then just give it some variables that have some ranges. And by doing so, we can then allow it to almost generate its own chains of missions with difficulties that are driven by how much reputation you have, and those can give you different amounts of rewards and spawn different amounts of enemies and put things at different distances, etc. Just kind of dynamicizing that mission variation.
Yeah, and there's actually a lot to this, a lot of additional complication besides the mission itself, because when you think about it, you may have a mission giver, and the mission giver looks at your reputation and decides that he's only going to give you the junior starter missions. And so he calls up the, go kill bad guys in this particular section, and he basically says, you know what, given your reputation, I'm going to assume that you can only take, a difficulty value of 1. And passing a difficulty value of 1 into that mission will only create 1 or 2 guys, and your reward will be of a considerably lower rate than it would, than what it might otherwise be. As you do that mission, you build up reputation with him. All of a sudden, he's passing, higher difficulty levels into that mission template. And one of the complicating factors that we face is we need to be able to take this template, and before we've actually instantiated it, before you've actually accepted it, we need to be able to extract information out of it and process that. And what I mean by that is we need to know, before we've created the mission, how much money you should reasonably be paid in order to do this. And we need to know, we need to have a sense of where this mission might actually take you and what the current status of that area is. Or is he sending you into an area rife with pirates, or is he sending you into an area that's, got tons of security and it's the safest thing in the world?
Or an active supernova, or like any number of things that are terrifying to go.
And this is part of the reason why we've actually made some significant progress on this particular problem, but there are multiple facets to dealing with it. And I'd actually say that at this point, we're in a relatively good place on the underlying the dynamic mission side, and we've still got a considerable amount of work to do over on the actual UI side to take a mission template, look at your reputation, create some proxy references to that mission template with different metadata associated, and then assuming that you actually select option number 3, which has metadata this, then we'll instantiate the mission, pass in the metadata so that it actually customizes it as appropriate for the selection that you were just shown, and you can then go off and execute that mission, and you'll be paid the correct amount, and you'll encounter the appropriate amount of difficulty for for what you were promised and for what he thought you were capable of doing given your reputational level.
Because we already do have in-game something that players can kind of play with right now, the bounty hunter chain, which is effectively what this will look like to players. It's just a matter of that took a lot of setup, and now it should be something that we can pretty much like click a few buttons and we're good to go.
That's exactly like in the end, it's all about allowing you to as quickly and easily express a solution to the problem of, I've got a mission giver. This mission giver is going to dispatch you to deal with with bad guys. the variables wind up becoming, well, how many bad guys and how quickly are they going to reinforce themselves, and are they going to be, are they going to be flying capital ships or little small hornets, and what kind of stuff will they have on board, and in what areas of the solar system will this conflict be taking place? So these are all things that we can bend as appropriate depending upon what we think you're capable of, or what that NPC would theoretically think you're capable of.
Yeah.
Well, and we talked a little bit about the procedural character generation in the last USPU sync that we did for Star Citizen Live, but that's going to be taken into account. The back end is going to be generating more and more difficult NPCs based on the gear, based on the quality of the stuff that they can do, their behaviors. So all that needs to get fed into the mission and become part of how we reward the players and enhance that experience. But these are all things that are going to be fed into the mission instead of just the static data that we kind of have right now.
Like you literally have to place nodes in the mission script logic that says like spawn this kind of thing if we roll this, and this kind of thing if we do that. And it's just
time, and this is all data that we, as long as we can get it up front, we can pass that into the mission ahead of time, and actually show that in the mission write-up. It's like, here's a mission that's going to take you here, who's offered by this guy. Here's general
expect
rewards.
a medium level of resistance, or this many hazards, or
fundamentally that's why reputation is so important. Is it's your
I would say us see how good you are.
It's the single most important means of progression within the game. Clearly you can basically upgrade your character by buying different ships. You can customize your ships. You can buy different armor and weapons for your character. But in terms of granting you membership within an organization or access to areas with more or less hostility, depending upon which organization you're a member of, and what your reputation is within there, and how this character responds to you, and whether they give you the the super challenging and lucrative missions, or the super easy things that basically just have you doing piddly little stuff that anyone can accomplish because they don't yet know you and don't yet trust you. That's what the reputation system is all about. We completed the as I said earlier, the basic system last year. We incorporated the reputational logic into the subsumption mission and AI language. We got the Delphi app so that you can actually see what your standing is with all these different NPCs and organizations. The one piece, the key piece of the puzzle that we're still missing is the ability of the mission system to basically, one, have the mission templates created that actually take these inputs, and then be able to feed them in and have it customize itself as appropriate. And related to that is and it's no small challenge. It is going to be a fair bit of work to adapt the UI to actually allow for this. And that's just on a brief aside, one of the big tasks remaining on the USPU group for next year is going to be refactoring the entire mission interface and converting it from the old Flash tech to the building blocks tech. And that's one of the reasons why we made some forward progress on this, and then we kind of waited, because anything that we would have done over on the Flash side would have been throwaway work. And so we made the decision to basically wait to complete the last 25% of this particular puzzle until we had the correct UI foundation in place, which ultimately, A, it'll make it much easier to implement these changes that I'm talking about, and B, we're not going to have to design it, throw it away, and then design it again.
And it doesn't mean that the players won't be able to experience those changes in the game without the UI, right? That'll still be there, but we'll be able to present that and give you a better indication of how the mission is going to play out, or what you're going to get as a result of the mission with the new UI.
And also to show you, missions that you don't have the reputation for.
Right, exactly.
It's weird that how important that is, but it actually is vital that you be able to see, hey, I'm not actually with these people. They don't know that I'm that good of a cargo hauler, so they're not going to give me this super difficult cargo hauling mission.
You got to know what you're striving towards too, as well, right? It's like, I want to get better at this. I want to do missions with these guys because that's going to push me to go and get that one right there. That offers this much extra reward, or this membership here.
And I don't want to go into this. I just mean this is a topic for another day. But I was just going to briefly mention orgs, perks, benefits. So we're talking about reputation, and you can see your standing with different organizations, with players, and we will at some point next year start to move forward with when I say orgs, perks, benefits, you guys know what I'm talking about, which is basically all of the benefits that may be conveyed upon you just as a result of being within this organization or having a certain level of stature within this organization. This may be anything from expedited ship deliveries. After your ship gets blown up, you don't have to basically pay a fee to basically get it as quickly as possible. That's automatically covered. You may get discounted prices at certain shops. You may simply not get a hostile response from pirates in this area if you're a member of the Pirates Guild and things of that sort. And so this plays into what we're talking about here, because you're able to look at an organization, you're able to understand what kind of benefits it conveys to its most exalted members, and then you can decide whether or not you want to basically try to increase your ranks within there. And in terms of doing that, the challenge is simply having enough mission variety and diversity to enable the player to feel, hey, I started out, he didn't trust me, he gave me the real simple, not particularly lucrative mission, and I've been working on this for days and days and days, and I've been moving up in terms of the difficulty that I faced, in terms of the reward that I was offered, and finally I got to the promised land, and now I basically have membership within the organization, and now I can basically go to Grim Hex and have no concern that the local pirate organization is basically going to assault me.
Turrets aren't going to shoot at you, etc.
And importantly, that is something that makes your character unique. In an MMO, it's very important that you bring something to the table that other members of your friend group might not have, frankly, or your organization. You have to come in and say, hey, I actually have access to this really cool mission or this really cool thing, and by doing that, I can make things cooler for my group, and we encourage that community play that is so vital.
Yeah, that actually brings to mind, right now we've historically had this faction system that we use to determine hostility. It's always been one of these systems that we know we're going to change it. We know that it's not sufficient, for where we're eventually going. It's never been a high enough priority. We're getting to the point where we're going to have to resolve this because the rest of the game is getting complex enough to where it's really starting to fray at the seams. So earlier this year, we released the Xenothreat mission, and that was still entirely based upon the faction system of hostility, and that imposed a serious limitation in that while players could join up and basically fight on the side of the UE and try to repel the Xenothreat invaders, there was no real officially sanctioned means of you joining the side of the bad guys, the Xenothreat. You could go shoot the players that were supporting the UE. You could shoot the UE itself. You could get a crime stat, but the Xenothreat would still view you as hostile. They would still engage you, still try to kill you, etc. This was something that we got right up to the very end with Ninetales, and it was driving you and I crazy.
Yes.
And we wanted to fix it, and we put in what equates to, I'd say, it's a temporary hack to where what we can effectively do is allow a faction to override its normal, dislike of someone in another faction based upon whether or not they have a particular mission token in their inventory.
Well, it's if they're doing a certain mission at this time. And that is honestly not how we want to do this.
100%. So in this particular case, if you accept the support Ninetales mission,
suddenly everyone flips.
They would normally view you as hostile, but because you're holding that that token, that mission reference, they'll go ahead and grant you an exemption. But this is it is clumsy. It was viewed as a very temporary solution. The long-term solution that we've always discussed is going to a more reputational based hostility system. Can you go into a little bit of detail about why that's so important and what kind of additional things we'll be able to support in the future when we have such a more flexible system?
Sure. I mean, the why it's important is fairly obvious. Like, if I have to make sure that you have a certain mission in order to do something, then I can't say, for instance, you can't go to Grimhex. I'm sorry, you're on the side of the police. Like, they will shoot you. That is a problem. No, right now, like, they are actually just civilians, so that they don't care, essentially. If it's reputation, it's something that persists. It doesn't matter if you have a mission or not. You have done something that has made these people like or dislike you, and no matter where you go and what you do, unless that changes, they are going to attack you or not attack you, and you can kind of count on that.
Well, your actions have an impact
They do.
On how the world perceives you, right? And it's especially important, like as we go into Pyro, as there's multiple factions that are kind of at war with each other out there. We want the players to be able to get in good with one or the other.
Exactly.
So it's a change that we know we need to make, and I think it's really going to take shape and form as we go into Pyro, because UE in Stanton is a pretty binary thing. There's little pockets of pirates, but it's not like Pyro, where it's going to have like these very distinct groups that are kind of warring with each other, and the reputation system is perfect for that.
It will allow us to open up also just like an entire branch of content. Like, we don't really have missions where you work with criminals for the criminals. There's nothing that really makes you a long-term criminal player. Your crime stat can be wiped. You can kind of get rid of that source. It's not something that I am a criminal player and I log in and I'm going to do these kinds of things. I'm going to be on this side of things. These people hate me. These people love me. That allows you to define your character. That allows you to define your play style. That allows you to define where you're going to do and what you're going to do in the game. The entire game shifts if you have the ability to say.
I would say it's much more like the real world, where it's the concept of what hostility, it eventually equates to binary. Either I engage you, either I attack you, or I do not. But in between, there's literally just a sea of grays in terms of this organization hates that one, this one likes this one, this one doesn't like, this one's neutral towards that one, etc. And you wind up having inevitably some sort of unique mixture of all of these different things. And so in the end, we will prioritize these things and determine, it's like, oh, well, you're a member of the walk old ladies across the street. Well, I like that. Oh, but you're also a member of the Pirates Guild. I really hate that. So even though I like that one, I'm still going to attack you. And so it's much more flexible in terms of determining all of these complex relationships that players are eventually going to instill upon their characters. Like, it's not going to be either I'm left faction or right faction. It's like there's going to be lots and lots of different organizations, lots of different NPCs, and your standing with those will be all over the map. Some players will be in really good standing with this. Some players, will be really low on this other one. And the level of variability that we'll be able to support with the reputation system is just going to be far, far superior to what we have now. Dorsey, you implemented the Ninetales mission, which allowed players to fight on either side of the conflict. How does the gameplay experience differ depending upon which side you choose to support? And can you explain how this actually, in the end, wound up being a server optimization of sorts?
Well, I mean, you kind of hit the nail on the head. What happens differently is if you are on the lawful side, you are working for Crusader Security, they are sending out scanning ships to try and locate the Ninetales fleet. And you have to go and protect those. And then once you have found that fleet, you go and destroy that fleet. You are killing ships until you basically deplete their resources and make them retreat from the area. On the Ninetales side of that, you are, of course, going and hunting those scanning ships. You are given their locations, and you're told, hey, go destroy these. And then once the fleet portion of it gets found, you go and try to defend that fleet. And if you can hold them off for long enough, then Ninetales will actually win, and Crusader will be unable to drive them away before they achieve their objective, essentially, which is a hidden objective that we aren't revealing at this time.
But we are now.
But, well, the genesis of this, though, Ninetales was not originally actually supposed to be a PvP event at all. It was much like Xenothreat's supposed to be just pure PvE. That had performance problems, frankly. Spawning enough ships in a pure giant fleet battle to challenge 30 to 50 players made the server just tank. It was incredibly painful, and it just didn't play very well. It also, to be honest, was the same thing as what Xenothreat already had done, and I wanted to do something a little different. And that kind of combined into this push to get the aforementioned kind of duct tape solution for Hostility in, so that you can align on both sides. And by doing that, I make it so that I don't need to spawn ships to challenge 30 to 50 people. If things are running smoothly, I have 25 versus 25, and I don't need to spawn really just about anything.
Right. You bring the NPCs in just to flesh out, to
fill-
even the odds,
Yeah.
to get the challenge, to the level you need. But when you actually have players that will legitimately fulfill a particular role, you take advantage of that.
Yeah.
No, it was a creative way to load balance the mission and the population in the area.
I would
It's
say,
nice.
though, that in general, this is 100% exactly what we do want to do, which is we want to give the players the total freedom to basically do whatever they want. And then, as I always say, it's like, they live with the consequences, they live with the repercussions of their actions. If you go and support Ninetales, if you support Xenothreat, it's like that will have, an impact on how people view you. The aforementioned reputation system, and you're standing with, with key NPCs within the game, and how the UE views you, and whether or not certain organizations want to allow you within their ranks. And some of these things you do will have long-standing impact, to where if you ally yourself with a group, like the Ninetales, you may be prohibited from joining some organization that you've been aspiring to for a very long time.
Unless you do something to work that back. Like, you gotta
and
earn
it's a
that
balance,
trust.
right? And we want those scales to go one way or the other. It's not that we want you to be able to be perfect with everybody all the time. Like that, it comes at a cost.
It depends upon the severity, right? Which is, if you do jaywalking, well, then sure, someone is not going to find it that difficult to basically assume that from now on you'll stay on the right side of the law, so we'll go ahead and let you into our transport guild. If, on the other hand, you're committing acts of piracy and murder and everything else, it's like, oh, well, now I'm not sure that I actually want you in our organization, which adheres to all the laws of the nearby area and everything of that sort.
That element of being able to pick your side and do what you want to do in the game is something that, because of that, we want to allow in pretty much every piece of our content going forward.
It needs to be
as much as possible.
Ingrained in the game with everything else.
The only reason we haven't, traditionally supported it is it's
the tech.
It's well, and to a large degree, that you can call out a few specific pieces of the tech, right?
Yeah.
Which is the reputation system certainly plays a role. The lack of a reputation-based hostility system. We're still using the old faction system. For Xenothreat, that was literally the #1 reason why early in the development process we nixed it. On Ninetales, we were literally within weeks of release, and it was going to bother me to put out a second one that had the exact same limitation as the first. And so, despite the fact that it was going to be an unattractive hack to fix it, I wanted to fix it. It completely changed the experience. And so it is, what I always refer to as, it's duct tape. We'll get some value out of it as soon and as quickly as we can, convert the hostility system over to the proper reputational version. We'll do that. But in general, for the short run, we can continue to use this hack for some other missions that we have in the hopper.
And once we have that reputation version in, we will update Ninetales to handle that, and it will play better as a result.
Yeah, that's actually another point that I wanted to touch on a little bit, which is, so we did Xenothreat, and we released it, and then we basically brought it back and did some relatively mild alterations. We changed how 2 middle phases basically transitioned automatically between them as opposed to being distinct, so that we could have the whole salvage process, and then you had the climactic battle, and it kind of rolled around, but there was still salvaging during the later part. On Ninetales, we basically released it, and you've already identified a number of shortcomings with it that you want to address, not just for 3.15, but even beyond that. And this is something. So I want to get to that in a second, but this is something that we're going to continue to do with a lot of these dynamic events. They are intended not as one-shot missions. You play them for a month, a quarter, 6 months, and then we lose interest and we move to other stuff. The basic idea for these things is these events represent some sort of
archetype almost?
Yeah, well, I'd say they represent, it's almost like a customized chunk of gameplay. It's pirates have locked down an area, or Xenothreat has decided to invade the solar system, or pirates have basically run amok over in this area, or drug runners have completely seized control of these manufacturing facilities, et cetera, et cetera. And the idea is that we'll have all of this information over within Quantum, and then we'll look within our extensive library of these events, and we'll decide which one most closely matches that. We'll customize it as appropriate and then trigger it. And so the idea is that we're layering all of this custom handcrafted designer content onto this systemic background. Yes. And so we really get the best of both worlds. We get a nice, logical, systemic universe that ebbs and flows, it evolves, it basically changes logically in response to player actions. But at the same time, we get all of the incredible stories and the explicit dialogue and the intricately designed challenges that a designer has put a lot of time and thought and effort into doing. And so you really get both of these blended together. But back to Ninetales, so on 3.15, we're going to tweak a couple of the problems that you've identified. So you want to start with that?
They're relatively small things, honestly, just due to the schedule. It's probably the most impactful one and the one that I've seen the most people talking about. There is a portion of Ninetales on the lawful side where you can deliver medical supplies to the blockaded station for a bit of an extra reward. They will pay you a little bit more if you have a certain mission, and also their inventory is just very rapidly depleting, so you can pretty much always sell there, and you will be selling at the best price that they can offer. The problem that occurs there is that everybody buys all of the medical supplies out there. And while that's really cool on a realism statement, with the game in the state it is and with trading in the state it is, that means that a lot of people can't participate in that part of the mission. And that's problematic, particularly at this point where we want to be testing how those play. We really want people engaging in that part of things. Those of you who were part of the first wave of Evocati when we first tested this way back might actually remember that we originally had shop modifiers on the places that were selling medical supplies to make it so that they had a higher inventory that refreshed fairly frequently so that everyone could kind of engage in that. We were asked to remove those so that we could emphasize the derelicts, which are around the station that you can take medical supplies off of, because basically the derelicts made it so that there was another way to get those medical supplies, but they didn't. It took so much more time that there was really no reason to do that if you could do the
trading. It actually goes back to what you were talking about earlier, which is I can buy them instantaneously from the shop and there's no loading time, and then I can move them over here and I can instantly unload them. If I had to physically pull them off, you could more easily balance these things. Whereas right now, I really do have to go manually pull each individual one off of the derelict ship. And so I'm incurring all of the the physicalized cargo expense on one side and not on the other. And so in the end, sure, just due to the sheer amount of time, it's like it takes me 30 minutes to get 12 boxes this way, or I can go buy 50 boxes, in a split second. Which one are you going to do?
Some people might still do the derelicts because they're fun, frankly. It's a fun little FPS raid, but a lot of people are going to look at the dollar signs and just go, okay, this is obviously the better option. That being said, we're probably going to put back in. It's actually a pretty easy. I left them in there because I had a feeling we might want them back. We're just going to flip a switch and probably put those shop modifiers back in. We've seen how people play the derelicts. There's plenty of them in Xenothreat. We want to see the trading, frankly, and so that will allow that to come back online. Another relatively small change that is probably going to be coming in. We are seeing that many people are not engaging with the criminal side of things, and that is very much like the whole thing that we were doing with making it into a PvP mission for the purposes of helping performance.
We're going to have to better entice them to basically fight on the side of the Ninetales.
We need to entice them. So that means, they already are being paid more than the other side. I'm probably going to up that even more, frankly. They are going to become very lucrative, hopefully. That is the short-term solution.
And this is where, ideally, you helping out the Ninetales building reputation. Ideally, we would be able to offer other benefits of being in that organization, other things that some percentage of the players would aspire to and want. Other rewards that you get for building up your standing with them.
Which won't be for 3.15, but that is definitely where that is intended to go. The other thing that we might want there is a system to dynamically modify jurisdiction, because one of the big punish points that happens to a criminal when they are helping on that side in that area, despite the fact that Ninetales has supposedly taken over this area, when they get killed, they go to jail, which is a bit weird, frankly. We originally did want to make it so that you wouldn't get brought to jail, but there just wasn't enough time to fit the tech into the schedule. There still won't be for 315, but that is a longer term thing that we want to have, is the ability to kind of dynamically modify these jurisdictions.
That's just light on a problem, right?
Yeah.
Like exactly.
Yeah. It was one we kind of saw coming, but frankly, it was good to have it confirmed, and now we can hopefully put some pressure on that happening.
Yeah, we have a lot of those. Like we added we had the shot modifiers, we had the probability volume modifiers, we added the ability to do the quantum lockdowns through the dynamic events and stuff. We haven't yet added the ability to add the dynamic population modifiers. And so this one was, as you said, we knew this was going to be an issue. You can't necessarily get everything you'd like into every release. And so the point is, we got Ninetales out. You had some other longer term things that you wanted to address as well. Can you talk about those?
Well, some of them, frankly, are just things that are going to be things that will naturally happen, to be honest. Performance is still a big problem.
I do want to talk to the performance thing for a second, which is
some progress. It's been definitely better.
We basically generated something on the order of 120, 130 different individual gyros that people were addressing in the run-up to Xenothreat. Because what inevitably winds up happening is we get performance to a certain level, and then we're basically adding more locations. We're basically enhancing the AI logic. We're adding new functionality, and so it's always a running battle to where you're adding more you're adding more stuff as you're making other stuff run faster, and so you tend to get a net wash. And we actually found ourselves with Xenothreat. One of the reasons we held it for a couple of extra weeks was we wound up finding ourselves in a very bad spot to where there are problems now. We're very familiar with them. They were much worse, just a few, when we were originally supposed to release it. We fixed it was an endless litany of these things, to where it's like, on profiles, things showing up, stalling the main thread 100 milliseconds, 200 milliseconds. Those are getting cut down to a millisecond here, 2 milliseconds, but there's just such a quantity. And so what I want to touch on a little bit is as we finalize some bits of tech, like part of the reason we were able to devote as much time to getting things back into at least what I'd call an acceptable state, not a great state. We've got a lot more work to do to get this thing to the level of performance we want. There's a lot of problems, the rubber banding that we're intimately familiar with. We absolutely positively want to deal with it. It drives us. We all hate it. We want to fix it. But as some of these people roll off of things like their server meshing, tasks and stuff, we're now getting to the point to where we can keep people focused on this particular problem for, certainly a longer period of time than they've been able to do in the past.
It's just a matter of that being the focus.
That's exactly it. It's just a matter of it being the focus.
A lot of the engineers that are working on server meshing are the people that would be fixing these optimization problems, right? So your game's going to run as fast as your biggest bottleneck, and that's about it, right? And you're going to hit the next one and the next one, and you're going to keep fixing them until your game runs a little better.
It was almost an endless litany of spawn stalls, entity, deletion stalls, and it was impressive to see how quickly those guys were eradicating, some of these really, really
big
egregious, performance, impactors.
Like 300-400 millisecond spikes going down.
Going down to
1 or 2
milliseconds.
Right?
Absolutely.
Enormous.
We spend a lot of time crafting to make sure that these waves are coming at the appropriate amount of difficulty for the number of players that are there and all this stuff. And if the spawn queue starts to slow down, that kind of snarls. It just doesn't work. You can't design a great experience. You can design an okay experience, but not a great one.
As you know, on Ninetales, I know we played with this quite a bit. We definitely did on Xenothreat, to where it's like, well, we want to bring in 10 guys at once to present a certain amount of challenge, but then you got to spawn them all simultaneously, and so we wind up bringing them in one at a time. So we're basically distributing the spawn load over time. And while it's true that on average the amount of challenge you're going to face will be identical, there is a big difference between 10 ships showing up at once versus 1. And it was the same thing with the number of capital ships was originally larger, and we had to whittle that down. And so as the performance gradually improves, obviously we'll basically start to expand our ambitions in terms of what we're what kind of experiences we're actually putting out there for players.
And the existing ones will just improve, frankly. Those missions will almost become new beasts just by the very nature of that happening. And that's what, when you say what is the long-term thing, that to me is the biggest thing, because a lot of these events will just be better.
You're currently working on a sequel of sorts called Jumptown V2. Can you go into some more detail about what players can expect from that with the initial release?
Yeah. It's actually, I'm trying to keep it very, very simple. Jumptown was originally this community event, and I want to keep that vibe as much as possible. I'm trying to have a very light hand. So what I'm doing is I'm basically taking a location. I'm going to make it so that it starts to spawn physically a bunch of boxes of a very lucrative material, in this case, maize, commodity, and that will then, it'll start to spit that out at a certain rate, which will entice people to go there and collect it, put it on their ships, fly it away, whatever. But the point there is that is an area that will be very, very lucrative for a short period, which will entice a lot of people to conflict over it. When you've got a place that is popping out a box of maize for free that you can just pick up at every 30 seconds or so, like that is dollar signs, and people will kill for that. Not only because it's fun, but also because it's worth it, frankly. So essentially, there is a location, there is a thing that spawns these boxes, and I'm going to turn it on, and that's about it.
One of the things I didn't like about the original Jumptown was it was at a fixed location, and it was always on, and it basically spit these things out at a certain frequency.
Outside of the fact that it was a bug, but yeah.
So, but it was
very static.
Yes, that's exactly it. And in general, I hate static things because it's always the same. So let's talk a little bit about Jumptown V2 is being designed as a dynamic event, and it's also extremely configurable. So we're going to start with support for any of the drug labs, although that's really just a function of whether or not we could get environmental art team support for the other areas. Longer term, we will be able to activate this at a wide variety of different locations.
The concept itself is pretty simple, and it can be worked at all these different places. Sorry.
Sure, but there's a lot of things like we put a lot of thought into recording additional lines of dialogue to support different types of drugs or different types of commodities. We have some generic lines so it can apply to all the stuff that's
anything. We don't want to be hampered by that because the lead-in time for getting that dialogue can be a little bit damaging to doing just quick ads, frankly. Like, we want to be able to just say during a quarter, hey, it'd be really cool if there was an underground facility that was pumping out data or metal or at a refinery, and we want people to fight over that, and we can just add that because we planned ahead.
So we've got dynamism for Jumptown V2 with respect to location. We've got dynamism with respect to what exactly it's going to be pumping out. Another one that I wanted to support was the quantity. In other words, how long will this thing be spitting it out? Is it going to spit out 100, 100 SEU of cargo, or 1,000, 100 units of drugs, or 10,000? And this was something, again, so it's been configured as a dynamic event to where it can have this information passed into it and then configure itself as appropriate.
At runtime. Like, that means whoever or whatever.
That's the critical part.
It currently is launched by a person who is literally like pressing a button on a page. And when they do, they can enter in a bunch of variables, and those will determine where it's happening, what it's spitting out, how long it's going to last, how fast.
Yeah, I'll actually talk about that a little bit later, to where right now, all of the events that we've launched so far are triggered, via Quasar, and a person goes in, specifies the event, specifies the inputs,
and you'll talk about it being
100%
driven.
Jumptown V2, another one of the specific design objectives was to use it as the first test case for these systemic triggers, to where we can actually have quantum inject this information dynamically. And so, like, right now we're running Ninetales, and one of the complaints that I've seen is, hey, it doesn't fire often enough. It's like I missed it and then it's gone. And so one of the directions in which we want to go is having some of these events like Jumptown, which can be triggered by player actions or Quanta, or player and Quanta basically doing whatever we determine. Maybe it is a certain amount of drugs are being bought, sold, lots of drug runners are basically traversing this shipping lane. Whatever kind of conditions we want to put, and then we can measure both on the quantum side, eventually, and then even in the short term, on the players, is like how many players are basically moving drugs back and forth here?
Yeah.
How many players are basically, dropping commodities off at this location? And if we have a dynamic event compatible with whatever these conditions are, then we can go ahead and automatically trigger it and inject those customized parameters into it so that it basically more accurately represents what's actually going on in that area.
Right now we're just shortchanging that, but eventually, yeah.
That's actually, I like the whole jump town concept, but my favorite aspect by far is the fact that it's being designed as a test case for some of this up and coming systemic technology on the back end, so that we can start to go, at 3 a.m. conditions were met, and we're going to go ahead and trigger jump town on Lyria, and we're basically going to put this particular drug into it, and it's going to be 679 units of drugs, and however quickly players are there to basically we those things out, that will be how long it lasts. And so all of a sudden you have it's a transient event, which is sometimes we may inject, if we can scale this however we want, such that when these conditions are met, do we take the total number of delivered drugs or whatever and multiply times 10? So we can basically turn it into something that's going to range for an hour, or a day, or 10 days, or whatever else. But we can add that variable factor to where it's not always a constant. It's not always on for the entire for the entire lifetime of the release. It's not always 7 days. There's actually going to be it's going to depend upon what is really happening within the world, and that's going to cause it to be customized.
It's just something that's happening in the game. I mean, it's natural events triggering in the world.
You mentioned people saying like Ninetales wasn't happening enough, and they would log on and they would wait for it to happen. That is not the goal. The goal is I log on and I see something is happening. There should always be an event of some kind that you could go and do. Maybe you log on and you want to do this particular thing, but also, oh man, that's happening right now? Cool. Kind of thing. So
there will be some of both. Xenothreat is obviously the big ones, and then you've got what I'd call like the mid-range things like the Ninetales and stuff, where you're locking down an entire area, and all of a sudden we've cordoned off a region, and we're not allowing you to easily transport
status quo
cargo back and forth to there, which basically starts knocking the prices up, which is why we added all the the price alerts and things like that, so that you can actually be enticed by the fact that this area that's been choked off, they really need copper, and they're willing to pay this. Don't you want to try to break through the blockade? That actually does kind of get to what you were saying earlier in terms of allowing some of the playerships that are going to, or some of the NPCs that are going to interdict you to actually be more effective at it as we start to expand those quantum interdiction zones to a larger size.
It all interconnects.
Yeah, and it could be influenced by players or the back end simulation. It's something that we'll be able to balance. We'll be able to pull analytics from the back end. It's measurable, and it'll be something we can tune over time.
Another one on another point worth talking about on Jump Town for future directions forward is, and you and I have had this conversation a couple of times, is I would like to eventually be able to have NPCs basically fill in the other side. Like now, one of the inherent flaws in it is it's purely PvP, right? Which is I go there, I basically control that area, I get the loot for as long as it's pumping it out, and unless other players come and try to basically kick you out of that area, it's a cakewalk. And what we would want to be able to simulate, obviously, is if players are not going there, would Quanta, over on the simulation side, would they be attracted to, this value generator? Of course they would. Great. At what rate? And what rate's going to depend upon what it's spitting out, what the street, value of that stuff is, how far it is from civilization, and they therefore have to travel, et cetera. And so the point would be that we want to be able to, just as we were talking about earlier, we want to, with Ninetales, to where we were aligning, players on either side and saying we'll use NPCs to basically, to balance it however we want. In this case, if there are 0 players on on the attacking side trying to take it over, well, we're going to have to fill those ranks with NPCs.
That being said, one of the things that is called out very often as being an exciting portion of Jump Town, the original, was going there and not knowing if you were going to find resistance. That can kind of keep you on the edge of your seat a little bit. There's that, it's too quiet. So it won't always be
100%, but you don't need that uncertainty doesn't necessarily need to only come as a result of whether or not players are willing to do it. We can have uncertainty on the NPC side and say, maybe we will, maybe we won't, basically, have them assault. Maybe they'll come in a straggler, one guy at a time. Maybe they'll come in a big coordinated group of 12 NPCs, all in heavy armor, armed to the tooth, and and you'll basically be doing your absolute best, to hold that, calling your friends, et cetera, et cetera. The point is, like right now, unless we have the ability to basically set those scenarios up, then some players on some servers will never get that cool experience of a whole burst of guys arriving at one shot, or the stragglers. Now, if players are basically going in there attacking, well, sure, I've already got 20 players on this side. Maybe I don't need to throw any other NPCs out to.
Or maybe I want to add fuel to the fire, frankly.
Or maybe you want to throw.
Players were very creative in the first one.
Yeah, and that's honestly what I'm really looking forward to is what is. The tools that have been added to the sandbox at this point. It's such a simple event. I really am looking forward to seeing how they handle it. Like, you can come in a land vehicle, and you can set up a tank or a ballista and just like pick people out of the sky, defend that area, turn it into a fortress. You can have in the air over it. You can if you're stupid and you leave your ship turned off with its shields off, like, someone's gonna blow that up.
You and I talked in the early stages of Ninetales about the fact that it's a drug lab. Why is it basically spitting these things out? And the idea would be, well, they've produced a lot of them at that location, and so who would be one of the most logical people to come and try to take back control? It would be the guys that that basically originally had control of that drug lab. It'd be whatever criminal organization we want to basically have that thing,
or a competition.
100%. And so you could see players are in there basically reaping the rewards. Another player team assaults them, and now the much larger threat comes, and the players it could be a three-way. The players can team up, with each other to basically hold them off and then split the goods, et cetera, et cetera. So the real point, to my mind, is just comes back to is configurability, which is I want to be able to.
Ben's just over here like muttering in the distance, dude.
Vary the quantity of that material and the frequency with which it's produced. I want to be able to vary the challenges you'll face trying to basically hold it. And all of a sudden, that starts to become representative of what we're trying to do with all these different dynamic events, which is we want to make templates that we can. I always call it object-oriented content creation. It's such a common concept over on the coding side. You don't really see much focus over on the content creation to basically put all of these rules and procedures and processes in place so that you can basically build nice modular chunks of content and easily link them to other pieces, so that you're not reinventing the wheel every time you're doing this. Like a good good example is the spawn closets that we're doing over for some of the infiltrator missions that we'll be talking about. It's like that's absolutely going to play a factor in some of these future iterations of things, like whether it's Ninetales. You could see Ninetales eventually supporting on the derelicts. Some of those derelicts actually have Ninetales members on them that we can basically create 2 or 20. We can create them over time. We can basically change the
or taking
what their
over the
loadouts
station. Like, there's so many things you can do with that. So.
Yeah, Pyro is going to be a good test bed for a lot of that stuff, just with the strife that is supposed to be going on out there.
Yeah, but when?
Looking forward to it.
All right, let's bring Luke into the conversation now. We started working on the Xenothreat event around March of 2020, and it took about a year to get it out the door. We knew that it was going to be extremely difficult because we were missing so much of what we needed, including everything from the dynamic mission service that would drive the back-end logic, to the capital ship AI, target prioritization for turrets, functional countermeasures, tons of dialogue, and countless other things. Part of the allure, though, was that in one shot, we'd have a great test case for a litany of important features, like battles far larger than anything we'd previously done, and a test bed for creating missions that supported a variety of different play styles, like ship-to-ship combat and salvaging. So, Luke, from your perspective, what were some of the big lessons we learned from Xenothreat?
Well, Xenothreat was our first attempt at a large-scale fleet battle, so we learned a lot. The biggest takeaway was that we needed to develop our overly simplistic friendly fire system, which was leading to players receiving unfair crime stats and being kicked from the mission. So in the recent re-release of the event, we made major improvements to our friendly fire detection and tolerances, which drastically cut down on unfair crime stats according to the feedback and analytics we received. What's great is this kind of change improves the whole game, not just the event, and paves the way for more large-scale space battles in the future. I think it's also important to add that another thing that became clear was that players wanted a counter mission involving PvP, so we've started planning with this in mind for subsequent releases.
Luke, as the performance gradually improves over the next few quarters, what sort of things would you most like to change about the Xenothreat?
I think most people would expect my answer to be throw more AI at the player, but it might be that when performance improves, our AI becomes much deadlier, which could actually lead to us reducing their numbers. This balancing is always the most difficult part of mission creation. The AI's performance can be wildly different on our local servers versus what it might be like on an overtaxed live server. And if a mission is too easy, it's not just a case of throwing more AI at it, as this will only compound the performance issues. We were happy with the balancing we achieved, but it wasn't quite what we hoped for. Once performance is improved, we hope to rebalance and deliver the experience we intended.
Luke, we've invested a lot of engineering effort into our spawn closet tech, which allows us to precisely and intelligently push NPCs into and out of an area. The first major test of this tech will be the Infiltrator class of missions, which I wanted to provide much more varied and challenging FPS situations than anything we've previously seen. To that end, we can now determine at runtime the type and number of NPCs we want to insert at a location, often at the behest of Quantum. We can also apply a litany of rules to the spawning, like how many can be active at once, how the spawn rate changes when an alarm has gone off, and whether a boss might be found wandering the area with his guards or only after they've all been dispatched. The mission template supports a wide variety of objectives, ranging from killing everyone at that location to only killing select individuals, to protecting NPCs from any harm, to hacking computers, to extracting designated materials. Can you go over some of these mission variations in more detail?
Of course, Tony. The underground facilities were the locations we chose for our first implementation of spawn closets, so this is where players will find new missions, as well as some existing missions that have been vastly improved by the addition of spawn closets and non-combatants. One of the new missions sends players to kill a heavily armoured target who only shows himself once his crew have been wiped out. Another involves the players searching a friendly facility for a number of boxes, identified using information provided on their mobiGlass. At any point during the mission, small enemy assaults can be triggered, and the thing I love about this one is that players can choose to avoid the fight and gamble on the facility's defenders being able to repel them. And the last one I'd like to mention is, thanks to spawn closets, we now have our first FPS defend mission where players join friendly AI in defending a facility from multiple waves of enemies. And the nice thing about this one is that in addition to the basic mission reward, players also receive bonuses for the AI who survive to the end.
Some of the benefits from this mission template are coming from smarter use of existing tech, like more modular subsumption logic, and some of it stems from new features like the spawn closets. Luke, how has the design setup of the Infiltrator scenario varied from what you've done in the past?
Well, spawn closets have had a dramatic effect on the types of missions we can build. Without them, we were unable to spawn AI mid-mission, as we couldn't risk them spawning out of thin air without warning, as that's really unfair on players. Thanks to spawn closets, we can now spawn reinforcement waves and spring ambushes anytime we want, with players able to recognise where AI is likely to reinforce from. Not only does this allow us to build brand new mission types, it allows us to spawn manageable amounts of AI and only reinforce when some of those are dead, to better balance the difficulty of the encounter. And you mentioned we're building our logic in a modular fashion, and the Eliminate Boss mission is a great example of that, because we've essentially taken the Eliminate All and Eliminate Specific objectives and combined them to create a new experience where players must draw their target out of hiding by first killing all of his crew.
Luke, another mission template we're currently working on is called Rescue Transport, and it revolves around getting NPCs to a specified location. One of the variations allows the NPC to request personal transport via a service beacon, just like a player, to a designated location. Other variations involve adding assorted complications to getting the NPCs on board your ship, like having to first outsmart or outfight their captors, unlocking their prison door to release them, safely escorting them back to your ship for transport to the desired drop site. Longer term, we're going to add support in this mission template for a lot of other combinations, like having to drag unconscious characters onto your ship and back to a hospital, and trying to lead NPCs through a burning ship. Luke, where do we stand with the current implementation of this, and what remains to be done before we can push it out the door?
Well, Tony, we're at the point where we have a working prototype in which AI can be asked to follow, wait, and take a seat aboard your ship. And even with this rudimentary setup, we've been able to flesh out the mission flow to a very detailed degree, and have made a lot of headway into planning the dialogue requirements. We've gone some effort to make sure that the mission is more than a delivery mission where the box has legs, so the client has patience that can wear thin, with your tip and rating being calculated based on your performance. We'll also be developing AI behaviours to deal with what happens should the player decide to kidnap them. The rescue mission module has been designed in such a way that it can work in conjunction with others like Infiltrator, meaning that we can easily inject some obstacles in your way, like a base full of captors. These missions will drive the development of AI following, so once complete, we'll be able to leverage that throughout the rest of the game.
That's cool. Passenger transport missions.
I want to pivot now and give an update on some of the systemic functionality that I detailed last spring. I said that we were soon going to have quantum controlling a few select bits of the universe and that we were going to be very measured in the rollout. We remain on track to activate these changes with 3.16 at the end of the year, and this initial release will allow quantum to dictate 3 encounter frequencies, the prices of 3 commodities, and everything related to combat assist service beacons. As the simulation is refined and more of the linkage to the game is completed, we will expand the scope of these early tests and enable quantum to play an ever larger role in shaping the universe. So let's go over how the gameplay experience is set to change.
This should be good
Probability
stuff,
values
folks.
dictate how the likelihood of an encounter type varies within that region, and historically that information has always been static. Dynamic events, introduced in early 2021, allow that data to be changed by mission logic, but still don't support systemic modulation. You can see the frequency curve for pirate activity in red on the screen here, and the long and short of it is that no matter how many pirates you, your friends, or the entire community kill, the likelihood of encountering a pirate at this spot right here would always be about 5% per minute, and farther out, right about there, the odds would drop to 2%. Now, let's see what happens when we activate quantum and it starts to provide real-time guidance to the probability volume service that controls this information and distributes it to the game servers. As is often the case with such demonstrations, the simulation is running at an exaggerated rate of speed so that I can easily illustrate some key points. The first thing you'll notice is that the fixed pirate curve just flatlined because quantum says there aren't currently any pirates in this area. There are some valuable materials on the surface of Cellin though, and that's starting to attract some quantum miners represented in green. The distribution of the miners determines the shape of the green curve, and the quantity determines the amplitude. With the value of the ore available on Cellin sky high and no threat in sight, the number of miners continues to increase, and you can see the encounter curve changing to reflect that. Pirates are drawn to high concentrations of wealth with minimal security though, and are starting to swarm into the area, and as they do, you can see the red pirate curve adjusting. Quanta security, represented in blue, is drawn to conflict, and is thus often a lagging indicator of criminal activity. So at this point, there are several distinct things happening. The number of miners in the area is still increasing, but the rate of increase has slowed dramatically as they start to weigh the increased risk of piracy. The number of pirates is still increasing because there's still sufficient value in the area to attract them and not yet sufficient security to dissuade them. The number of security forces continues to rise because the pirate problem is raging out of control, and thus security pay in this area has gone through the roof. This trend continues for a while until finally the risk of piracy gets too high and the quantity of miners starts to drop. The pirates are doing their own independent mental calculus and still see sufficient value in the area, even once the miners start to fall off, to continue increasing their numbers, but that simply speeds up the rate of decline in the miners, while at the same time, the threat from security continues to grow. So, eventually, the number of pirates in the area begins to fall off as well.
You said this should be...
The threat of piracy
this is 316 tech.
Gradually ripples through the economy, lowering the rate of pay and demand for security services. The quantity of security forces streaming into the area eventually peaks too then and begins to decline. If you watch the curves, you'll see a rhythmic action to it all, with miners looking for high-value ore in safe areas, pirates searching for unprotected wealth, and security chasing conflict. 3 different but very interdependent calculations. The system is always searching for equilibrium, and just as in a real economy, sometimes overshoots a bit in one direction or the other, which ultimately equates to opportunity for the thinking player.
Actually, you didn't specifically say this was 316. You said 316 was the 3 commodities and
NBC
service
combat
beacons,
assist
so
service beacons have historically been generated via
I'm not actually
probability
sure.
volume data, and were thus every bit as static as the encounter frequencies that I just covered. The odds of a request for combat assistance at a given location didn't vary based upon what was happening in that area at that time, and no amount of concerted community effort to stamp out what was putting those NPCs in danger had any chance of succeeding. To illustrate what's changed, let's jump back to quantum. The miners are back in force, but there aren't yet any pirates, and thus there aren't any requests for combat assistance. Just as previously occurred, though, the pirates are going to slowly sniff out this opportunity and begin gravitating to this location. As their numbers increase, so will the odds of conflict with the miner, and thus the likelihood of a combat assist service beacon being issued. You can see a few contracts now represented by the green icons. Quantum is dictating how many beacons should be present in this area in the exact details, such as how much alpha UEC is being offered, but the data is actually maintained by the service beacon service that interfaces to the game servers and exposes these contracts to players. So every contract that you're seeing pop up, which is a direct result of the amount of conflict happening within Quantum, can be seen and accepted by someone within the actual game. Security has started to show up, but isn't yet a major force, and the risk of piracy has gotten so great that some of the miners have decided to exit. The frequency of combat assist beacons is a function of both the quantity of miners and pirates and clamped by the minimum of either. So, as the miners depart, the number of outstanding beacons drops. Security has now reached the point where it's really starting to deter the pirates, and the reduced number of miners is just adding fuel to the fire. So, now the number of pirates starts to fall off pretty dramatically, which also impacts the total number of active beacons and instantiation frequency. Player actions are fed back into Quantum, such that if a lot of beacons are accepted and the NPC is successfully defended in the game, the security risk as perceived by the pirates in Quantum will increase, thus affecting their sense of whether the risk justifies the reward. This means that not only will the system ebb and flow of its own accord, but your actions within the game will directly impact the simulation and thus the overall state of the universe. There's one other important thing that I want to mention here, and that's the value of the additional context that Quantum is providing. We now know exactly who issued the request for combat assistance and even the likelihood that multiple ships might be involved. All of this information can be packaged up and associated with the beacon so that when and if a player accepts the contract, the instantiated mission can be customized to better reflect what Quantum says you should be seeing. The shop service has always had the ability to modulate the price of commodities based upon things like the amount of inventory on hand and its rate of change, but we haven't really exploited that feature for some of the basics like fuel and HPMC, which is the material required to effect repairs on a ship. One of the reasons for this is that it's one thing to have tradable commodities fluctuate in value according to some algorithmic logic that doesn't consider anything beyond the confines of that particular shop, but it's quite another when those materials are critical to playing the game. Now that we can properly gauge demand based upon factors external to the shop, though, even if the simulation logic still needs a lot of work, we're going to flip the switch and let the prices of fuel and repair materials start to undulate. So let's bring Quantum up again. The Tram and Myers mining outpost on Cellin has been selected so that we can see its real-time prices for plasma fuel, quantum fuel, and HPMC. Keep an eye on these prices as the Quanta arrive on scene. A few of the miners are from distant locales and will be looking to top off their quantum fuel tanks, and that increased consumption is causing prices to trickle up just a bit. Plasma fuel is jumping quite a bit more, though, because it's in constant demand due to the fact that the miners routinely have to traverse the surface of the moon looking for valuable deposits of ore to extract. The price of HPMC hasn't budged because there hasn't been any conflict in the area, but that's about to change. The pirates have started to arrive and attack the miners, and that means that there are going to be some damaged ships that require repairs, and the price will continue to rise as the amount of conflict grows. Pirates require fuel too, and most of their need revolves around the plasma they'll use to engage ships in close proximity, so it's starting to get fairly expensive. Security forces have now started arriving in force, which means even more conflict in the area, which is why the price of HPMC has finally started to take off. Security forces burn a lot of plasma fuel hunting for pirates, and this is proving to be more demand than the local stores of inventory can satisfy. This means temporary shortages and skyrocketing prices until either the demand abates or the economy rebalances to ensure a more regular supply of fuel to this area. Up until now, all of our dynamic events have been manually triggered by someone loading up Quasar, selecting an event, specifying the input variables, and activating it. This works fine for major events that are intended to run for a long period of time, but it's problematic when the event needs to run multiple times per day or only when specific conditions warrant or needs to be customized based upon the current state of the universe. The solution to this problem is systemic triggers, which are small analytical programs that let us specify what sort of conditions within Quantum warrant the creation of a dynamic event and allow that event's inputs to be mapped to all sorts of simulation state. I'm going to bring Quantum up one last time and highlight the location of the 3 drug labs within the Stanton system. Raven's Roost is on Microtech's moon Calliope. Jumptown is on Crusader's moon Yella. and Paradise Cove is on our ArcCorp's moon Lyria. For this test, I've removed all commodities except for drugs, and thus any green quanta you see moving around are focused on moving these illicit narcotics. A systemic trigger has been set up that monitors the total drugs purchased at any of the drug labs, which you can see in the graphs below the star map. If the total amount of drugs purchased at one of these locations over a period of time exceeds the specified threshold, it will trigger the Jumptown V2 dynamic event. The location and quantity of drugs sold would be passed to the event as inputs, which the mission logic might use for any manner of things, such as temporarily overriding the shopping data at that site for the duration of the event. The shop service that communicates with the game servers is linked to Quantum, and thus all player transactions in the game are filtered back into the simulation, and their purchases are therefore just as relevant to the totals as those initiated by Quanta. All of the drug labs are seeing a bit of action, and Paradise Cove looked like it might be the first to breach the threshold. Some red pirates have started moving into that area now, though, and the green freighters have started to flee. It looks like they've decided to focus on Raven's Roost, and you can tell by the constant level of elevated purchases that they're probably going to trip the trigger pretty soon. There, that's it. The conditions for the systemic trigger have been met. You can see that Jumptown V2 has now been added to Quasar's active dynamic events list at the top right, and below that you can see the input parameters that it was sent, which include the Raven's Roost location and a numeric value of 916 for the total purchased drugs variable, which the actual...
Is anybody else wondering why Hurston doesn't have a drug lab? Isn't that weird?
The ultimate purpose of systemic triggers, then, is to allow us to easily and programmatically dictate when and exactly how handcrafted custom content will be layered onto the background tapestry driven by quantum systemic logic. As our library of dynamic events grows and the sophistication of the simulation evolves, you'll eventually find that it's difficult to tell where one system ends and another begins, and the whole experience will just feel more engaging and unique than what either technology could deliver by itself. That's it for our show today. I hope that you now have a better sense of some of the things we're aiming to accomplish over the next year, and that you're as excited as we are about the potential of these new features and technologies to really transform the gameplay experience. Until next time.
I'm totally snacking. I'm totally like eating Sour Patch Kids here. Sorry, I wasn't ready for that to end. I think Chris is going to be back on though, so let me just hop back off and keep snacking.
We're done. That's the whole show.
No, it's
Another
not.
CitizenCon in the bag.
Stop lying.
This one's a little different than others, but still our chance to come together safely and celebrate our shared interest and commitment to making Star Citizen everything we all want it to be.
Nah, it's not done.
So what did we learn this year?
Ew, don't, dude. No.
You thought I was gonna do it.
There's no, it's not
But
even
I gotta
over.
bust those bingo cards, right? If I had to guess what we learned that I'm just the lucky one that gets to sit here in front of the work of dozens of others putting today together, themselves in front of the work of hundreds more who dedicate their efforts day in and day out to making the biggest and bestest damn space game ever. It's my honor and that of the team here to represent their work every week, every month, and every year. For CitizenCon 2951, I'm Jared Huckabee. Until next year, have fun.
No.
Be safe. Tell those you love that you love them.
Are they actually done?
I love you, John. And now here's Chris Roberts to take us home.
No. Okay.
Well, I hope all of you enjoyed everything you saw today. We're very proud of what we've achieved so far, what we're working on, what we're doing in the future, and it was great to be able to get in depth and show and discuss a lot of that today with you guys. And I just wanted to tell each and every one of you how much we appreciate all of you, your support, dedication, the hours you put into playing the game, giving us feedback, putting up with crashes and server disconnections and all the frustrating things that you can get when it's an alpha, as we're striving to make the best game, or well, I think the best universe simulation you possibly can make now. That's kind of where we're going. From myself and the team at CIG, we're incredibly lucky to be in this position because I think no one else in gaming has the luxury that we do to really sort of dream for the stars and build something of the ambition that Star Citizen is. It's been a longer journey than I imagined at the beginning, but the game we're building is far more complicated, far bigger, far more possibilities than I conceived I would ever get to do. But it's because of your guys' support, and everyone at CIG feels the same in terms of they get to work on a dream game. They get to do all these things. People don't say, oh, you can't do that. We've got to make it for this quarter. It's got to come out. And the investors need their profits this year. It's like, no, we want the best game possible. That's all we at CIG care about, and that's all you guys care about. And
investors want to play a cool game
because of you guys. And I really, myself and everyone at CIG appreciates that. So thank you all very much. And I'm really looking forward to doing this in person for you guys next year, as opposed to digitally, and hopefully all things, fingers crossed, we'll get on the other side of this pandemic, and we'll be able to do that. So for me and everyone at CIG, thank you so much for watching.
Ow. Oh my God, the freaking audio balancing. My ear. Well, okay. That's it. They actually just ended it like that. They literally had nothing else for us. So there's your CitizenCon. That's gonna be. I will have to go and watch this over. First, I'm gonna freaking sleep because this has been ridiculously long. But I am gonna have to go and watch this over some more. Hold on one second. Let's get I need something else. I need something else in my ears. This dead silence. I can't handle the dead silence after all that. Okay. So, let's talk about this. I'm gonna put the gameplay on in the background, and let's talk a little bit about what we just saw. Make sure you guys can hear. So I'm gonna put this poll up real quick so everybody can answer if they'd like to. And I'm also going to start another giveaway. Because like I said, we've got a giveaway. We got more stuff to give away, guys. Avenger Titan gameplay package is coming at you right now. You type Titan into chat. Titan into chat. And you will get put into the drawing for the Avenger Titan. And we'll go ahead and we'll re-roll the other ship because... yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened, but we lost the other winner. So we will go ahead and give that one away. And I'll actually, you know what, since we didn't really get the chance, I'll save the other giveaway for a stream next week. So if you want to hop on over to the Twitch stream, I will most definitely still be giving away that ship again. But since we still got 2 ships to win and give away, and the CitizenCon's over. It's so, oh God, this was good. So this was like the highlight for me. What's on this here? Yeah, this what you're just seeing down there right now. That's about what did it for me. We'll get through this giveaway with the Avenger Titan, and then we'll start taking some questions in chat, and we'll talk about this. You know what? Actually, give me a second. I'm gonna go get something a little more comfortable on so we can like sit back, chill, and really just talk about what we just saw. Give me like 5 minutes, everybody. Okay, so I'm back here. There's a music thing. Let me make sure the music's not too loud. Let's talk. Why is it so loud in my ears? Just very unreliable. I'm actually gonna switch this up. I'm gonna put this on my other thing, my other computer. Let me pull this back up. Intermission. So, oh yeah, Drazen's dropping some of the links in chat right now. Before we get started on talking, I just want to say, everybody, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for watching. Thanks for chilling with this with me for this watch party. This was awesome. An awesome gameplay demo, honestly, and just a really long show. It's a lot to talk about, a lot to see. But I do have a website. That's one of the links he posted was my website. Not many people know I run a website. I do blog posts there now. My monthly reports go there. A lot of my scripts I turn into blogs. I put them there. I'm going to host my giveaways there. There will be portals to my link there, videos there, all that kind of stuff. So if you'd like to head over there, it's, thank you so much for that. If you want to hang out with the community, get closer into Star Citizen, or keep up more with what's going on, or just have a group of people to play with, you can also hit the Discord link that's down there. And finally, if you want to support me or the stuff we're doing, help me and my wife get an apartment to live in, that would be awesome. You can hit the Patreon link to support us. But that's not why we're here. We're here for CitizenCon. So let's talk about this CitizenCon. I'll come out right now and say that first, nobody's allowed to hold me to anything I say. I know nobody's gonna watch this video and hold me to what I say here, right? Nobody's gonna clip this and pull it up a couple months later, throw it in my face. Anyways, so I'm disappointed. I'll just say it. I'll just straight up say it. I mean, anybody who watched the video that I made last week about what I was hoping this CitizenCon would represent, I think would probably expect that I am a bit disappointed. That's not to say that there was nothing here that I enjoyed. There was plenty of stuff here that I did enjoy. And really, to tell you the truth, I didn't get to spend nearly as much attention to what was going on as I wanted to, just because, the stream was going on. There were technical things happening. Oh, I didn't even realize my alerts were on. There were technical things going on. Like, I was trying to keep the food stuff happening and the everything, all the stuff, everything was going on. So sorry, I need to stand up for this. I'm getting hyped, hold on, come on. So it was, I need to watch again. Like I said, I didn't really get to pay as much attention as I wanted to, but it does feel like there was so much conceptual talking for things that were already conceptually talked about, and things that, at this point, last year I would have been like, hey, well, I've been pushing this pretense this whole year of they've been working on these back-end tech features, and they've kind of started to wrap them up a bit, right? Like they talked about the entity graph, persistence, Planet Tech was there. Gen 12 is coming up, and I think they said the first implementation would be 3.16. But the conversation surrounding server meshing, that's a little more conceptual than I think. They went into plenty of detail, and I think that was really nice. But it was, I think, a little bit more conceptual, a little more abstract than a lot of people were hoping to see at this stage, especially with, the last several months of progress we've been seeing on the monthly reports with server meshing. So that's interesting. The fact, that we didn't see any salvage. We didn't see actually, wait, what was that? Oh, it's a person. We didn't see any salvage. We didn't see any of the tools. We saw none of the tools they were working on. None of the multi-tool attachments that they're working on. We didn't see the tractor beam. We didn't see hangars. It's just a lot of things that they didn't show us. It was exactly what I said they shouldn't do, and which was just a lot of talking. So I'm honestly, like I said, I didn't get to pay much attention, but I'm gonna need to go back and watch all of these again. Lord save me, and take some notes and like get a really good understanding of what we just saw, everything that went on, and bless me. Oh God. Sorry, sneezing. I'm gonna need to really wrap my head around what we just saw for like a solid few days, because there were definitely some tokens of good information and good things to see riddled throughout there. I mean, look at what we're seeing on the screen right now. Look at this. Holy crap. This is like, I mean, that's absolutely beautiful. This is by far the best Planetary experience I've ever seen in a game. And, you know, obviously we'll wait until it's actually in the game to see if this is what it looks like and plays like and all that jazz. But it's good looking stuff. It's just that's not all that we needed to see here. And I think they really missed the mark with the Citizencon, and I think that could really hurt them. So I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know, maybe they'll have a little bit more to say, maybe they'll say more at the anniversary, but I do think that this was a pretty lackluster distribution of information, especially considering it's all pre-recorded. I think they had an opportunity to come in here and show a lot more than they were telling, but they told a lot more than they were showing. So let's see what y'all are saying in chat. They dropped nothing big, nothing. There are many enhancements I like. Where was the variant of a popular ship that they said they were going to show? That was for Citizencon, huh? That they said there was going to be a variant of a popular ship. Yeah, I don't think they showed one. Right? I don't remember if they said they were going to show that at Citizencon yet, or if they were going to show that at 315 or something. Maybe they want the big reveal on 315. Yeah, that's possible. But I think, honestly, the big 315 surprise is probably going to be the 400i. When that is going in the game. When is what going in the game? This, what we're seeing right now? This is not going to be until next year. Probably late next year, from the way that they're talking. Talking about it, info runners they didn't show. Yeah, this, I am like, this feels, the whole show feels a little bit thrown together for how long they've been planning it. And the fact that it's pre-recorded, I don't know. But I do think that they really could have taken advantage of the fact that they are all sitting here talking rather than sitting in front of a presentation where they are the ones who have to control and then refer to the screen and then control. Instead, they just sent all of the footage of them talking, and they've got some people who can record gameplay and just lay it over there 2 weeks later. So it's it's just crazy weird that there was so much footage that wasn't covered up with B-roll. I think some of it was ISC material, but a lot of it was solid Citizencon content. You know what? A lot of it felt like the Citizencon that should have happened last year. I think that's what gets me. A lot of this feels like information that was meant for last year but was held back and maybe further developed. I don't know. And then like maybe they're straight up just like, okay, we're just gonna cut off everything a year out. We're just not gonna show anything. I mean, I hope this is all less than a year out, but maybe they're really taking it to heart and just not showing anything in the distant future, and that's what that means for stuff like this. That's why I don't get high def cameras, so my neck beard doesn't show up. That, and I like to hide it down here a little bit. Do a little bit of this, tuck it in. Might be safer to expect at least 1 year from now on, sadly. Most of the work that they have shown off or talked about is main background processes that is essential to the game as a whole. Yeah, things like this right here, like this is great. So this is a really good example of a small thing that seems to be working much better than it was. This is a shopping system that's brought to the inner thought system. Usually you wouldn't have an AI to communicate with, you just have to go to a stall. So this is a great small improvement. This is a background task that's gonna flesh out the game, but this is very, very basic stuff that's not particularly advanced system that they've been talking about. Like this is something that they've shown us before and has actually worked in game before. This worked working in the Squadron 42 vertical slice in 2018, I think it was. So this isn't necessarily, you know, it's nice to see that it's an improvement over the current game, but it's not necessarily something that they've been talking about working on recently. But then, you know, NPC behaviors and things that you're seeing like that. I'm sorry, you guys can barely even see this. So like NPC behaviors and the things that you're seeing there, the way that they're reacting to you with their security measures and all that kind of stuff. This is background good stuff. And the inventory system and all of that, all of this is good background stuff, but it's still a very limited amount compared to the stuff that they're working on. People will tell them that was not so good. This stuff is good. You know what? I'm probably gonna film later on, once I'm off the stream. I'm gonna film a proper watch through of this with some comments with some commentary and stuff, because I think this is some quality gameplay. I think there are a lot of systems here that are running janky, but as a whole, this is a beautiful package. Can you stop? Can you show over there a little bit? God, just so over aggressive with that. This is just like a really nice package of gameplay. Coming to the planet, landing, doing that. It's not a vertical slice of Star Citizen gameplay. It's just like a mission maybe, but the way that it's able to be played out, the quality of the assets, the quality of the planet around you, the clouds, the wind, the cloth, all of it's really nice. People complain when CIG shows stuff that's miles off, but when they show stuff that's realistic and comparatively imminent, they can't win. I don't think that they've shown enough here that is imminent. Number one example, I think, the cargo refactor. I know that they haven't done anything in game on it. They said that they're just starting it now in this new monthly report, but they've been working on previs work for it, design work for it. We don't really know anything about it though. That combined with persistent hangars are the kinds of things that I think we could have heard maybe a little bit more about. Mrs. Tomato. Not only is Mrs. Tomato doing the decorations in the room, dropping the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. So yeah, YouTube's things are different from Twitch's stuff. They don't do subs and bits. They do super chats and super thanks. So Mrs. Tomato's basically just giving herself some money, actually giving YouTube some money, but thank you so much for doing that, putting that out there. Love you, Mrs. Tomato. Underwhelming, that's your personal takeaway. Would have thought it to be less of an undertaking for them being virtual this year. The That's It threads have begun on Spectrum. Yeah, but the That's It threads would have begun on Spectrum no matter what. Outside of some of the video of Pyro Planets, most of it we've seen and heard over the last year. Almost nothing new. Yeah, I was thinking this would have been a great time for them to take all the things that they've told us on the monthly reports and the ISC episodes and the Spectrum posts and like let us get a visual sense of them all packaged together, running together. Maybe they don't run together for us. Package all these half-made things up that you've been building that are expected to enter the game in the next year. To be honest, if this is what we can expect to be playing a year from now, I mean, it'd be cool because it's on Pyro. But I do hope it's more. I hope there's more to go around than this, you know. This is still, in the end of it, this is still an infiltrate mission, which we're really doing in the bunkers. I would have hoped that they would have shown maybe something that had more to do with salvage or refining or mining even, or cargo hauling. If they only focus on short-term releases, it's a good but painful change, and it makes sense. Everything was old news. Yeah, does come off that way a little bit, huh? No AI showcase. Yeah, I was kind of hoping to see more from AI stuff. Nick Maloney. Nick Malone, I'm assuming. Might be Maloney. I don't know, but Nick, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, buddy. Love the content. Looking at it from an engineering perspective, this looks like they are working through a bottleneck based on the amount of content a server can contain. Till server meshing comes in, we have to wait. Yeah. Now I understand why they can't implement the stuff, but I do wish we'd get more insights into what they're building. I honestly did think that we would. Down to assets, really. It didn't have to be gameplay systems, per se. Did I like the Banu Merchant Man? I'm gonna break a lot of hearts here when I say that I don't really care that much about that ship. I think it's a cool ship. It's a very interesting and, dare I say it, exotic ship. Much different than anything else we have, and it's just very different. I don't know how else to say it, but I don't care that much for it. I think it looks cool. I definitely do. I think it's got cool functionality. I was surprised they didn't show the actual wormhole travel at the jump point. Yeah, they completely skipped. Like, they downgraded the gameplay demo. It almost felt like they were scared. And I get that. We, if anything, the community kind of piled on. So this might have been their toned back reaction to it. I would like to see if they have a post-mortem for the, for CitizenCon like they do for some of the updates. Frank, my boy, my dog. Frank Martinez, thank you so much. $5 super chat. Great show and nice rundown on the entire event. Nice to actually have some good back and forth within the chat and streamer. By the way, Endeavor over Banu Merchant Man. Hey, I'm with you there. The Endeavor is a super weapon. It's a powerhouse. That's kind of, I love to be active with chat. I feel weird if I ignore chat. I don't know how people do it. I don't know how I'm going to deal with it if it speeds up or anything, but definitely love to be active with the chat, and I love it when chat is talking back. Thank you for being here, though, Frank. We're definitely enjoying the verse. The complaints are a vocal minority, and it's not very interesting talking about things that are okay. Oh, we love to complain. We love to complain. No, there are things that were good today. I'm always positive, though, right? Like, when my video comes out about Citizen, actually, I don't know. I got to think about the video I make about this, but I think there are things. I think it's worth noting that this was leaning more negative than positive in terms of what was shown. What was talked about was great. The talking was fantastic. Top-notch talking. A+ talking. The talking was the top of the house. Best talking. It's the best I've ever seen anybody. It was great. I loved it. But I wanted to see a little less. Or rather, I wanted to see a little more while hearing the same amount. So that was the disappointing part, really. You're so hoping that the Endeavor comes up for sale at this event. Can't wait for it to be in game as well. Yeah, I have no idea, but I think it'll be cool when it's in game. Definitely. Not complaining too much. We got to see some good pyro stuff. I'm gonna be watching this gameplay demo a lot over the next few weeks. I mean, can we go back real quick? This music's got me. It's cozy. This is cozy music. Thank you, Pedro. Thank you for the cozy tunes. Can we just go all the way back to, like, where are we? Here. Yeah, this. I mean, Are you kidding me with these clouds? I mean, I didn't expect planetary clouds. Who knows? Maybe they won't look like this that close up. Maybe they won't even look like this in game. But I had no expectation for planetary clouds to look like this. I expected something pretty good, but this is way better than I thought they'd be able to do on this scale. And we'll have to wait and see if they can actually do this on this scale. We're not playing this yet. We hold judgment until it's in front of our eyes. It's in front of my eyes. If it's running on my graphics card, but it's better than I thought they would try and convince us they could do. Zasudra, thank you for the $10 super chat. Zasudra Jones, my good friend. It was awesome to watch with a group. Thanks to you and all my fellow viewers. Thank you to you for the $10 super chat, and thank you to everybody else who was here. It's been a good blast. I love the back of this ship. The back of this ship is beautiful. The front, I don't know. I'm surprised they didn't start the demo with a jump to the new planet. Right. Yeah. So they deliberately chose to exclude some things, right? It seems. Those pillars of fluff look really fun to fly through. They do. And they're like not super gigantic, massive clouds like on Crusader. So it looks like you can actually fly through the clouds. And those water vapor effects look they look too good. It does. Nah, I don't think it's gonna look like that. I hope it does, but I feel like I've seen half the topics covered during CitizenCon on their YouTube channel already. Yeah, and the thing is, that should be the case, but they should be covered in a different way, and a lot of the stuff wasn't. I think they want to hold the jump animation itself for when it actually is going to get released. Perhaps, yeah. I guess this means that we probably won't see Pyro in a gameplay scenario again until we are playing it, right? No Man's Sky clouds are pretty gorgeous when you're flying right above and they're actually spawned in, so I'm looking forward to SE blowing that out of the water. Yeah, and with the difference in the sort of the rendering, the graphics really of No Man's Sky and Star Citizen, there's so much more freedom for Star Citizen to go do like these fancy effects and stuff, right? Because the water droplets would look good in No Man's Sky, but they'd have to be bigger than this, right? Because they would look weird if they were small, and it doesn't work quite the same way. It seems that the demo they showed was similar and hopefully confined to something they know they can deliver on. Yeah, I think all of this looks super believable for the next year. For this one slice of gameplay. And in that, they did a good job. That this does show a slice of stealth mission gameplay. I'm not sure that was the best choice for what they should have shown to represent 2022 in terms of gameplay. But maybe that's what they're going to be focusing on. We'll see. Coco Pink, thank you for the $20 super chat. Thanks for the support. I appreciate you being here. Great job, my friend, as always. Thank you. Glad to be of service to everybody. As always, it's been a blast. It's always fun to cover Star Citizen stuff, whether it's sweetie or salty. Sweetie? Sweetie. Whether it's sweetie. Weedy sweeties or salty wallies. I'm sorry. Arrow MC, thank you as well. $10. You guys are awesome. You're coming through with these super chats. Big thanks for the show. Love the content. Informative, balanced, and chilled. We always try to keep it real chilled here. You know, tomatoes go bad if they're too warm. You have to go, Nick. You're going to go assemble your new desk mounts and then go to bed. Nice, 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 nice. I'm probably going to go assemble my bed and then go to bed. Now, I got to probably watch this again, do a reaction video. Maybe get started on a script. It's going to be a long week. Speaking of which, we're going to do a good long talk about this on my podcast tomorrow. That'll be the first place that I'm putting out my public opinions on my own platform. I'll be talking on AstroPub stream tomorrow as well. So head over to AstroPub on Twitch tomorrow at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. PST. That's 12 p.m. EST, or I want to say 4 p.m. 4 or 5 p.m. UTC. So check that out on Astropub, but also make sure to check out my podcast. That'll be coming out Monday. And then I'll have my first public thoughts about this whole event. I'll be chatting back and forth with a community member about what we saw, what we think, and what they could do going forward. But yeah, if you wanted to get that, because right now I'm flustered, you know, I'm hot and heavy. The show just ended. Emotions are high. Who knows what I'm actually thinking. You hereby name this ship the Snaggletooth. It's kind of got that look, huh? A little disappointed that they didn't show valleys or canyons. Right, they showed just like barely. I hate it when it doesn't show me the thumbnail. They showed some planetary tech, not on here. It was on this one. Towards the end, I think. Is it here? What is this? No. Where was it? They showed some of these geological features that they've been working on, but man, they like really... They kind of just flashed it on the screen. They're like, okay, we're working on this. All right. And we're done. Do I sleep? Not really, Keenan. I mean, I try to. Sometimes it works out. It's CitizenCon season, man. I cannot find this. It was somewhere in here. They showed the rock arches and stuff. They also showed a little bit of the river stuff. We can at least look at that. But like, I'm just like, I'm blown away at how much they kept switching away from the B-roll. just keep showing this all the way up the hill. We don't need a bunch of fancy scene changes, right? Just show a slow pan of the same exact river for 30 seconds while the guy's talking. Oh, was that the part that she presented the moss. Was that Gen 12 stuff? The V-roll was in the first session. Okay. The first one. Which was the Gen 12 stuff, right? So. Or did you mean the other one? The Life in the Verse. Extreme Tuber, $5 on the super chat. Thank you, man. Is this what you meant? No, they definitely showed more stuff on the river features. New star map, FPS radar, Theaters of War, Air and Halo concept, salvage, all missing. Yeah, that new star map is weirdly absent from everything. Delamar? I know a lot of people were expecting Nyx this year. I don't know how people were expecting Nyx this year. I don't think they're gonna show Delamar for a while. They're remaking it. Yeah, I don't remember where this part was. Maybe it was in Gen 12. Let's see. Was it? No, it definitely was not. It was the one before. Oh yeah, let me go ahead and resolve the giveaway. I'm so sorry. All right, here we go. Let me do the run on the giveaway. rolling it for you. Who's going to get the Titan? It is Patrick Vanier. Patrick Vanier, are you in the chat? I'm going to tag you. Get your attention. You have won. My friend, you have won yourself an Avenger Titan with access to Star Citizen if you would like to take it. If not, you can always pass it on. In the meantime, I'm going to keep trying to find this one small part. See, they spent so much time talking about the concept art of the places that they wanted to bring in. And I'm like, guys, my friends, my people. Here it is. Okay, so here's the moss part. Patrick, my man, are you in chat? $37.10. Thank you. Love when others can find it much faster than me. I was already looking at the montage that it was in too. I just kept missing it. Patrick, where you at? You guys can't hear this. Let's turn this on. Hey, Kenneth, thank you so much for the hot chocolate money. Kenneth Ripley, my man, with a $5 chat. Thank you so much. I'm going to go get some hot chocolate. I appreciate you being here. Gabriel Goyer, thank you as well for the $20 super chat. Thank you. Thanks a bunch for the coverage. Have to go, but can't wait to see you crunched version of the more techie bits. Might be, I just put that word in your mouth. You said things. Might be able to assimilate them better then. Take care. All right, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. I'm glad you had fun.
Awesome. I'm fully in love with
Wait, did they show the... Did I miss the canyons?
So we had the establishing shots. We had some key...
3710, right? How come You nodded off a couple times. I don't blame you. There was a lot of talking there. There's Patrick. All right, Patrick. You get in touch with Drazen there and let him know that you won the Avenger Titan. If you guys could link up on Discord, and we'll get you your ship with the starter package for the game. And how about we go ahead and re-roll the other one, since we never got a winner for that. So, just like last time, folks, everybody type in the word origin if you would like to win the 100i with the gaming package. Gaming package with the game package, Star Citizen. Become a true gamer with this gaming package. Take the gaming world by storm and become a gamer. Become a gamer by pre-ordering. That's what they always say. I can't find the canyons, folks. I don't know where the canyons are. The canyons are gone. They're lost. They're gone forever. Lost to time.
We've also been working on introducing basins to the river system.
The basins and rivers are going to be cool, though.
Pauses in our river systems and other bodies of water than just the oceans.
I think it's 3505.
Another major change was to stop using the planet's ocean mesh and just displacing it up to the river, and instead building specific river mesh sections around the river. This means that we can have far more control over the shape of the water, and we can use our own specific river material and shader, meaning that we can specify colors, flow, and other properties of the river water.
I'm fully in love with Pyro, and hopefully from seeing that video.
Rivers aren't done yet, but they're closer to being used in production than ever before. The next steps include a planet populating tool, so one click to create an entire river system across a planet, and maybe working on a little bit of lava flow, but we'll have to see when that comes. Next is Mark and Morgan. Thanks, everyone.
I'm going to have to, I think I'm just going to have to watch back over all
I'm
these things
Morgan.
to find out.
I'm a tools programmer
Really
from
weird.
the Planet Tech team,
Can't
and
seem to...
now I'm going to talk about Rasta.
It's got to be around in this part somewhere.
What is Rasta?
Yeah, here it is.
Our work in progress
Here we go.
for
Okay.
Planetary.
Yeah, it was all this part. And they're talking about like these are good additions and stuff that was expected. Thought they would have gone into more detail with this in the Planetary art section though.
Something
This was weird that this was all in the life in the verse section.
is when walking, driving, or flying over a planet. For performance reasons, we use a range of
I'll be doing the
settings
draw in a
like
couple
randomized
minutes.
rotation and scale values to get as much variety as possible
I see you,
out of
Patrick.
the number of assets we created. To
Yeah, Patrick, we see you. Are you on Discord? Can you join the Discord server by any chance, please? So we can get in touch with you to give you your prize.
mimic a level of complexity that feels organic and comparable to what you find on Earth. Something that we have been missing on our current planets and moons are massive rock formations due to tech limitations. Some of these limitations have since been solved. For example, we are now able to render assets much further. Because of that, we recently kicked off a research and development phase during the production of the Pyro system to find workflows for the creation and distribution of cliffs.
Yeah, so these cliffs are what they're going to build to make canyons, in fact. Yeah, I don't think I could remember what ISC episode that is, but they showed their progress on the canyon system earlier this year in ISC. And that's something that they built on the last time they showed it, which was at Daymar previously. I figured they'd give us another
Full
update on it here.
disclosure, though, this is
But instead they went with more of the geological feature side of it.
early in development and heavily work in progress, but we still wanted to give you a little glimpse of what to expect in the future. The challenge for us will be to figure out how we can make these assets look as good as possible from all angles. If a player walks up to them on foot, they must look just as good as when a
This is the first believable looking biome I've seen in this game. This looks like Southwest US almost. You could totally tell me this was a maybe not Red Dead Redemption, but it is getting there.
The player decides to land his ship on the highest point of a cliff. But we are excited to add an even more epic level of scale to our game. That's it for me. Thank you for watching and enjoy the rest of CitizenCon.
Yeah, they're pretty shallow canyons.
Hello, my name is Özlem and I'm part.
They're not gosh, can I You know what? I have a video. Let me pull up what I'm talking about. God, I'm gonna hate this. In fact, I'm just gonna mute it. Here we go. So this was the first time they showed canyons, which was a few years ago. And yeah, so you can tell they're like really shallow canyons. Something you could fly through, but shallow. And this is the new update they showed. So you can tell that they got a little bit steeper. They look a little bit better, a little more natural. And so they just, this was earlier this year. So I figured they'd go a little bit more into depth with that in this video, but they didn't really talk too much on it, unfortunately. They did go into depth on rivers. I didn't catch this part. Is this buoyancy here?
A new system has been designed for animal and entity spawning using tokens, which means that we can specialize our object presets better for different planets. For example, we have something similar for rocks. That means if you put a rock on a snowy planet, it goes snowy. And if you put it on a sandy planet, it looks sandy. Now we can do something similar for animals. We
Sandy
can specify
cheeks.
a small herbivore, for example, and in the snow, this might spawn some sort of Arctic rabbit. And in the jungle, this might spawn something completely different. We've also begun to experiment with a new foliage shader that takes into account
Whoops,
the health of
you
the
guys don't
plant
need to see
based
all
on
that.
its surroundings again, and the current season of the planet, though what you're seeing on the screen is far from final. In the same vein as that, we've been working towards having more dynamically placed biomes around natural areas. We've created dressing object presets that are automatically placed around coasts, and of course my favorite thing to work on, rivers. In the most recent couple months, I've been doing more work on the rivers to prepare them to be closer to what we would consider shippable, so that we can get them out to the players. This has included finer control of both the shape of our rivers as they flow from...
Please get them out to the players. Thank you. Ramjet Films, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate the support today, guys. Y'all are awesome. You're making this October wonderful. Thank you.
further away and blending it into the biome that it flows through.
No problem, Simone. Thank you so much for being here. There were good and bad things, but I'm glad that we were able to be here and chill as a community. I'm glad so many people were able to come and just hang out and have some fun. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for being here. And I hope to see you in the Discord if anybody wants to hang out some more.
River systems and other bodies of water than just the oceans. Another major change was to stop using the planet's ocean.
See you later, Coco.
Placing it up to the river, and instead building specific river mesh.
Oh, Bachman, absolutely, yes. I needed to get through this.
Far more control over the shape of the water, and we can use our own specific river material and shader, meaning that we can specify colors, flow, and other properties of the river water separately to the ocean of that planet. Rivers aren't done yet, but they're closer to being used in production than ever before. The next steps include a planet populating tool, so one click to create an entire river system across a planet, and maybe working on a little bit of lava flow, but we'll have to see when that comes. Next is Mark and Morgan. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, I'm Morgan. I'm a tools programmer from the Planetary team. And
that is about it for me for today. It's been, like I said before, there's been ups and downs. Let me make sure I can still see chat. Whoa! Jel Gunnar. I probably gonna butcher your name, to be honest. I'm not gonna try, but thank you so much for the 50. Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Chat's been awesome today. When do you think Star Citizen will be played by more people after server meshing? Definitely, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a while. I think it's gonna be at least another 2 years until this game is more casual. At least I probably won't be pushing it until then, but who knows? You want lava? They didn't show lava. They didn't even show. I'm honestly, I'm confused. It's a little confusing. I'm gonna definitely want to go back through it all, watch it again, and wrap my head around it this next week. Oh, thank you guys. Seriously, I just got up and put this all together and watched the show. You guys are the ones who showed up and stayed here the whole time. They said lava would be delayed until later. Okay, yeah. See, those are the kinds of things I'm gonna hear when I go and listen again and like don't actually ignore what's being said. But that's the thing. Because I was streaming this whole thing, I don't think I have the best representation of the actual event. So while I am saying that some of it was a little bit disappointing, some of it might not have been the greatest stuff, I do think that my perception's a bit skewed. So I'm gonna go back over it, come back out, give more of a better representation of my thoughts in the podcast tomorrow. Again, Drazen just dropped both the Discord and the website right there in the chat. So if you'd like access to the podcast, please use those links. But if you don't catch those, I'll try and put out a video next week as well, at the beginning of, or at the end of next week, or a little bit later than that. But yeah, this is just another year of Star Citizen. I expected a little bit more in terms of what we could expect in the immediate future, but 3.15 is looking really good. And it sounds like they've got some good things planned, at least for the Gen 12 renderer in the near future. So I'm excited for that, and for the persistence and iCache, entity craft, all that kind of stuff. Regardless, guys, I think Star Citizen's still in a good spot. Even if this wasn't that great, I do think that the game's still going okay. And it looks like the majority of chat enjoyed the event. Looks like the majority of you said, yes, you did enjoy CitizenCon. So I'm glad you guys had fun. I'm glad you guys had a good time. No discredit to the sound guys, but the sound section went on way too long. I feel that. I feel that. Yeah, I get that. Anyways, everybody, I love you all. I will see you in the next one. Thank you all for coming to my tomato chat. My tomato talk. And I'll catch you next week. Oh, wait, you guys are actually totally right. I'm going to give away the origin ship. Wait. I'm back. Hey. I'm going to give away the origin ship real quick. Let's do it. Type in origin if you want the ship. Do it. Go. Have at it. I won't leave you guys in the dark. Thank you for reminding me. I was about to messed that up. We need a different song now. There we go. This one works. We're still here. We're still here. All right. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Who's going to win a starter package right now? Who's going to win Star Citizen right now? Who's going to win? Who's going to win? Who's going to get it? Let's go. All right. We're going to roll it. So many origins. I mean, you don't have to say it if you've already said it, guys. Then you'll just get in trouble for spamming. All right, that's enough time. If you haven't said origin yet, then you don't like origin enough. Shame on you. We're rolling it. The winner of the final ship of the day is going to be Annan Matheson. Annan Matheson. I hope I'm saying that name right. I might not be. I'm not very good at names, but you have won yourself an Origin 100i starter package with access to Star Citizen and lifetime insurance. Would you like your winnings, or should I re-roll? Guys, you don't have to say origin anymore. I rolled the giveaway. Oh, it did. It only just now showed up. Ah, chat's lagging behind, right? Because there's a lot of things. YouTube's not used to me being this popular in chat. Annan Matheson, my good friend. I'm gonna give him a couple minutes. I'm not getting anything. Alrighty, I think we're gonna re-roll then. Let's see who's the follow-up winner. Who's gonna steal the prize? Who's gonna steal it right from under the nose of Annan? It is Craig Lane. No relation with Lois, but we love him all the same. Craig, come get your ship, come get your game. My friend, I'd like to thank you for being here. Give you a shout out and maybe a free ship if you'd like it. Craig Lane, my friend. I'm sorry, guy. I just have you like with just the most some kind of unflattering look. It's rude of me. Craig, come on, friend. You re-rolling again? All right. All right, we're re-rolling again. Snafu. Snafu is the new winner. Snafu, you better be here. So hard giving away a ship these days, you know? Especially when it's got origin on it. There you are, Snafu. He wrote it like 2 minutes ago. Who wrote what? Who wrote what 2 minutes ago? No, I don't think I missed. Yeah, Snafu's got it. Snafu has come to claim the prize. Snafu, are you on Discord? Are you on the Discord by any chance? If you could get in touch with me or Drazen on the Discord, just ping either one of us anywhere and we'll get in touch with you. Just let us know that you won the Origin 100i. Oh, he spelled here wrong. Spelled here wrong. Ridiculous. You don't get your ship, you spelled that. Where is the song I'm looking for? No, that's not it. It would be under Cog. That's weird, I can't find the song. Sorry, I'm a bit lost here, guys. That's all I can find. Okay. So, hey, man. I want to get your oh, the link's right there, Snafu. Yeah, go ahead and join that and ping either one of us, and we'll get you your ship, buddy, as soon as we've got it ready. It'll probably be in the next couple of days, but as long as we got your contact, you'll get the ship. And anybody else who wants to keep winning, we host giveaways like these all the time on our streams. I'll be streaming here on YouTube a couple times more often now, but for the most part, I still stream on Twitch. If you'd like to go check it out, it's a lot of fun. We do stuff like this 3 times a week, every week. We play together, we talk together, we chill together, and we'll probably be going over CitizenCon stuff for the next few streams. So if you want to hear more about our live thoughts and discussion on this, make sure to check it out. Reroll. Snafu already got the ship. We gave away the Avenger Titan and the Origin 100i. Drayton saying, message tomato, not B. What happened to the final panel from Chris? Oh, it was just him saying bye. That was just like that cool 5 minutes that he put up there. Real quick. Nothing too crazy. Ooh, changing the region thing is not great. Time to play the Battlefield open beta. I'm just going to watch other people play, honestly. I am too tired to go play games at this point. I need to go lay down and rest for a little bit before I get back up and try and shoot the rest of the videos today. But again, guys, sorry I'm taking up all of your time. This has been a wonderful stream. Thanks again for being here. I will definitely be putting out content on this in the next week, though, so keep an eye out. Once again, thank you so much. From Space Tomato, I'll see y'all next week.